That dangerous, we've got to play it twice. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys. Welcome to the Pepsi Max Baskerville Raceway. First time we've been here since March the 1st. And a vastly different world it was on March the 1st too. This is now round 3 of the Tasmanian Circuit Racing Championship, and a round like none other. I've been coming to this place for a long, long time, and I've never come here and seen a totally empty hill, devoid of spectators, and signs at the gate saying no spectators allowed. That's the world we live in at the moment, folks. Great to have you with us. Now, if you're listening at home or you're watching the YouTube, hopefully you enjoy it. I'm hearing that the audio on the YouTube is not working at the moment. They are working on that, but the live feed, which can be accessed, the audio live feed, but it can be accessed from the Tcrc Facebook page, is up and running. And at this point, I'll welcome to the microphone my colleague for the day, and a man who's been doing this a lot longer than me because he's a lot older than me, David Rose. Good morning.
G'day, Strider. How you going?
Well,
we're all...
It's sort of weird.
Yeah, it is, right. We were just saying a while ago, in fact, what we might do a bit later on, folks, we're going to try and do a bit of an update for you, Facebook Live at the lunch break at least, and a bit of a wander around and maybe chat to some people. But what I'm definitely going to do is just do a pan around our panorama at the moment.
Yep. On
the hill, and all we can see is the fire truck, and that's it.
Yeah, look, there's a few cars parked there, which is obviously our officials and
down the bottom end.
Yeah, down the bottom here, officials and people that have brought 2 cars, competitors that want to get away early, whatever. They're parked there, but you look around, you pan around up past Don's magnificent office,
isn't it?
Halfway up the hill,
the palace,
and
the Potter Palace. That's
not a person to be seen.
I know.
It's
so odd.
Look, go back to the start of the AFL season. The first game of the season was Richmond versus Carlton at the MCG, a stadium that holds 100,000 people. And you could hear a pin drop. There was not a spectator in the place, and I couldn't watch it. It was terrible. This feels much the same. It's just eerie. It's weird.
It is. Luckily, we don't get a lot of... Well, not luckily. The situation is we don't tend to get a lot of spectator roar here. When we do, you don't hear it. So... hopefully a lot of the car noise will carry through the commentary box into our microphones, as it does, to give you a bit of atmosphere as well. So it's got to be not ideal for you guys just being able to listen and not watch, but...
Well, they can see. They can watch the YouTube. There's 6 cameras.
That's true. And Don Spielberg, Don Potter, down there.
No.
Don Potter, Motorsports Tasman General Manager, is director today.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
It's taken over from Dean Neal.
That's right, yes. Yeah, so, but anyway, what that tells us, though, and I hope it tells you to it, there's a lot of people, not just the wonderful people that have made the meeting happen, lots of volunteers from admins through the Hobart Sporting Car Club community, through the fantastic flaggies that are out there and about, and the Scroots and everybody else. But there's people making a big effort as well. Even Nathan Bricknell has come down from Lonnie just to set up the system so we can do the live stream of the commentary. So everybody's having a big crack to try and make it as pleasurable as possible for folks out there in listener land.
Absolutely right. Young Nathan, you touched on that. I mean, he works for Toll. They had all sorts of dramas yesterday with their own internal email systems. He had messages coming from the general manager that he couldn't access his email and had to deal with that. But he's come down and he's brought down the Speedway technology that we use meeting after meeting in the world of Speedway, live audio, and a big thank you for us. He came down, stayed down last night, and he's here today just to keep an eye on it because he knows that old people like us are technically challenged.
If something goes wrong,
there's
no hope.
we're in a little bit of trouble.
There's no hope. Yes, as technical advisors, we're not bad commentators.
Well, I know jury's out on that too.
That's
I think.
True. Yeah. So what we're going to try and do, it's going to be a bit alien to us. We're going to try and modify our style a little bit today.
I want to be accurate.
No, that's a step too far. I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready for that. I'm going to do that before I retire. We're just going to try and give you a few more word pictures, just try and make it a bit more colourful, just to give you a bit of an idea of what's going on out there. What that will mean to some of the folks here is like, they're stating the bleeding obvious, Rose and Strider, because, but I think everybody in the pitch will be grateful with what we're trying to do, and we'll just indulge us when we do that.
So talking to the people in the pits, if you've got friends and family or sponsors or whatever, anywhere in Australia that would like to get a bit of what's going on today, jump on your phone, send them the link, or get them to go onto the Tasmanian Circuit Racing Championship Facebook page. The links are there. You can get the pictures on the YouTube link, and you can get the audio through the Speedway link that's on there. So you could probably pick up a bit of both.
Yeah.
Get the commentary from one and the pictures from the other. But at least people will be able to see and hear something. I also believe that NatSoft is up and working, so the lap times are showing on the NatSoft as well.
So just in case you're wondering, you're not getting audio on the telly, on the YouTube, I should say. That's because it's not been linked yet for one reason or another. So you can get this, obviously if you're listening to us, you're listening to us on the website link, the Mixler, and the YouTube. It's Tasmanian Sports TV. There is a link. Some people try to put it in there and say it's not working. Well, it does, but you've got to be a bit careful. There's no spaces. It's Tasmanian Sports TV, no spaces between, as if it's one long word. Put that in your YouTube browser. It will come up, I promise you, and you can see the images and perhaps run on another window or on your phone or something, listen to the commentary, and you can match it all up. Not that I'm promising, or we're promising that our commentary is going to match the images, because that's all in Uncle Don Potter's hands.
And we don't know what we're doing.
We don't know, and we don't know what's... So it's not a television production as such. It's just lots of little efforts in various corners, all sort of hopefully amalgamating just to give you a bit of a snapshot of what's going on out here, seeing as you can't be with us.
Now, I just got a message through from Scott Arthur. Good morning to you, Scott. He's come in and said, look, lots of interference on the audio. We're working on that as well. Trouble with the audio is it's like us. It's old and doesn't function as well as it used to.
Possibly the people that are getting this little...
The hum through the...
hummy, buzzy, hummy. We're getting it through our earphones, folks.
Welcome to our world.
That goes through our ears all day. So sorry about that, but...
that doesn't mean you're going to get an insight into what's going through Rosie's head all day, because...
Not a lot. Put your torch away. In one ear and out the other.
So Regularity coming out on track for their first event. And a big thank you to SRT Logistics, who are looking after our friends from Regularity.
Nice little range of vehicles as well. As we do in Regularity, that's what we've always loved about it. It's a real sort of butcher's picnic, if you like, a real eclectic. There's the first run for eclectic today. Eclectic range of vehicles, always has been. And the beauty of it is so you can run what you bring in a way, just complying with basic safety regulations. Although there are some race cars that run out there as well with fully caged and the whole box and dice, but you don't have to do that. It's great to see quite a number of Baskerville 1000 cars out there as well. By that I mean the ones that have run in the last 2 or 3. Baskerville 1000 6-hour races that have been run over the last 18 months or so. The last one just a few weeks ago. And this is part of the thinking of the Hobart Sporting Car Club, and in particular the convener of the Baskerville 1000, Brucey Thomas. She's thinking of doing that is to getting people behind the fence into a cheap race car. It was $1,000 cost, and that's exactly what's happened. They've had 400 new competitors over the last couple of years have signed up into that, just by dint of being involved in the Baskerville 1000. A lot of those cars have now transferred onto the racetrack. Seeing a few out there today as well.
Takes me back to when HQ started. I mean, all of a sudden there was 247,000 of them, and that was at qualifying.
That is true.
There was only 200 left by the end of the day.
It was a paddle beater's delight those early days. Oh, that was magnificent. Paddle beaters a lot of paddle beaters got very rich on HQ racing, fair to say, and wreckers. You couldn't buy an HQ panel for love nor money after a few years of racing.
Hasn't got any easier either, I can tell you.
So just for those who might be in listener land and don't know how this Regularity caper works, it's all about going out and practice this morning, running some laps and looking at your lap times and nominating a time. Do you think you're capable of running over the 4 laps of this Regularity race? I think you can do it consistently without any timepieces or timing apparatus in the car. You just got to remember what you did and be as consistent as possible. And there are points awarded or deducted. You start off with 50 points and then they're deducted. Whether you go faster or slower than your nominated time. I hope you understand that much. And the person who goes closest to nominated time, of course, loses the least amount of points, so they keep their points towards the end of the run. So it's basically the Regularity. You could also say it's the consistency run, if you like, to be consistent as you can. And this is what it's all about.
So we've had 2 rounds, obviously around here in March, and as you just alluded to, Rosie Simmons Plains a month ago. We've got a spinner over there just on the exit of turn 4, making his way back onto the track and up the hill. The Killick Hill.
He might be a big Zaporozhik, I think.
So after 2 rounds, Brett Mansfield in the yellow VL Commodore. You just see making his way to turn 4 now to head up the hill. He is leading by 5 points from Rick Burt. And it's good to see Rick having a good run in the little Mitsubishi Mirage. Rick first came into the racing scene back in the late 80s, driving a two-door Gallant, a red two-door Gallant. And he was very quick in that, went away from the sport for a long time and got involved in videography and all that sort of stuff. Now he's back into it, and he competes in these things all the time.
And winner of the Basketball 1000 a few weeks ago with his team. So he's got that nailed as well.
Yep, so he's currently sitting second in the points behind Brett Mansfield, trails him by 5 points. Then it's Bruce Thomas, a further 7 points back, and he's equal third with Phil Isaac, who also is on 347 points.
So as far as today's caper's gone, Wilson in the 127 machine is the most consistent so far, with a couple of laps down and a couple to go. In the 127 machine, there's lots and lots of minis. He's coming past us now. It's the Basel X, that's Danny Wilson. There's a part of the Wilson twins. They've got several, maybe even more than that, lots and lots and lots of minis in their mini garage.
You're going to say lots and lots and lots of twins.
Well, maybe that we don't know about. But certainly there's the Wilson twins, and they love their minis. They've got lots and lots and lots of them. They've been spectacular here over the years, particularly in the Kid Ellis Memorial Race. But good to see that the Wilson, the Huon race team, Huon Valley race team, or Huon Valley rally team, something like that they call themselves. But anyway, they love their minis. And Daniel was at the top of the leaderboard. He slipped way down. Went a bit quick last time around. So Wilson in the 96 car is a guy that's slipped up to the top leaderboard. That's in his Mini Club and GT. So one Mini, that of Wilson, in the 127 machine, that's been eclipsed by another Mini, that of Wilson. So the Wilson's still going well, and he's still hanging in there. So that's a bit confusing, because we've got a Wilson in a Mini Clubman, with a Wilson with a 1L, who's leading Danny Wilson with 2 Ls. They're no relation, and there's a different, but like that's just a mess with the commentators. Good to see Eton Richardson's dad's out there having a run in the little blue Corolla.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, that's good. And the big Sepparozik's still running. He's going the right way today. He turned left instead of right when he left the pits. Always a good thing.
Little BMW just going across the line. Has raced here before. It's the house BMW. It was here in November last year for the Australian Improved Production Championship with Castrol sponsorship, and you can probably tell that from the colours on the car. So checkered flag comes out to end this first Regularity event, courtesy of our friends at SRT Logistics. Oh, we've had a little moment here for Bush in the RX-7.
He had a whoopsie last lap around as well, Strider. He had a bit of a tank slapper, exactly that position. So it's obviously a bit loose coming out of the turn end of the back straight. The checker flag down. P. Giddings in the number 72 car. So it's Paul Giddings in the Mitsubishi Mirage, running for RBMM, Rickbird Motorsport, Vehicle Services. So a good result for them on the back of the victory by Rick Burt's team a few weeks ago here at Baskerville, the Baskerville 1000. So a little bit of a special in that area. I like their little Mitsubishi Mirages for some reason or another. Why wouldn't they? They're pretty solid, pretty successful, and it's only round one, or only the first of several sessions today for this regularity category. And Paul Giddings has taken the chocolates in the first round, ahead of House that we just mentioned, the 111 BMW, and then Spain in the 77 car. That's Danny Spain in the Datsun 120Y. They're the leading trio. Despite his dramas, even Matthew Bush, even had he had a bit of a whoopsie on the last corner, he still held on to the 4th best. But that was only the first session, first of 4 today, and the first race of 21 here at Baskerville Raceway, Pepsi Max, Baskerville Raceway this morning, and the Savo.
Very good morning to Slim Lamont, who's down there in Slimsville at the moment, and just updating me. Some things are working and some things are not. Slim, bear with us. As I've said before, we are old and technologically challenged. You would know that, Slim, because you're a similar vintage to us. Well, me, not Rosie. He's really old, but yeah, yep. You know what I mean, Slim. And good morning to everyone, wherever you may be. If you want to jump onto one of the Facebook pages and tell us where you are, that's always good too. We know that Slim's down at Slimsville, runs his own suburb down there, I think.
He's the mayor. Yeah, he's the mayor.
Well, yeah,
not elected, but self-appointed, but that's okay. That's all right.
He's the Sam. Yeah. Self-appointed mayor.
That's right. That's the one. That's exactly the one.
So next out the gate, we should have the first event of the day, first actual race of the day, and that will be the Trendy Cut meets Sorrel of Formula V's. only a very small field of Formula V's today. I was talking to some of the Formula V people during the week because there was some concern that they would actually get a start. They've only got 5 cars, I believe. They've been hit, as I'm sure a lot of people have, with some people with some unsurety over the whole COVID and lack of income and this and one thing and another. And unfortunately, our Formula V numbers are down a little bit. But what we do know with them is you don't need many of them to have a good race.
No, you need 2.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. And fortunately, we have some pretty guns at the front.
Well, we do, because we've got Wade McLean, who's a 3 times national champion. Young Callum Bishop, who's just a sensation. Only a young kid going beautifully. But what I did notice at Simmons Plains the other week was that Michael Vaughan stepped up to the plate big time.
Didn't he ever?
So look out, it's going to be on. And Chris Neal, he's got a fair bit of experience now, and he's been going really well also. So
Michael won in his own right. He wasn't just he didn't do a Bradbury. He actually had the pace, had the speed in the racecraft, and he cleaned up. So very happy for him.
I think I know what happened to Wade McLean. I saw him before racing and during the course of the day, and looked like he needed a haircut. He was carrying too much weight. But then again, you could say the same about Callum Bishop.
Jeez, he'd go up a second faster if he had a haircut. Callum's only a young filly. He's quite small in stature, you'd say. He'd make a bloody good jockey, actually.
He's got 25 kilos of hair.
He's pretty solid, but he's got very long, thick, curly hair, folks, if you haven't seen him, and so... Yes, reminds me of Alex Peroni a bit in that regard, having the long locks. But
so
anyway.
Formula V's, the championship is at this point after 2 rounds is being led by Wade McLean by 6 points to our current champion Callum Bishop, and then a further 28 back to Michael Vaughan, and then only 8 points back to Chris Neal. So there's the 4 names I just mentioned as the front runners this season. As we see the V's come out, a category born in Australia, right here in Tasmania, back in 1965. So it's the longest continuously running category in Australian motorsport, going back to the mid-60s.
And your late dad had a massive hand in starting that off.
Had a bit to do with it.
Yeah, just a bit, yeah. The great Pat Stride, one of the creators and fathers of Formula V racing.
We say at every meeting, Tasmania's got a lot to be proud of.
Yes, we have.
Formula V's, HQs,
and so on,
street stocks.
Yeah, Watch GT.
It's Watch GT. And it's interesting, Rosie, if you've been watching any of the supercar telecasts over the last few meetings, suddenly they're having tin top categories, and you've got all sorts of things running.
Funny that.
And they're going, isn't this a great idea? And I'm going, really?
What does that remind you of?
Yeah, where did that start?
It started in Townsville, and then there was
Darwin,
fantastic.
I think, didn't it?
Well, Darwin had their own. Yes, they did. Yes, at the local level. Then they had stuff from a few different states. Anybody could get there for Townsville. Went off. It had GT cars and Porsches and then Excels and 86s, and it was a butcher's picnic, pretty much.
Yeah, yep.
And it went off. So then they had another one yesterday at the Bend.
Yep.
Led by the Bentley Continental GT of all things.
Yeah.
Rusty French, driven by young Tommy Randall. So yeah, funny that. And now they've announced yesterday they're going to have a tin tops race as a support category at Bathurst.
Yes, someone believes they've come up with a new idea.
Yes. Oh, aren't we clever? Isn't that good? Yeah.
A lot of these things start in places like Tasmania. We get smashed around the country for being backward, but gee, I tell you what, we're pretty forward for being backward.
I get a bit bemused though when people go, they just sort of go, oh, that's very nice, and good old Tassie, have a nice time with the categories, and then when all of a sudden it's a good idea to fill a support bill and so popular when they put it on telly, and it's just a bit galling sometimes when they forget that it's not new.
No, it's been going on for a while as the cars come round to grid up for the Formula V's. Wade McLean, former national champion, car number 35, will come up and take position on pole. Next to him, Callum Bishop. In car 1, then back to Michael Vaughan. Chris Neal will be the next one.
So unfortunately, very small field of these. We've lost Darren Eastbrook and his equip. He's usually half the field often with Darren, but anyway.
He owns about 5 or 6 V's.
He does. But anyway, as we say, we've got certainly some good runners here, some quick runners, and who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? When you've got a 3-time champion on your grid, though, you can't really complain. And a one-time Tasmanian champion.
Yep.
That makes the front row up. So getting ready for a start. They all look like they're all set to go. Just small field. The fire trucks in action. Very even start. Although it looks like as they go into second gear, Callum is going to get a bit of a lunch there, a lurch, I should say. But Wade's on the inside. He's got the pole line, as I say, and away they go. But who's that rushing through from the back? It's not Michael Vaughan.
Vaughan's back in 4th place at the moment. So it's McLean leading. Then it's Callum Bishop. The next one through would be Chris Neal, who's moved up. Now challenging for second. He's got a good run off turn 4. Having a look as a run up the hill towards JMC Skyline. Has to slot back into 3rd. Then it's Vaughan. Adam Brewer is the last of that 5-car train in the number 7 machine. Now it is a 7-lap race, I think.
Chris Neal got a ripper start.
6 laps.
He got a ripper start He got this great drive out of turn 1 and down through the S's as well, and he was very racy going up the Killick Hill. So it's good to see. He's found some extra pace since qualifying, perhaps. Certainly he's thereabouts. We're about to do 1 lap down, and not surprisingly, it's Wade McLean leading the field, leading Callum Bishop. It's not Michael Vaughan, though. It is actually Chris Neal. In fact, he's got a bit of a gap. He's gapped Michael Vaughan by about 8 car lengths at the minute, and he's just slightly ahead of Brewer, bringing up the rest. So Michael Vaughan, a tardy start, and not much he can do to catch up on the back of their 3-car train as it heads down through the S's for the second time, and just getting heat into the tyres now and getting heat into the brakes. So I think it's now, and all of a sudden, Neil not as racy as before. It becomes it's a 2-car race at the front.
Yeah, it is. I was just about to say about Chris Neal. Last season, he spent a lot of the year last year racing interstate, so gaining all sorts of experience at different tracks, racing against different people all around the country. And every time someone goes away, they always come back a better driver as they come out of Calvin's and onto the back straight. They're working lap 2 of this 6-lap journey. Here's a challenge for the lead. So run down under brakes. Bishop down the inside of McLean. Nice clean racing between these two. And Bishop comes through the sweeper towards the start-finish straight. He now leads the way. And I'm not sure that's where you want to be at the start of the last lap. That's a little way away as McLean now fights back. Then gets out of it, jumps back in behind. That was just a little bit of a, I'm going to get in your mirrors and play with your head a little bit, Callum. You're only a young bloke. I'm a former champion, and I want that plate back.
I reckon you're spot on, because it's not even halfway yet. So we've got 4 laps to go, so plenty of time just to think about strengths and weaknesses, and perfect position for Wade to have a good look at Callum from the rear and to see where he's braking, what lines he's taking, where he might have any perceived strengths or weaknesses. I say perceived, it's all, of course, in Wade's opinion. I tell you what, though, there was nothing perceived about that. That was a fabulous run out of the corner on top of the hill. Callum Bishop got 3 car lengths on exit from Sucker's Corner, top of the Killick Hill. So and he's carried it all the way through Calvin's, all the way down the main straight as well. So he's bolting. He's absolutely bolting. That's a very handy lead. But again, I think you might have seen this last time around. Wade McLean super strong through the left-hander at the end of the main straight and pulls back half of that lead that Callum had. And now they are. Linus said they're throw a blank out of him again. Yeah, how it can change in half a lap.
Oh, that's right. Michael Vaughan's dropped away. He's not in touch with our lead trio now, which is a bit disappointing, but the lead trio are putting on a good race, all lapping in the 61-second bracket market. Bishop a 61.1, McLean a 61.3, and Neal a 61.4. They all did their fastest lap on that last lap, which was lap 3. They're working lap 4. Up over JMC Skyline they go. And now it's Callum Bishop who's got to put up with the pressure of having Wade McLean in his mirrors. He'd look to his left, he'd look to his right, and he'd continually find the very bright coloured car of McLean sitting there waiting for just the slightest mistake. Over the rise as they work their way down the back straight. Here comes a move. Goes to the outside, McLean looks for a run. They both go very, very deep under brakes, and Bishop still controlling the race. What I do know is Wade McLean, vastly experienced. He'd be very happy as the last lap board comes out now, so they've shortened this one up by a lap by the look of it. And McLean will see that and you go, right, so this is a lap that's got to happen.
Did you see what I mean about how quick he is through the left-hander?
Yes.
He's very, very fast. It's not a power down thing because it's 40 brake horsepower at best. So it's not about controlling the prodigious horsepower.
He's using every one of the 40 wisely.
Well, he was, but just he does something differently, does something right, but whatever. He's enormously fast through that left-hander at the end of the straight. And he picked up heaps on Callum there, so Callum just had enough up his sleeve to stay ahead there. But I think perhaps we certainly thought we had a couple to go. Our computer shows us a couple to go. But we had the last lap sign being shown, so I think they've got no option but to throw the checker now. We'll just see how it plays out, but they've seen the last lap sign. So as far as strategy and tactics are concerned, no doubt about it, these boys will be treating it as the last lap. And you can think that Callum will be looking actively in his mirrors and very deep under brakes. We know he's very good on the exit from here is McLean. Here he comes on the outside, but all of a sudden we've got the world's widest Formula V. He's taking the pole line, sweeping to the outside to try and take the win is McLean, but no. denied by Callum Bishop, who just held his line and his nerve in his Gebert V to pick up the win. And the first Formula V race of the day, just ahead of Wade McLean, who's shown in our timing screen as being a lap down on it. But anyway, it was certainly, we saw with our own two peepers, it was definitely Wade McLean who was just pipped for the win by Callum Bishop, the reigning Tasmanian Formula V champion, with Chris Neal in the end, reasonably distant third, 2.5 seconds behind.
Yep, and Callum Bishop had to do the fastest lap of the race on the last lap to get the job done, a 61.01 on lap 5 of that one. Now, the way the point system works in the TCRC is they get points for qualifying, same as racing. So 25 points for pole, 22 for second. McLean was on pole, so he extended his gap by 3 points. Bishop won the race, McLean second, so they've gone back to where they were. So after qualifying in race 1 for the day, the gap is 6 points in the championship. A shortened championship this year, it's only 4 rounds instead of 6. But that is the way it works, folks. It's all about being consistent across qualifying and all your races, not on one day, but every day of the season. So a good job there from the youngster, Callum Bishop. It would be daunting having a man of Wade's talent with the record that he's got in your mirrors.
And you're looking at that in that Dayglow orange livery, or the striping, if you like, on the blue. You look in your mirror and there'd be no doubting you'd see it, and you think, oh, not him again.
Even if you weren't looking in your mirror, it's just the colour.
It would.
It would just be in your eye line.
That's right. As soon as you look in your mirror to see whatever's going on, there's that Dayglow orange striping right behind. But anyway, the young fella got the one on the car, because that means he is the reigning Tasmanian champion in the Formula V category. And of course, Wade McLean, a former national champion as well. So we've got some of the best around in the Formula V category here, racing the track at Baskerville today. Sorry about the hum. If you're getting the hum in your feet at home that we're getting in our ears, we apologise, but it's worse for us, let me tell you.
Yeah, because we got it in stereo.
That's right. Yes, and constantly through headphones. So there's no escaping it. But anyway, it is what it is. We don't have a cast of thousands of technicians here trying to trace our problems.
Slim Lamont just sent me another message. So he's obviously a very, very active listener this morning.
He's obviously bored.
Callum also won the Tasmanian State karting title last year.
That's right. I remember that at the Cam's dinner we talked about that. He just...
You remember the Cam's dinner?
I do.
I don't think I remember being in any one of them, the ones I've been to.
There you go. I happen to be involved in it. So, yeah, I just got that little bit of intel. That's the way to stay sharp, isn't it? I mean, a lot of the supercar drivers go and run shifter carts and things, and they have been lately when they could under COVID-19 restrictions, just to stay sharp. Just Garth Taylor was going down to the one in Melbourne, and various boys were going to Sydney and certainly up in the Gold Coast doing shifter cart races to try and stay sharp. Well, and more than that, not just staying sharp as young Callum, he picked up. That's a bit greedy, I think. You'd get the Tasmanian, you get a kart title and a Formula V title in 1 year. I mean, you should share it around, Callum. Come on, mate.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Very good morning to Cameron Kutz, who's listening in. I believe he's doing ISO at the moment. Put your phone down, Rose. That's a bit better. He's doing ISO, I believe, works with Rally Safe. So they've still been active doing bits and pieces with events. A fantastic Tasmanian company. Yes, Rosie, it's your phone, mate. So we're working on it, folks. We're trying to get rid of this hum. It's just awful. It really is. But that's a bit better. That's a little bit better. So wherever you are, folks, a good morning to you. Hopefully you're having a wonderful Sunday morning. One of the things I find about Sundays is generally they follow Saturday night. So sometimes that's an issue. There's been plenty of Sundays where I haven't seen Sunday morning or half a Sunday afternoon, but that's another story. As we see the sports and racing cars lining up for their first run. They had a run here at Baskerville back in March. Didn't run at Simmons Plains last month. Good to see them back out. And they'll be doing 4-lap sessions. A lot of them historic cars, and it's good to see a good field out there. It's growing, that field. There's lots of people who are getting these old sports and racing cars from interstate, bring them into Tasmania, lovingly preparing them and bring them out to play, which is just fantastic for us as spectators. And we will have a little bit of a treat later on, folks. And Timmy Shaw has brought down the TA2 car. So we'll have a chat about that later, but that's exciting. And a few laps to him prior to what will probably be one of the biggest things since the invention of canned beer, when we have the ARG group down here at the end of January, start of February.
Isn't that going to be great with TCR cars and demos by
S5000s?
Yes, as well. So like
TCR, TCM, TA2, the demos plus local support categories are going to be unbelievable.
So we've got racing for TCR, we've got racing for TCM,
racing for
which is
TA2.
Incredible to see the TCM field around here. Like that's just got to be snapping duck.
Well, the TA2 cars, they're not a small car.
No.
They're quite a big
As
car.
you will see when well, you won't see.
Well, they will on camera.
Some will see, yes. And if you're watching YouTube, you see the Tim Shaw machine comes out.
Now, one of the first things people are saying is, what sort of lap times do you think they'll do? Well, what I can tell you is that in qualifying today, you've got to bear in mind he's probably not on new rubber, and it's just a test day really for Tim, because he's not racing for any points. 54.7 he qualified at this morning. Now, when you speak to Tim, because he run the car a little bit around Australia, he says generally they're about a second a kilometre slower than a supercar. So, in theory, at Bathurst, they'd be 6 seconds off a supercar time.
Yeah.
At Simmons, they should be doing, it's a 2K, trapped over 2.5 Ks, so, say 2 seconds?
52.5 or 53?
Yep, that's quick.
It is, you think?
Yeah.
It is in a big car. Yeah.
They're a big car. But look, I'm looking forward to seeing it out. It sounds great.
Imagine a whole bunch of them together, though.
Well, it's going to be awesome when it finally happens here. And what a weekend that's going to be. Formula 5000s, V8s, love that.
Yeah.
TA2, V8s, love that. TCM, V8s,
Formula 5000 is a demo, but they're still going to go very quick.
I remember the Medax being a demo with the Formula 1 car.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? And
hell of a demo.
Broke the lap record again and again and again. Yes. See, I noticed that Josh Keane, who was running the Benetton that time a couple of years ago, was had some of their collection out at the big historic meeting at the Bend a couple of weeks ago, and he was on track, but he didn't have the Benetton. He had a footwork, I think. He was on track to smash the lap record there, and they had a mechanical problem in the shootout.
Oh, the arrows.
Yes, and then Sam Shaheen went and got it in another form. No, we got it in the Elfin. Was it MR5? Yes, because Sam Shaheen's got quite a collection as well.
First world problems. Which Formula 1 car will I run?
Well, basically, yeah. That's the issue they have. Like, we might remember Josh and his dad. They had that, and they had that magnificent Holman Brabham.
Yeah.
You know that little not the Repco, but the
Climax.
Brabham Climax. Yeah, Cooper Climax.
Yeah.
Well, the one that Jack pushed across the line to win. Was it not Indianapolis? One of the USA tracks. He famously ran out of petrol, pushed it across the line. And that was not just a replica, it was the one and the same car. Enormous history. Fantastic. Couldn't meet nicer people though, could you? The Keens when they came down here.
No, fantastic people. Of course, young Josh, quite an accomplished driver, spent some time racing in
Super 2?
Yes, second tier, Super 2. They've had that many different names, a development series, a Konica series, I don't know what you...
That's right.
I'm not really sure which part of that he was in, but
the one below the main one.
We'll go with Super 2, because that's what they're known as now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good to see that they're getting a run at Bathurst. I think that's important. You know, there's a lot of young guys there that are trying to make their way up into the main game, and they need to be racing at places like that.
Yes.
What a strange year. Wow, weird. Just weird.
I know the social media warriors and the trolls love to carve up supercars on socials, but whether you like them or hate them, and they might have some questionable decisions over the time, you got to feel from this year, like every day, every hour, it's a moving feast about whether they can or can't go. Well, let's go to Winton. Oh, no, we're going to close the borders. We'll go there. Oh, no, but you can't go to Sydney Motorsport Park anymore because that's changed because there's an outbreak there yesterday. Oh, okay, so we'll go to Darwin. And at the last minute, they had some hot spots in Brisbane, so the boys had to quarantine after all out of Darwin. Then they changed their mind, and then...
We'll go to Western Australia. No, you've got to quarantine on the way in.
It's just a nightmare trying to schedule anything.
Oh, mate, I'd take my hat off to the guys from Supercars.
Yep, absolutely.
The guys from the AFL and the guys from the NRL. The three different sporting codes have given us, the viewing public, something to watch. through what's been a pretty tough time, and to those teams, and we've heard the teams talk about it on TV that have sacrificed and have spent 2, 3, 4, 5 months away from their families and children and whatever.
Luckily, some of the Tcrc people and others are late went to Darwin so they could quarantine them, and then they were able to fly from Darwin down to Brisbane after the Townsville races to meet up with family, first time in 3 months.
Yep. And I believe there was at least one person involved in that. During that time, his wife had their first baby, so he wasn't even in the same state.
Yeah, it was Chris Pither.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his the baby came early, unfortunately, as well. So he was. Yeah, so there's a lovely video on socials as well that Tcrc produced, and they showed it was a bit of a tearjerker, but it was very real, and they surprised some of the wives and families that flew in after Townsville and their husbands and whatever, met them at the airport, and they filmed it.
Yeah, I did see that. And some of the teams have gone the next extra step, haven't they?
That was pretty intense.
I believe, I think it might be the BJR team. One of the girls that works for BJR, unbeknownst to any of the crew, she'd contacted a lot of the families, wives, girlfriends, whatever, of the crew back at home and done like a 30-second grab with each one of them. Then they had a team meeting on the Friday morning or the Saturday morning, brought all the team together, and she played it. And apparently there was tears everywhere amongst all the team. That sort of stuff's cool.
Now, even though you might normally think it was very naff, what they did on Father's Day at Townsville, they being Supercars Television, but they had that long segment of all of the kids that were saying, talking to their dads, went on and on and on. You normally think, oh, enough already, but not that time, this time.
No, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very well done.
So we have now got the sports and racing cars on track. I love that these cars are making a comeback to our motorsport scene. I grew up with this stuff. This is what my dad races. This is what I grew up watching.
It's just brilliant, isn't it?
It's fantastic.
Only a year ago, and you look into maybe one. You maybe have a couple of Clubmans, and that was it. Perhaps. And now, look, it's just wonderful. I was looking at them out in practice this morning, and we've got Clubmans. We've got Taylors out there.
First time back here since 2018 for Taylor.
And certainly a different machine. Taylor coming out of quite a short but stellar career for a young lady, for a relative rookie in Formula V, and taking the big leap up to the Formula Ford. And it looks grand out there. Looked fantastic.
First time she's driven the car at Baskerville. The car, I was talking to her dad this morning, the car was sold brand new into South Africa.
All right.
Raced there, then went back to England, and finally found its way to Australia. And I said, "Why did you buy it?" He said, "I just like it."
Yeah, it is a nice looking car. Yeah, so well done to Taylor.
She's excited. She's so excited to be back on a racetrack.
Well, I reckon. It was great watching her ascension. Like she was getting quick and better and racier, and taking it up to the big boys, as it were, back in the Formula V days. And haven't seen her for a while, as you say, a couple of years, but wonderful to have her back in this new little race car. So it's a bit of a butcher's picnic in that, like, there's all sorts of different cars. We've got some Clubmans and quite a few Clubmans in the Formula Ford, and everything's apart from the Clubmans, they're all quite eclectic. They're all sort of different classes. And
Mal Lee's out there. He was the winner down here last time. He currently leads these guys and holds the lap record for under 2-litre sports cars at this track now. He took that off Bruce Gowns a couple of years ago, and that record had stood since about 1970. He is in trouble. I'm here to tell you, folks, he is in a world of trouble.
Mal?
Yep. It's his granddaughter's birthday today,
and
he's not there.
All right.
Guess who else is in trouble? Nathan Bricknell, because Mal's daughter married Nathan's brother, Jamie.
All right.
So Nathan's meant to be there too, but they're both here.
All right. Well, we've got 8 cars on track and only 5 cars on our timing screen, so 3 Dorians aren't working, unfortunately.
And they're the Formula V's that we were talking about before.
Oh, they are.
So they haven't flicked over to these guys yet.
Beg your pardon.
But Mal Lee is our pole man.
So great to see some old stages. Phil Sutton from Golf Electrics.
Doesn't that look great?
Doesn't it ever? And he ran about, I think it was 20 years ago, maybe more. And he came back for Historics, had such a nice time, thought, I better go and do this some more. And he is, so still side by side, but he's been muscled there by Mal Lee on the outside, so having a bit of wiggle and waggle there. I think he was almost going to break out of it with Phil Sutton and the little orange jigger, because I think Mal just got a bit close for comfort, and Phil just balked a little bit, and then he said, no, we'll go on with it. And that's exactly what he's done. He's slipped away, but has he got a problem? Because Mal's just bolting past and going up the Killick Hill through the JMC corner, also known as Sucker's Corner, unless it's a gearing thing. But Mal just caught and passed him with absolute ease. But now the Rolt's coming back at him, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. The Rolt RT35 of Phil Sutton. I'd say it's a gearing thing, because Mal
may have missed one.
He could have done, but Mal's, I was watching the practice, and the car sounds beautiful, and he's driving it to within an inch of its life as well. He does drive it very hard and very well, so, but it's got, just have a listen to it as it comes past now. We will anyway. And I think it sounds like it might have a sequential or something, because you can hear the shift cut as it changes gears. I don't think he's pulling any lever. Sounds a bit fancy to me, Strider.
So standing lap there, 60.84 for Mal Lee.
Standing lap. Jeez. So that's the quick car. This, of course, is the car that, about 2 years ago broke the long-standing sports car lap record of Bruce Gowans in the low 32. And on that particular day, we actually managed to get Bruce on the phone, and he was delighted. He said records are meant to be broken. It took about 30 years, but
that's all.
Mal did it, and congratulations to him, because he builds the car himself. He builds his own engines, does the whole shebang. And it is a quick jigger, and it's a reliable jigger. When you can do a 60-second lap on a standing lap, it's a quick jigger. And when you can beat a Rolt RT35, as old as it might be, you're going all right as well. So coming around, another lap under their belt. The last time around, the gap was 1.3. It's going to be a lot more than that.
It's 56.7s, the pair of them.
Wow.
They're having a go, those two boys.
Indeed. Well, there's only one 1,000th.
Tell you who's doing a good job here, and I know we're probably on the bandwagon a little bit, is young Taylor Heath. First time in this car at Baskerville. She's only done 2 days, or 2 test sessions at Simmons Plains, and she's already in third place on the track there, and a 60.50 for Taylor on that last lap, so she's doing a terrific job. Rodney Creed's next in his clubman. And
it is a Formula Ford of Taylor. It has no wings or anything, so it's quite the only aerodynamics it has is what the bodywork offers, as is the case with Formula Fords. So the field's a little bit spread out, and people are having their own little private dices, but in fact we're getting into a lapping situation already, not surprisingly, as blue flag being waved gaily, as you might imagine, for the Turnbull's towing service machine, who's just slipping out of the way. It is a Formula V though.
Well, Sutton's done a 55.86 there, so he's having a red hot crack now.
I just wonder whether it's a tyre temp thing, and it just takes a while to get up to speed. Maybe it takes a while for the poor old driver to get up to speed, because Phil's not old, but he's not young either. Well, I think it's 20 years since he drove the car.
Yeah, but we need to qualify that, because your version of young and old is very different.
Well, this is true.
Very, very different.
This is true, but like he's not 18 anymore as young Phil Sutton. I just think it's fantastic that this car is back and he's back.
Oh, I think it's great that all these cars are back, and there's more coming. There's plenty of people who have bought these cars and brought them back into Tasmania, and they're just restoring them, getting them ready to go racing, and we're going to end up with a big field of these cars. Well,
I hope so. And then you get the Twinings, and there's a lot of Elfins and others, beautiful old cars sitting around in sheds as well. It'd be fantastic if we could persuade them to come out of here. But it's checkered flag time, and another victory for Mal Lee. He's been making it a bit of a habit in recent years. This car just gets quicker and quicker, but certainly keeping him honest. As Phil Sutton, you know what, Mal would love that, because fair to say he's had a pretty easy-ish run the last couple of years. As his car's got better and better, and he's just driven it better and better. But it's been a bit of a lonely run, a bit more of a demonstration. But no doubt about it, that time around, these boys were doing 57s and 56s. In fact, the quickest, I think the quickest time of the race was Phil Sutton. Couldn't take the win, but he was the quickest car, and certainly half a second, officially 0.6 of a second between first and second. So nice little dice there. Pure sports and racing between the sports car and the racing car. A lonely run for Taylor Heath in third, but she still picked up the third
Jumped
place.
under the minute, a 59.60
she
for
did.
Taylor there.
Well, that's the story, isn't it? If you can go quicker every time you go out, you're going all right.
So our motorsport thesaurus, that is Slim Lamont, has just texted me again. 1989, Phil Sutton last raced in an Alpine 700 GE.
So it's 30 years, not 20.
So, and I would not challenge Slim.
Yeah, I thought it was 30 years. I thought, but I'll go safe for 20.
I reckon Slim tells lies. I reckon he's actually.
Well,
I reckon he's
who
got to
disputes him?
He's got to be 140 years old. He
Yeah.
knows everything that's ever happened.
But he says this stuff, and we don't know any different. So he might be telling lies himself. We go, oh yeah, right, okay, mate, good on you. Thanks, Slim. Makes sense.
Good point.
Because we don't know any different.
No, that's a good point.
No, that 30 years I thought, and then I thought that sounds too much. But they came out in the 70s, the Rolts and things that the halcyon days of Formula Pacific and all that, and the Gold Star and John Bow and Lucky Nuts and all that sort of stuff. That was a long time ago. And
Is that his nickname?
Beautiful little, it's the one. And Taylor Heath, beautifully turned out car. It's a dark blue, similar colour of the machine following into the picture, Rodney Creed in his PBR Clubman. It is just amazing in the space of more or less 2 seasons. We've gone from maybe Rodney Creed and Mal Lee, and then we've got sports and racing cars everywhere you look, which is fabulous.
There's a few of them obviously not here. I mean, Noel Clark, he's one comes to mind straight away that's got a very fast Formula 2 car, and he's not running that.
It's mainly an historics car now, isn't it, really? So
yeah, well, a lot of these cars are.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of it's bringing it out for historics meetings.
Oh, but you mean the driver?
Well, both. Well, there's a few of those that you worry about that. So nice little eclectic bunch of sports and racing cars. Love that. And thanks to those guys and girls for bringing them out, some of the old boys as well. Only 4 laps for them because they're a bit fragile maybe. They're not really into going out there and pounding around for lots of laps, so 4 laps is better than nothing.
Absolutely right. Now, while I'm thinking of it, Rosie, and you touched on it earlier, lots of people going the extra mile this weekend to make the racing happen. Big thank you to the team from 13 Cabs, Roger Burton and his crew at 13 Cabs. They brought the officials' lunches out today in one of their cabs at no charge. So
I saw the cab come into it was let into the circuit.
So big thank you to Roger and the team at 13 Cabs for helping. It's just their small way of helping this meeting to happen.
And yes, you see, is that the Burdens? It is the Burdens.
Yes,
the 3 generations. There was Leon, of course, over the renowned touring car and sports sedan racer with Geminis and FJs and EHs and all sorts of fast, wonderful machines. And for finishing his career with that turbocharged red Commodore we've seen around a few historics meetings, because Roger had a bit of a run as well. And of course, young Josh is just braining him. He's been very successful all through Europe and in the States, and now in the last couple of years he's been in Asia running Porsches and things. In fact,
I'm extremely jealous. I've been seeing some of the social media stuff.
Well, he was we were somewhere in Europe last weekend, wasn't he? He was on his mountain bike up some mountain having a lovely day in between races or something.
Yeah.
It was shocking. Poor Josh.
Just doing it tough.
Josh. Yeah, so 3 generations of racers. So thanks, Rog. Thanks, 13 Cabs. And thanks to the officials about to get into lunch in a little while when we get to the official lunch break. Now, you might hear some very impressive noises, hopefully you will, through our microphones as these cars come past lap after lap in the race coming up, because it is going to be a ripper. It is the Wells Bodyworks race for historic touring cars, improved production and sports GTC, and some very, very quick cars coming past, like young Mr. Grace in his turbocharged. Then the number 93 all-black Tirana. That is a weapon in itself of Jared House. It sounds fantastic. That's of House Brothers, so great to see Jared come down as well. And we've got Johnny Talbot's beautifully turned out little historic touring car. We've got the very quite rare 2-door Mazda of Phil Triffett. Fantastic to see Phil Shepherd back after a layoff of a year or so in what's alleged to be Australia's fastest or one of the fastest Group NEHs going around. So Phil's acknowledged as one of the best EH peddlers about. So it's fantastic to see him back on a racetrack. So we've got Subarus, we've got old Datsuns, we've got Escorts, we've got all sorts of things. We've got Gangel and his 6-cylinder Commodore. I thought he put a V8 engine in it, but when I looked at it, it looked like he's got 2 cars.
Yeah, he has. He's racing in Sports GT in a VX Commodore, and he's racing
I thought
VP.
Maybe they did an engine change in between races because
they can.
No. Yeah, but yeah, so that's all good. So an interesting range of vehicles, a good range of vehicles. Good to see young Lockie Thomas back as well.
Now, it's an old joke,
Look out.
But
it's about me again, isn't it?
No, but it's a good joke because we've got Jared House in the black Tirana, Jason House in the BMW, and we've got Phil House in his white BMW. Three houses is a suburb.
That's true. I thought you were going to say it's a full house, but
Well, it's that too.
Three houses, suburb, yes. So they got their own suburb.
Their own suburb.
House, and house.
And they've come a long way because they're all Smith and Wayne.
Bloody J House, and not, jeez. Anyway, fantastic. It's a big effort. To come from one end of the state to the other. It's a 4-hour trip each way. And
arguably the world's most famous Tirana, lining up on the outside of row number 1 at Jared House.
This is the
Correct.
machine, isn't it? From PGA O'Keefe, and mind you, that used to be spend most of his time either sideways or smoking the bags. But
what's wrong with that?
That's nothing. But it was.
So Jason House, car number 111, lines up in position 3. Brad Chick next to him in the Commodore, then back to Phil House. Then Johnny Talbot in the Mustang, and we always debate whether that's the toughest sounding V8 getting around. I think it probably is.
Yep.
It's very, very cool. Then back to Holdsworth in the Toyota 86. Next to him is Mick Cross. Then back to Rushworth. Phil Triffett next to him. Lockie Thomas, Shepherd, and the field goes on. It's a big field of cars waiting for the red light to come on. 10-second board goes up.
Grace off the pole in his sponsorless, if you like. He's with plain grey, gunmetal grey turbo Nissan. Bogged down again as he does, and House is absolutely bolted. Chicks there as well, and House in the 111 car is also wanting to get there as well. Unfortunately, it's seen one take 27 for Matthew Grace, just about gets his nose cut off there as he finally gets some traction, tries to sneak on the inside of Chick, and Chick's having none of it, so having to back out of it was Matthew in the little Nissan. So it's languishing in third at the moment, but it's got plenty of sniff. It's been monstered by the 111 BMW at the moment, but it gathers its skirts, as it were, and rushes up the Killer Hill and picks up probably a car length or so on Brad Chick, but a very tardy start, as is the case generally for poor old Matthew Grace in his Nissan. That's what seems to create problems for him on the start, but he's pretty used to big comebacks.
Yeah, but the problem he runs into is that the cars in front of him are very fast. They're both V8s, and
that's right.
They just put the power down so well.
And
that Tirana
makes it hard for himself.
Jared House got away beautifully in the Tirana. It comes around to lead at lap 1. Brad Chick is second. Then it's Matthew Grace. He's got House, the first of the House cars in the BMW car 111, right on the rear bar of the.
I'm also looking back at the Group N stouse between Mick Cross and Johnny Talbot. I think John had designs on sneaking up the inside of Mick coming up into turn 1 under the Chilpore Group Bridge, and Mick was having none of it. All of a sudden he had the world's widest orange Tirana, and Johnny Talbot had to back right out of it, and he's lost a fair bit of momentum because there he is now trying to get some back, because a huge amount of cars. There's probably about 12 or 13 cars all on the Killer Hill at the minute. Rushing out arts of each other. So there's little dices happening all over the place. Fantastic little historic touring car dices, but it's going on at the front. Oh, I love Housey though. This is massive. This bloke, look at it now.
Yeah.
He is pinned. That thing is pinned. We talk about body language.
Well, he's just done a 57.89.
Well, I just love the body language. Look at the car, and sometimes it captures your attention. You look at it and you think, no, that's the extreme. That is on it. That's sending it, as they say. And Jared was through the chute last time. I thought he was going to be in the dirt.
Oh, Grace has got through on Chick, and the run down through the S's. Chick just got a little bit untidy at turn 2 at the top of the S's, and that was all the invitation that Grace needed. Moves up into second place. Chick back to third. Then it's the BMW 135 of Jason House.
Going well.
Gap back then to the battle for the historic touring cars between Johnny Talbot in the Mustang and, of course, Mick Cross in the Tirana, the 6-cylinder XU1. They're only separated by 8 points in the championship. Talbot currently leads it, but only 8 points away. Chick now.
And side by side, so Chick went past Grace, bolted past Grace. Grace having none of that, probably the lighter car, although Brad's been working on the brakes on this car for the last season or two since he got it. So to be out-braked, that's a pretty tall effort by Matthew Grace. I suppose he had to do it where he could because it's hard to pass anywhere else. But Jared House is absolutely checked out. He's just absolutely got this thing pinned. It's magnificent to watch. It's not sideways, it's not out of control, but it's right on the edge of adhesion. He puts the wheels just about on the dirt every corner. He's got it absolutely nailed, and he's got almost the length of the hill straight on the rest of the field. So Jared checked out Grace managing to hold off the green Commodore of Chick, but a fantastic drive today by the House BMW, the 111 car. Haven't seen it go that strong in quite a while. So big, strong effort there by Jason.
Oh, big move from Chick. Oh. Plenty of horsepower in the Commodore. A braking duel at the end of the straight. He was on the outside. If he can stay there, he'd get a good run down towards turn 1, but he can't do it. Grace covers off and will hang on to second place. But gee, I tell you what, he's having to work hard to stay there. Brad Chick in the Commodore is putting the pressure on. Although having said that, Grace gets a really good run through turn 1 and opens up a few metres. And Chick now starting to come under plenty of pressure. Sideways down through the S's. And that BMW 135 of... Oh, Adelita spun! There's a mini stopped in turn 4. And now Matthew Grace has spun as well. House is stationary. I don't know if he's actually... I don't think he's actually hit that car. He hasn't.
Oh, so... and at
there's oil. There's oil on the road.
Yes, we need the oil flag out there as well for sure. Oh, everybody's having a big slip and a slide. Yeah,
that
absolutely.
Explains it.
Yeah,
the little Mini there is parked on the inside of the track at turn 4.
Turn 4 is the bottom of the hill, folks, listening at home.
Car number 39.
First we knew of it was when Jared House went sideways for our leader lost.
So it's red flagged. Red flags come out. Derek Koistra is the Mini that's in trouble there at the bottom of the hill on the run up. And obviously he's had an engine failure, I'd suggest, and deposited oil on the racetrack.
Normally he wouldn't red flag a race just for on the racetrack, but what was happening, folks, that after we had our race leaders sideways across the track for a while, and it's a semi-unsighted corner as you come down the little, can we call it a straight between the bottom of the S's and that little 100 metres before you turn left to go up the hill. It's a bit unsighted, particularly with the guardrail there as well. So, and it was slippery. We thought the others were just having a bit of slip and slide, trying to avoid them, but there's plainly oil there. Cars going all directions. That could have been very ugly, and cars into each other. So normally you just put out the oil flag and just hope they tippy toe, but probably the good call by the Clark Lacoste to
Kevin Knight
to fly the red, just to protect everybody, including the Koistra Mini there. That could have been a multi-car pile-up. So that's a little bit awkward.
Oh dear.
So
we won't.
But there's some other awkward things going out on the track as well, but we won't.
We'll say nothing.
We'll say nothing. Just to say there's some...
What I will say is...
there's some interesting things going on.
Very, very impressed with the run from young Alan Rushworth. Now, basically a first-year driver in the Mitsubishi Mirage that his dad raced for 200 years. Currently sits second in the championship in improved productions. It's just reliable. Did a good job here at Baskerville in round 1. Did a good job last month up at Simmons Plains in round 2, and sits second in the championship. Now Brad Chick is going back behind.
Yeah, they've been directed. So the first 4 or 5 cars came into the pit lane as per regulations, but now one of our pit officials has been directed to all cars coming in now. They're being directed back into the pits. So they've called the race. They've called it short.
Yeah, and the ones that were in pit lane are being sent up and round and back into the pits.
So the race has been called, which is... when you think about it, they have to go down and investigate and then clean up the oil. So rather than having cars sitting in pit lane, time they do that, it's likely to go way over the expected finish time of the race. So I'd say they go, look, this is going to take a while, so let's just call it. And
we are time poor today, given that the final race of the day is due to commence at, I think, 5:25 or 5:30.
It's getting into twilight.
Well, it's past your bedtime.
I know, but they're just going to give me a few jolts and a few drugs and a few slaps. Yeah, that's what they do to me. Not saying it's common. You just do what you got to do. A few slaps, a few black coffees, and I'll be right.
Oh, you're back on the electrodes again.
Yeah, all that. So there you go. So unfortunately, that was a shame because that was a ripper race. Those
wasn't
breaking dice between Matthew Grace and and Brad Chick, some serious speed for those two cars down the straight, and then late braking at about probably 100, maybe a bit more than 100. I'm looking at the 100-metre braking marker now, and they're jumping on it just before that, and as hard as they could possibly go, but Matthew Grace has had a bit better power down coming out of the left-hander through the chute. But it was very, very interesting. But for me, I think Rushworth, correct, because he's running just a little 2-litre normally aspirated thing. But the mover and shaker for me was Jason House. Haven't seen him go that well ever.
No, well, they've only had that car. The first time they ran the car was a month ago at Simmons Plains. It ran here. A gentleman from the mainland had it here for the Nationals, the IP Nationals, back in November. It ran really well with Castrol sponsorship. They've purchased the car and they ran it at Simmons Plains for the first time a month ago. And they're sharing the car. Dad's driving it and Jason's driving it, obviously in different categories. Jason's ex-sprint car racer.
Well, it was quick then. When you can save a Brad Chick, you're going all right.
But you don't drive a BMW 135 the way you would drive a sprint car.
You'd hope not.
No, not for long anyway.
Yeah.
But he was doing a terrific job. His fastest lap time in that particular race, where is he? He's disappeared off my monitor now. Has he? Jason House. He managed to nail out a 58.71, so very tidy lap time. In fact, his lap time was better than Brad Cheek's best time, which was 58.83, so solid stuff from Jason House. John Talbot was leading the way in historic touring cars from Mick Cross, and they're only separated by 8 points in the championship coming into today. And you technically challenged again, mate?
Hello.
Hello.
We're just testing the radio mic because we might have a bit of a delay here, so I thought we might go for a wander. And who do you want me to talk to? Who should we have a chat to if we can, Strider?
Oh, you surprised us.
Oh, that's helpful. All right, stand by.
Roger. I think I found some of the problem with the power supply. Anyway, there will be a short delay, folks, while our very hard-working officials go and attend to the oil on the track up there. Obviously, we can't go racing while we've got oil down, so they'll work very hard to get that all fixed up and get everybody back out on track really soon. The HQs are lined up down on the dummy grid, getting ready to go out. So we'll have them on track fairly soon. Rosie's been let loose with a radio microphone, which frightens me because you just wouldn't know what or where he could end up or who he could end up talking to.
Well, the thing is, I'm probably constrained by how far the signal goes. So we'll just we'll see when it's breaking up. We're still all right so far. Well, yeah, there's just no getting away from it. There's a young gentleman down here who's trying to order some lunch, and I'm in his face. Callum Bishop, we were giving you grief about your haircut before. I just wish this was vision as well as audio because people could see exactly what we mean. But anyway, enough of that. It's not about personal appearance. So you had your first run of the day in your number one car. That was a good one.
Thank you. It was pretty difficult. He was catching up to me quite a bit. A couple of corners I pulled away a little bit, but in the end, it would have been difficult.
Seemed to be seeing some weaknesses. He seemed to be used to be cool over the top. He was really good out of the left-hander end of the straight. Don't know why, because you can't have a gearing advantage. Why do you think he was quick every lap? He'd make time on you and distance every lap down there.
I think I need to carry a bit more speed through some of the corners. I'm braking late enough as it is, but it's just the roll speed mainly. Yeah.
So you're still enjoying the category and having fun and running with someone?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's good fun with the slipstream, nice close racing. Just wish there was more entries. So yeah.
But still, it's very entertaining for us at the pointy end. So enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Well done, Rosie. That was a good interview from you. Not used to that.
Who'd have thought? It's something that's become a bit of a, what can we say, a bit of a tradition because Here we go. It should be an historic meeting because they've got an historic driver right here. And the guy, we have to have our club rooms named after here, the Darragh Wilcox Club Room. So, and here he is again. 72, I suppose, something like that. 73, 87. How old are you, mate?
74.
74. So I went to your 70th birthday party. Was that long ago? Well, but you're still running. Running in Regularity. What are you here today?
She's broke.
Wow, you've broken it, Daryl. What's going on, son? 3 weeks ago you were a black flag from the Basketball 1000 for going too fast, and now you're breaking the race car. What is going on?
I think it's age. We've cracked the head on the poor old FX, and those sort of things are hard to come by now, so hopefully we can get it fixed because I want to take it to Simmons Plains for the 60th anniversary.
Oh, of course you do, yes.
60 years, and I've been running now, for 74? Or 75, 6, and I've been running for 76 years. No, 56 years, sorry.
So you went out here in your toy car, that doesn't count.
56 years, sorry, yeah, so I want to go and do that.
Of course you do. So just tell us briefly about the black flag at the Basketball 1000. What's all that about?
Complete brain failure. We nominated 115 and I'm number one driver, so it goes out and I just don't know what happened. I just had put the metal to the pedal and I just, next minute, 111s and 111.5s, and next minute the black flag came out.
Is that your first black flag in motor racing?
It is indeed, yes.
Well,
not bad F&A.
Oh, well, there's another one for another accomplishment, I suppose, a black flag before you're retired.
When am I going to do that, eh? When do you think I should retire?
Oh, never. Not when you still, never do it. Never do it, no. You just keep going until you can't. That's how it works. So you're still going all right, Dazza, and it's nice to see you out here. And even though you can't drive anymore, there's plenty of people you can go and harass, so you go and do it.
Brother out of the Commodore.
We'll see what we can do.
No, I wouldn't do that to him.
No, you wouldn't. No. You'll be right. Nice to see you.
Okay.
So, and there's a man who's walking away from me. He sees me, Johnny.
I'd walk away from you too.
And he sees the microphone and Rosie, but oh, Jesus, where can I hide? But I got him too fast. JT, we could be a complete furphy, but I've been banging on for a couple of years now, and I've got some support though from fellow commentators and others, so that we reckon that your car is probably one of the best, if not the best sounding V8 out there. Have you heard that?
Yes, I've heard that a few times, David.
Why do you think that yours has got that particular note?
Tuned at Longford.
Well done. We can hear you straight if you want to jump.
Yeah, no. It's always had that sound with it. Since I've had the car, same extractors, right, but the internals are different, and I might be revving a little bit harder.
Well, we love that. Yeah. Nice little drive between you and Crossy then, particularly those early days. You almost had you with the fence up there to turn 1 at one point. It was great.
Yeah, no. We've got mutual respect for one another. Yeah. And we're pitted next to one another today, even though we're fighting for this championship. And
so it could be awkward if you crash into each other. I mean, when you come back to the pits.
Over the years, I don't think we've swapped any paint. Right. Or maybe wrong, but we give each other enough room. But it does get close at times.
Well, you've been a fantastic stalwart of the historic class for many seasons, and fair to say you've had times where you've just had a very lonely run. You're just going almost demonstrations. So I would think that it's quite enjoyable for you today to be actually have to go and have a race with someone, and not just run around.
Yeah, these improved production guys are, they've got better brakes, better cars than what we've got, but it's made it very interesting for the day, and as long as we keep out of each other's way, and everybody goes home with a straight car, we'll be happy.
The thing that I like about it is the fact that you're here, because you were muttering last year about retiring, and I said, you bloody dare. You can, because you're still a very good steerer, and we love the car, so just don't do it. Is that right? No plans?
There's always a plan. You've always got another half to the partnership, haven't you?
This is true. It's not just a one-man band.
Yeah. She's been very supportive over the last 8 years since I've been back racing. And she said you only have 6 races a year, but it takes you 50 weekends to prepare for them.
So, well, that happens.
But anyway, we're still enjoying it, and I think we'll be back again for next season for sure.
Fantastic. You heard it here. Good on you, JT. Here he goes. I was just going to wander over here and talk to another fella, but he's wandered away. Where did he go? No, this is sort of like one of those Neil Crompton type things where he wanders around and just annoys people. Here's a bloke worth annoying, absolutely worth annoying. Andrew Webster.
Not happy with him?
Not happy with him. I think I know why. Is this because the famous championship-winning Tirana SLR 5000 has been sold, Strider?
Absolutely. I'm filthy. I'm not happy at all.
We're leaving you loud and clear, so feel free to keep going. Andy, well, you've heard. Strider's not happy. I'm not happy. I don't think Josh is happy because he only had two or three steers of it before you got rid of it. So that's literally the end of an era. You had that car how long? Well, you had that car how long?
I think I got that in about 98, 99, so a good 20 odd years, 21 years.
How many championships?
3.
Yep. And lots of other race wins and historic appearances and so on and so forth. So decided at the end of an era, time to go, change of direction?
No, it was funny how it happened actually, because it was a couple of Saturday nights ago. It was a text message. Got a text message and it just led from there.
So and the deal was done. So I thought young Josh was reasonably circumspect on social media. He was disappointed, but I thought he was really going to carve you up, but he didn't. Obviously disappointed, didn't get to race it.
Well, apparently he's looking for a new dad, so if there's any that got a Tirana, feel free to come and take him. I suppose one thing in my favour is he'll never be faster than me in that, will he?
That's true. I love your thinking. I love your thinking. Is that the reason you sold it? So he'll never be faster than you. Oh, a cruel cut there from the sidelines. So, Josh, you might like to come over. We'll have a bit of a dual thing here. He's sitting on. He's keeping his distance because he was slagging off his dad on social media about selling the Tirana.
He should too. I was slagging on. He's not my dad. She's been on.
Okay. So when we spoke to you guys, and by Josh Roche as well, and the Excel Racing, the Tasmanian champion, Karen, you guys had big plans to go and do a whole bunch of mainland racing this year. It had it in place, you knew what you were going to do. Of course, COVID completely threw it out the window. So how are we going now? What are the, I suppose you can't make plans with the way things are at the moment. So is it just to wait and see and just do the odd local rounds until you get a feel for what's going to happen in the mainland and what's available in the future?
Yeah, pretty much. I think our focus is now back to going back to back if we can. And we'll see whenever this corona stuff goes, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Well, at least we've got today and we've got another round into the year. So it's a shortened series, but I guess when we looked 3 or 4 months ago, he had the prospect of no series. So I guess it's better than... Yes, mate.
Mate, if there is a glass half full out of this whole ridiculous thing that Andrew's done, he's now cashed up so he can afford to take Josh racing and get him a new car or whatever. So he's got plenty of money in the pocket. I think he should spend it on his boys racing.
What do you reckon, Andrew?
Yeah, well, there's another half to that as well, I suppose, and she's at home. But no, the plan is we'll look around for something else. Obviously, I can't keep him in the Hyundai forever. So the initial plan...
You could.
Yeah, true. I said to Josh before, like the car was getting too old and too valuable to be doing what we were doing. So this, as I said, this didn't come out of the blue, so we took it. But like we'll look for something like a later model Commodore or something like that. So whether we step up to IP or whatever, but that's the plan.
That's good. It was interesting. You mentioned the other half. Just a conversation with Johnny Talbot mentioned the same thing. There are more partners in this than yes in the first place. Here, and we haven't seen your race yet, but we will soon. So I hope it's a good day today for Team Webster.
Thank you.
There you go.
If you walk this way, Rosie...
Strider's not letting you go, yeah.
If you walk this way, you walk down here, you see a bloke with long hair leaning on the back of a ute. That is young Jared House, out of that black Tirana, just talking to K-Night.
Yeah.
Get his view on what happened to the oil.
Yes, true. I'm actually pleased to meet this man because we were saying in the commentary that I was it's for about 400 years this commentary caper. So you said you get to know what's happening, what's not. Sometimes you see a car that looks like it's on it. You look at the body language, you go, this bloke's having a red-hot crack. Like this is on the edge. He was sending it, and you were doing that, and I loved it. And you bolted basically. You had the length of the hit straight, and next minute we look around and you're sideways. So you're spinning the minis oil. We gather.
Yeah, I think so. I don't really know what happened. I just hung on and
the thing stalled, I got it going again, and the race was declared. So,
did you worry that you're going to get T-boned by being unsighted by cars coming around?
no, I was worried about getting it started, to be honest. I didn't even think of that, but yeah, it could have been an issue as well.
You might not have noticed there was plenty of shenanigans going on behind you as blokes were arriving there sideways, backwards and all over the place. You probably didn't see that as you took off up the hill.
Yeah, I might have to check the GoPro. Might be some good footage on there.
It could be. Mate, you got the black China percolating. You've got to be happy with the way it's performing.
Yeah, it's going good. Dad looks after it and keeps it going fairly well, and I seem to just turn up and drive it, so it doesn't seem a bad deal.
Not a bad deal. Well, certainly beautifully prepared, and really impressed, mate, the way you're giving it plenty. You're not just stroking the thing around. I love it. Good on you.
Thank you.
There you go. There's Jared. So keep wandering along here and see where
Get away from those carports. You cut out when you get behind there.
All right, well, I just got to persuade him to come out. Phil Sutton, step this way, please. I'm not allowed to go in the carport because it interferes with the signal. So we're having a bit of a telling lies as we do in the commentary, and I thought I read somewhere it was 30 years that you've done this, and I thought, well, that's maybe aging you, so I went with 20 because I knew I'd be pretty safe with that. And then Slim Lamont jumps on social media and goes, no, you're right, it was 30. So mate, long time between drinks, but you've been back, historics, last couple of meetings. You look pretty racy in practice this morning, and then the quickest that race there, you seem like you're enjoying yourself.
Indeed I am. Yes, I'm glad to be back.
Yeah. So still with more or less the same livery, and you feel like you're getting quicker every time you go out there?
No.
No? So, well, does that mean you've found your level and you want to stick at that, or what?
No.
No? So what's the plan then?
It means I've got a lot more work to do till I'm...
With the driver or the car?
Yes.
Both. All right. So is it fair to say that you sort of rekindled your interest when you brought her out last year?
Most certainly. Probably 2 years ago I made a decision that I want to play again. So I found this car in New Zealand, and the boys and I have made it happen.
You have. Well, it's just wonderful to see a little Formula car out again. We were saying in the call that only probably a year or 2 years ago, you'd maybe had two sports cars. You maybe had, the two Clubmans of Mal Lee and Rod Creed, and that was it. And now here today, we had quite a reasonable field of sports and racing cars, and it gladdens the hearts of purists like us. I suppose it must make you happy as well, because there was a ripper dice you had with Mal.
Yes, and it's probably fair to say there are another 20 cars sitting around in the state waiting to come and play.
What's it going to take for those owners to bring them out and play though, Bill?
Time and money.
Yeah.
Same.
Do you believe there's interest out there though?
Most certainly. Okay. We have our own little group. We're close knit. We stick together. We help. We support. So it'll happen.
Oh, that's fantastic, because we know that just already there's this talk about cars coming back in here when they can get them in, but there are a lot of cars sitting in garages now, some very desirable little cars.
Most certainly. We've probably got the best pro rata number of open wheelers in Australia.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good. So just need to, well, keep up the good work, mate, both personally and with encouraging the rest of the sports and racing crowd to get their lovely machines out on the racetrack.
Thanks, Rosie.
Good on you. Have a good day, mate. So it's all very quiet in the pictures, I might imagine, but it looks to me, we'll have to wait on official, of course, but there's no activity happening down at the base hills. They would suggest that the track is right, just about right and ready to go. I think that's pretty good. So even though it's not the official lunch break, they're still taking advantage of this hiatus to get the old nose bag on, have a bit of sustenance, because that's what you do. And it's wonderful to see as we walk around and see some of the family activities as well. We mentioned before that the Ayrton Richardson Corolla has been one of them anyway, taken over by his dad, and that's wonderful. Bruce Thomas, we mentioned him before. We've been giving the old Basketball 1000 a fair old shout out. We've been pumping up his tyres because it's such a success story. Forgetting the CAMS award, not that we should, but acknowledging that as such a wonderful event. But like after 3 events down, I came out and had a little squish at the one a few weeks ago, and it was just a ripper. Such a successful event.
you'd have to think you'd be delighted the way it's progressed. Are you surprised or not?
I'm not really surprised, David. The encouraging thing is that since the event a couple of weeks ago, we have 7 new teams have registered. We now have 106 on file. So if they all show up at the one time, we're going to be in a bit of trouble. Yeah. But I would say that after the November event this year, all future events will be 2-day events. 36 cars on the track is pretty interesting. So if we can smooth that out a little bit, I think that would help. But if you look at today, one of the objectives of the Basketball 1000 was to get people involved in circuit racing, and you look at Regularity, there are 8 or 9 cars that have started their life in Basketball 1000 in Regularity, so people are getting that opportunity to further their motorsport careers, which is exactly what it was designed to do.
Now, run the number past me that we mentioned at the CAMS dinner when you won the award, well, the event won the award, about the number of new people that it's brought into the sport.
The total number of competitors we had last year was 400, and out of those probably about 40% were brand new to the sport. So it's not only people with cars, it's people with licences, people with club memberships, people buying things from retail outlets, so everyone benefits.
Yeah, indeed. Success story. I'm glad I can thank you publicly because, let's face it, you were the driving force. You have a wonderful team with you, I acknowledge that, but you've been the one that's driven it hard all the way. But you put your money where your mouth is. You not only won your own event, which was pretty cool, but you ran at Simmons in Regularity, you ran again today, and the car looks a trick.
Yeah, it's great fun.
You having fun?
Oh, absolutely. I'm never going to be a world champion, and it's all about perspective. It's a great way to enjoy motorsport, and a 6-hour event is a real challenge, especially when you're doing it with your friends and you all have to do the same lap time. It's a great challenge.
Unless you're Darryl Wilcox.
Oh yeah, he's a bit of a hood, old Darryl.
So I can't resist the opportunity to have a bit of crack at it. So well done, mate, on Basketball 1000. Enjoy the green-eyed monster the rest of the day, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, David.
There he goes, Bruce Thomas, him and his family pretty much, and a bunch of his friends were the ones that got the Basketball 1000 together. Taylor Heath. Been a long time since you've spoken to Taylor. The car looks fantastic. We mentioned this morning, a little Formula Ford. So last time I saw you or even spoke to you, Taylor, you were in a Formula V. Things have changed.
Yeah, big step up into this one. It's a lot more faster and goes a lot better too.
We noticed every lap you went out there, you went a bit quicker, which is what you'd expect. So how far off getting used to the car's maximum potential do you think you are?
We're a long way off. Like this morning was my first time running on the track in this car, and like just learning it every time. Every lap I go out, I change something here and there and learn. So yeah, very keen to learn more throughout the day.
Yeah. So how hard, the very first time you drove it, what went through your mind after 40 horsepower Formula V and then into this, which is more aerodynamics, more power, more grip, better brakes, and so on?
Oh, it's just a whole different ball game. It's completely different. Like when you put the foot down in this, it actually jumps out. It just goes. So yeah, and the gearing and everything's different in this compared to the Formula V. So this has got a dog box in it. So you just hit those gears and it just goes in. So yeah, it's completely different, and I absolutely love it.
That's great to hear, and it's lovely to see you back on the racetrack.
Thank you.
There she goes, Taylor Heath, Formula Ford mounted now. And as you can, you know what I was about to say, Strider, and as you can see, but you know what, they can't. But we can tell them that the HQs are out.
Warm-up lap. Our friends in the mighty HQ Holdens. And on pole for the QEs today will be the reigning state champion, Otis Caldwell. Didn't have a great meeting at Simmons Plains a month ago, but loves his racing and certainly gives it 110%. He'll start on pole. Andrew Bird will start next to him. Out of position number 3 will be Phil Ashland. In the number 32 machine next to him, Joe Rattray, the 10 machine. Then back to Andrew Toth. Way back for Tothy. Unusual to see Tothy starting so far back. Position number 5 for him. Zach Bennett next to him in car 70. And then the final row will be Neville Rattray and Alex Bird in the number 33 car. Now, if we look at the championship currently being led by Andrew Toth, by 8 points back to Phil Ashland, a further 8 points back to Otis Caldwell, then it's 39 back to Andrew Bird, and a further 9 back to Joe Rattray. So still plenty of points up for grabs. Otis has pulled back some of those points in qualifying because our championship leader, Toth, qualifying back in position number 5. Unexpected, but he's well back there and plenty of work to do because the cars in front of him are not going to be easy to get through. Joe Rattray, very, very slow coming through to get up into his grid position. He'll make his way up between Toth and Zach Bennett. Roll up next to the Howell Automotive entry of Phil Ashland, former state champion. In fact, we've got 4 of them in the field actually have won this championship previously. The red light is on. We are seconds away. Car number 1 on pole is Otis Corbell. He makes a good start. He'll lead the field up under the Tilford Auto Group bridge for the first time. Phil Ashland also makes a good start from the second row. Moves himself up into second place. Andrew Bird back to third. Then it's Toth who's got up into fourth. So he's picked up one spot between the start line and turn 2. Then back to Joe Rattray who's gone back a little bit. Zach Bennett's next. Then it's Neville Rattray and Alex Bird. But our leader, as they work their way up the Killick Hill for the first time, is Otis Corbell. Car 1, Phil Ashland, right with him.
Well, young Otis got a spring in his step. He's been hitting the gym very avidly and regularly lately.
Jim Beam or?
Yeah. That's it. I've got that on my toilet door.
I'll bet you do.
Yeah, so we go every morning and go to the gym. So
right.
Anyway, so yeah, but he's been into the old fitness freak, and he's working on his fitness and his strength and the whole shebang. And I'm not saying that's got anything to do with it, but it just might.
Drop 10 kilos.
Well, there you go. Well, of course it has something to do with 10 kilo weight advantage from last year. That's got to make a difference. It has to make a difference. The old power to weight when you're looking at a category which is like a one-make category with quite stringent technical regulations. So essentially or ostensibly all cars are technically the same, so it comes down to setup and driver skill. Well, it's working with the young Otis. He has got the number 1 on the door, and that means he's the current champion in the HQ category. Fair to say, though, he did it a lot last year with consistency and not race win after race win after race, but he was thereabouts. That's what it's all about. But no denying his pace today. He was quick in practice, quick in qualifying, obviously, that he got on the pole position. And showing that it was no aberration or no fluke, he's actually driving away from someone as established and as accomplished as Phil Ashland. That's good.
Well, it was an absolute... that is good, but it was an absolute arm wrestle last season, wasn't it? Right down to the very last race of the very last day of the championship, and finally got the job done. Leads the way as they go under brakes at the end of the back straight. That is Otis Corbell, car number 1. The Ranger, doing it nicely out in front. No, I'm allowed to say that. I say it all the time.
I know.
The Mad Ranger.
He is. He absolutely is.
He leads the way. Phil Ashland is second. Bird has got Toth with him now, so Toth's starting to make some moves. He qualified. Must have had a problem in qualifying. Qualified out of position number 5. Now, Rosie, I'm not used to seeing Andrew Toth that far back on the grid. He's usually occupying one of the spots on the front row. To see him back in grid number 5 was quite a shock.
Yeah, I thought the same, and I don't know why, but maybe we'll go and have a chat with him later. But he's there or thereabouts. All of them are.
Be a short chat, it doesn't say much.
There you go. I'll put the words in his mouth then. But look at old Otis. Old Otis. He's only a young fella, but look at it. He's just got the spring in his step. He was beating himself up a bit at Simmons because he made a couple of little mistakes, which robbed him of some higher positions. So he thought, I know what I can do. I can do this better. And clearly he has, and I think it's the old the confidence thing as well. He's got the pole position, he's out in front, and there's no way in the world he's going to let it go. But it's not just holding station. That's a handy lead. He can't be challenged. He's not going to be zipped under brakes or
it's working for him now because the 4 cars behind him are battling for position. On the last lap, they all did 107s. We'll have a look now. So there you go. There's the difference straight away. Otis did a 107.1. Ashland, who's under attack, a 108.1. So he lost a second on that last lap purely because now he's starting to drive on his mirrors. Yeah,
you've got the old back them up into it, and you get into defensive mode and drive on the mirrors and just try and hold your position. By doing that, it might work. He might even hold that position to the end of the race. And I tell you what, it's still very slippery down there in turn 4 at the base of the hill as Phil Ashland went very, very wide. I'm surprised that both Bird and Toth and the rest didn't actually get a bit of an advantage there because he went very, very wide. But he didn't go off the track, but I thought he would have lost just a little bit of time. But which he did, but he still hold on to his place. And this is what might be the case there. It's not the sort of situation where you can just suddenly go rushing down the outside under brakes, because, as I said before, these cars are running onto a set of technical regulations that are supposed to mean that they're more or less equal technically. So it's you're not going to have the bigger, better brakes or better tyres or whatever necessarily. So checking out, I think it was Otis Caldwell last time around, the gap was 1.5 to 2.5 now. So yes, he is checking out. See if yourself. No, you can't.
he picked up another 8/10 on Phil Ashland in that last lap. He leads by 2.5 now. Ashland has got the weight of the world on his shoulders at the moment. He's got Andrew Bird, Andrew Toth and Joe Rattray right behind him. And they are blow-torching the back of the Howell Automotive machine. As they work their way up the hill, they are working lap number 5. They completed 4. So they're working their way up the hill over the top of JMC Skyline. Oh, no, that's not nice. That's really bad. Down through Calvin's and onto the back straight. Now leader, still Otis Caldwell. He's been lapping consistently in the 107.1 to 107.2 bracket for the entirety of this race and has looked very, very comfortable indeed. Comes through the final turn onto the front straight here. Second place car is still Phil Ashland, and you could throw a blanket, and it wouldn't need to be a big blanket either, over Phil Ashland, Andrew Bird, Andrew Toth, Joe Rattray there as well in the 10 machine. 5 down, 2 to go. And they're all still operating in that 107 bracket now. So a 107.4 for Caldwell, a 107.9 for Ashland, a 107.8 for Bird, a 107.8 for Toth, and similarly for Rattray. As they work their way, turn 4, bottom of the hill. Caldwell's checked out, doing it nicely. Ashland got a good run there. Bird made a mistake, and he's lost some ground. Toth goes through. Rattray tries to go through as well as they climb the hill, and Bird kept out wide, too wide over the top between Rattray and Bird. That is the battle for 4th and 5th place now as they work their way down the hill to Calvin's Corner, out of sight behind the Tilford Auto Group bridge and onto the back straight. Or our leader already out and gone. The last lap board being prepared down in front of us. Caldwell, last time by, he led by 3 seconds. That is an eternity in HQ racing. That's like having a calendar month gap in the world of Kiwis. He'll come round. He'll see that last lap board now. It'll be a nice sight as he crosses the line. Now we'll have a look at the gap. It was 3 seconds exactly. And it's 3.5. So he is driving away. Ashland now has a bit of spare real estate behind him. Toth got through on Bird. Bird made a mistake at turn 4, and that allowed Toth through. But what it did do, it gave Phil Ashland a bit of breathing space as well. So Ashland is second, Toth is third, then Bird, then Joe Rattray. Zach Bennett is the next one in the number 70 car, the Ian Beachy tribute car. Then Neville Rattray in the 11 car, followed by Alex Bird in 33. Our leaders are up over Skyline. Our leader's actually down into Calvin's. That is the gap that he's got. And that is Otis Caldwell doing it nicely in the number 1 machine. Down the back straight he goes. Phil Ashland second. Toth not close enough to challenge Joe Rattray. Pokes the back wheel off the track. You see the dust kick up there. Well, we see the dust kick up. You probably didn't, but we certainly did. As our race leader comes round, and this lap he will see the checkered flag. Yep, there it is, and the win goes to Otis Caldwell. Good drive from Otis, led from start to finish. Second will go to Phil Ashland, third to Andrew Toth, so he made up a couple of spots from his qualifying position. Fourth to be Andrew Bird. Joe Rattray would be next. Then we go back to Zach Bennett in the 70 car, and following him home will be Neville Rattray in 11 and Alex Bird in 33. Big thank you to Don Towing for supporting the HQ Holdens at this event. Of course, generally use their tow trucks, and Don Towing is Andrew Bird down here in the south of the state. If you need any towing done down here, Birdie's the man that will get you out of trouble. Good stuff there from the Kiwis. Otis Caldwell, great start for him. He's qualified a pole and taken the race win in race number 1, so maximum points so far for him. He's made up a bit of ground to the cars in front of him. He was 8 points behind Phil Ashland coming in, and he's picked up 6, so he's within 2 now, and of course picked up a bit more ground on Andrew Toth as well. Next out the gate should see us have the State Line Freight, Sports GT A, B and Sports Sedans. So, looking forward to this. And what I'm looking across the pits and I can see Tim Shaw standing on top of his transporter, so that's not ideal because he should be in his car out there gridded up, the TA2 machine. So I don't know what's going on there. Whether there was a problem with the car during qualifying. He seemed to qualify okay, a 54.7. He was the quickest man on track. But he's standing up on top of the transporter, which is not where I'd want to see him at the moment. Should be a good battle out there. Steve Noble, our current state champion, the only man. He's won a championship in Sports GTC, Sports GTB and Sports GTA. Only man to have done that. It's been a natural progression for Steve. He's done a good job. He'll be very fast. And 56s he was doing in qualifying this morning in the 350Z. Rob Vandernoot, I think he was in the 56 bracket, might have been early 57s. Adam Garwood similarly in the Garwood Motorsport Capri, in that bracket as well. As we joined in the Hobart Hilton by Team Garwood. Come up to say g'day. The Managing Director and Greg. See the cars file out onto track State Line Freight. We do thank the people at State Line Freight, and if you get the opportunity, folks, anywhere, anytime to support the sponsors of the meeting or the cars that you see at the meeting, please do support those that support the sport. It's what it's all about. So 7 laps will be the journey for this first race for Sports GTA B and Sports Sedans. Now 2 warm-up laps for these cars. That is sort of commonplace with cars that are on slick tyres. Johnny Douglas in the Gemini is one of those. Car 117 goes through Ryan Jenkins. Good to see Ryan back. Hasn't run for some time. Couple of years for him. In a little red Evo 9. Matthew Carey, car number 4, the STP Commodore replica. Roger White, he'll be very quick as well. The number 47 Skyline, Dave Wrigley, goes by. And then we see the number 33 machine of Liam Hooper. That's a big developing story, leading the championship. And they had a fairly large mechanical failure here on Thursday, Friday, and unable to run his own car. So he's borrowed, begged, stolen, leased a car just to accrue some points across the weekend. He qualified around about a 62nd lap in that car, so it's put him back onto grid number, where is he, car 33, back on grid 13. So Tim Shaw not out there. I don't know what's happened there. Noble will start out of grid 2. Danny Slater in the Tirana, the sports sedan. A clutch, is it? Okay, Tim Shaw with a clutch issue. Danny Slater, the XU1 X-Crick Tirana, will start out of grid number 3. Adam Garwood in the Capri out of 4. Then John Douglas, the little Gemini sports sedan, out of 5. Rob Vandernoot, the Evo 2, the green machine, out of position 6. Position 7 will be Cameron Gibbs in the RX-7. Matthew Carey next to him, then back to Michael Elliott in the number 42 Mazda. Alongside him will be Rodney Gates in car number 48. So you go to complete their second warm-up lap. The guys in Sports GT, they won't be used to this. They'll be worn out by the time they finish their warm-up laps. Looking back to Roger White qualifying back on grid number 11. Certainly don't expect that. Keep an eye on Gates. I just mentioned him, car number 48. A silver Nissan Skyline. I'm pretty sure it's the XLE Woolly car. Very well built and very quick car. And he'll be someone to watch during the course of this one as well. Roger White, gee, he's qualified a long way back. Grid number 11 in his Skyline. It was very, very quick at Simmons Plains. Let me go back to, as I said, Liam Hooper on grid 13. Next to him is the little Datsun 1200 Ute, as we see the 23 car of Baldwin come back into pits. That's another Skyline. He was due to start on grid 18, right near the back. And Ryan Jenkins starting from right at the back, four-wheel drive. So he's got a lot of work to do to get himself up and about. He should make a good start. The four-wheel drive should come into play. He should get all off the line nicely, but he's got 17 cars in front of him, which will make it a little bit difficult. Days gone by, and we have seen people with four-wheel drives use some of the green stuff to get off the line, but no longer that's no longer thought to be playing fair. All right, so we're on the back straight, getting ready to line up for the start of the first race of the day for the Sports GT AB and also the Sports Sedans, brought to us by State Line Freight. I'm looking forward to this one. I reckon we're going to see some cracking racing from these guys today. Steve Noble, current champion, and currently sits second in the points. 45 points behind Liam Hooper. Well, he's already made up some of those in qualifying, obviously. And in third place is Roger White. Well, he's qualified well down, so he's got a lot of work to do in his Skyline. Rosie, fascinating as we get towards race time.
Absolutely. Some quality cars out here. And appropriately on the front row, our current championship leader. Unfortunately, no T-Shaw.
Yeah, no clutch issue, apparently.
It's a bit of a bugger. So we've got a few gaps there towards the start or the front end of the grid, so gaps on the first and second rows, so that's a bit of a bummer, but there you go. But still an interesting mix of cars all the way back down for the grid, a mix indeed from Capris to Evos to old Commodores to Mustangs to Flying Fleas to Utes, Datsun Utes with big wings, for heaven's sakes. Anyway,
takes me back to Les Walkden.
It does a bit, the Flying Flea. Green flag means for 10 seconds from a race start. Less pressure on Tim Shaw off the front, and the Shaw Performance I-Leg Nissan. And a bit of pressure, or an ordinary start there, and streaming through out of nowhere was Rob Vanderneet, the all-wheel drive Evo, says thank you very much. He just bolts her into the lead, while bogging down was Steve Noble, and just a bit of a tardy start inexplicably as well for Adam Garwood, but Rob Vanderneet and the all-wheel drive Mevo said just bolted, as they do. So using the all-wheel drive to great advantage, but can he hang in there? The others just starting to find their feet now, as they do, side by side. Garwood and Noble up the Killick Hill, but holding sway, taking the advantages under the little brakes was Garwood. Puffs of smoke back in the field. Big sideways there from Roger White. Roger White, hold on to it, baby. Now that's a tank slapper.
That's lock stop stuff, that is. He was on the stops. Garwood now for a look on the inside of Vanderneet. The run down into the braking area. Down the inside goes the baby blue Capri, and he'll come through turn 7 and 8 onto the front straight. And we've got a 3-car battle. It's Garwood leading from Vanderneet. Noble's there. Then back to Johnny Douglas. Cameron Gibson's the next one. Matthew Carey. Roger White, who was super sideways a little while ago. Then Rodney Gates. Michael Elliott would be the next one. Then it's Liam Hooper. Lockley would be behind him, then back to Steve Gangel, Troy Wood in the next one in the 15 Falcon, and then we go back to Walker in the Datsun Ute. Who was that? That might have been Gangel, just poked a wheel off.
It was
the track up there at turn number. Oh, there's been trouble, is it? No, we've lost 2 cars, Dave Wrigley and also Ryan Jenkins coming back into the pits.
Wow, I'm just going back to the big tank slapper there from Roger White.
That was huge.
A big moment there all the way down the top straight between Skyline and Calvin's. He was on the log stops. That was a crash waiting to happen, but he kept onto it. He held onto it absolutely beautifully. I think he's in trouble though. Car looks very ugly. Had a massive understeer coming through turn 1 last time around. Whether it's a tyre heat issue, I don't know. But again, very sideways for Roger White. Maybe the turbo's a bit switch-like or something. Here he goes now, right on the back of Carey and the Commodore. It's better this time around. He's trying to look down the inside. Carey looks in his mirror, see this. The Roger White is approaching. Fire in his eyes. So Roger White, well, he's starting to get some traction now. He's a long way back from the lead, but he's certainly one of the movers of the race. Garwood now clear of of Young Noble, our current champion in this category, but bolting away now on the baby blue, or the powder blue, I suppose. Capri is Adam Garwood. He's a happy hunting ground for him every time he comes to basketball. They got the car beautifully sorted for here, and I reckon Adam will be very happy to be back in a race car, Andrew Stride, because it's been a bit of a dry spell lately.
Yeah, look, the last time he raced a car, from my memory, would be at Adelaide in February, TCM. and he hasn't raced this car since this meeting last year. So it's been 12 months since this car turned a wheel, and he leads the way, a 57.1.
Which is slower than his qualifying, so he's still, but that really doesn't matter. He's just got to be fast enough to stay in the lead. So what we're looking at now, folks, is we've got the Blue Capri of Adam Garwood, the guy who's doing massive things in TCM racing and really opening eyes all around the country. When he can race, that is, he's leading quite handsomely at the moment. He's got about a 100-metre lead on Noble as they crash the Skyline turn. Then it's back to Vanderneet, still holding on to third, but he's got about 80 metres back from second, but he's been closely followed. A lot of attention been given to Vanderneet in the Green Evo by Johnny Douglas. I saw on social media last night John was saying that he's found some tricks with the car. He's starting to understand it. They've unlocked a bit more speed, and I think he's right, because there he is. Although no lack of mumbo, no lack of grunt from the Vanderneet Evo. He leaves the rotary engined Gemini of Johnny Douglas behind coming down the straight. So still Douglas in fourth place. Fair go back to Roger White. He's managed to get clear of a few cars after his earlier little heart-stopping moment on the top straight.
Well, he's done a good job, mate. He's up to position 5. Just did the fastest lap of the race, but you've got to remember he started out at grid 11, so he's gone from grid 11 to position 5.
And he had a moment.
And it is possessed at the moment, that car. He's been on the lock stops at least twice.
Yeah, it looks ugly everywhere. It looks like it's got a switch on the turbo. It's just out of every turn it wants to just snap into oversteer. So I think the car's not happy. I don't know whether it's a turbo issue, I think it's not optimum. I think he's really earning his money, so to speak. Out there at the moment is Roger White in this quite highly developed machine. Again, it starts with understeer, then it snaps into oversteer nearly every turn. The car we're talking about, for those that are here at Basketball, is coming down to the braking area now. There it is coming through now, the white, red and green Skyline. There it goes. Turbo comes on about now, and he's just trying to feather the throttle and keep it quite nice. I think he's understanding that when it tries to bite him, he understands when and how it's going to do it. I think he seems to be working around that. But because he's fighting it, he's not really making inroads into getting closer to Johnny Douglas in front. In fact, if anything, he's falling back into the clutches of Cameron Gibson in the orange RX-7.
You tell you what, I was just watching the battle there, Johnny Douglas with Rob Vanderneet, and Johnny Douglas, he's like the little dog that wants to be the big dog at the moment, because he's snapping at the heels of that Evo and having a red-hot crack.
Spin. The
Michael Elliott.
Bottom of the...
Yes, Murray Walker.
Our spotter got it for us.
Yeah, Michael Elliott's facing the wrong way over that turn 4. You got to wonder if that might be some of the residue from that oil that was dumped there earlier on.
Yeah.
He's just having trouble facing the right way. Last lap board comes out for our race leader. That is Garwood, a 57.5 on that one. He leads by 3 seconds back to Steve Noble. Rob Vanderneet's in third. He's got John Douglas, who's leading the sports sedan section, right behind him. And this will help John Douglas in the championship chase, because the man they've all been chasing in the world of sports sedans, I'll go to my list, is Danny Slater. 18 points was the gap between Danny Slater and John Douglas in sports sedans. No Danny Slater out there.
Yes, in the pit still.
So 25 points in the bank in this race for John Douglas in his current position as a little ute gets super sideways onto the front straight.
Haven't seen Brett for a while either in the big Commodore.
No.
So that hasn't made any appearances this year. So so Tales of Woe, but this last lap sign, it's got to be checker flag sign, I would think. Yes, it's being readied. Here we go. This would have to be a perfect score, I'd say, for this combination at this track. I will stand corrected, but I would think from memory, the last couple of years, Adam Garwood, Powder Blue, Capri, Basketball Raceway, top combination. I think they're pretty a perfect score. They're
pretty good friends, Basketball Raceway, in that car.
Yep.
He's had a couple of wonderful tussles with particularly Adam Williams in the hatchback Tirana. Generally, it's only been down here at the historic meeting, and obviously we haven't got that this year. But this weekend, isn't it? And it just seems to gel this weekend. That car, this track, and Adam on this weekend.
Yeah, and all valuable miles.
Cars for sale?
Yes. I don't think Greg really wants to sell it, but like everything's for sale for the right price. Yeah. It's we'll see what happens. You know?
So let's just recap that. Garwood in GTA. Garwood takes the win. Noble second. Rob Vanderneet third. Sports sedans was Johnny Douglas, Cameron Gibson, and Matthew Carey. Group B. Steve Gangel, Walker in the Ute did a good job. And the next B car was Ben Lockley in the Gold Tirana. And he finished 13th on the road, but 3rd in GTB.
It's interesting for Liam Hooper. He's still classified as GTA.
Because he's running for the points, because he leads the championship.
Oh, okay. But because he's certainly not running GTA times, 66s is not a... Yeah,
but he qualified at a 61, so he's close to the money. Oh, well, it's not his car.
That's true. So
it's not his car.
Why flog the horse when you're not going to get a better result? So
he probably doesn't want a repair bill for his own car and for somebody else's.
True. It's a shame because that thing's a rocket, isn't it?
It is.
When it runs.
Yep. I did talk to Brad Sheriff this morning about what happened to the engine, and Brad did explain it to me, but he told me in Brad speak, so...
All right.
I need to get that translated.
Very highly stressed engine. It is an absolute rocket. Some magnificent car, ridiculously fast car, but very highly stressed.
About, and I'll let you do the math. About 520 kilowatts at all four wheels.
Well, that's 700 horsepower.
No, it's a bit more.
And so it's
probably closer to 800.
It's three quarters. It's about three quarters. So 750 to 800
at all four wheels.
Well, that's why the thing, last time here, I think I burst out laughing inadvertently when it took off. I couldn't believe it. And at Simmons as well, it just takes off like a shot it out of a gun.
The first race at Simmons Plains, it actually frightened me because I was standing there in the tower with you at the time, and he was on the outside of the front row. He qualified out of position 2 there, a 54.12. Brad Sheriff qualified on pole at 54.01. And the red light came on, and he's just put it straight onto the limiter, and the windows in the tower were rattling. And I'm thinking, what? The place has fallen apart.
We've heard some limiters, but this was like we're under attack. Well, it's like machine gun fire, wasn't it?
It just made me realise that in life you just wouldn't want to be a limiter.
You wouldn't. But even standing, we had headphones on and we're in the tower behind glass, and it was like, what the hell?
Yeah,
the people standing trackside must have thought they were just, it was the end of the world, Armageddon.
Mighty Hyundai's about to come out. Now, I don't know how much of the supercar telecast you've been watching of late, Rosie, but at Townsville they had the Hyundais on TV. I think they had 35 of them or whatever. Now, this is my take on Hyundai racing. It's designed for people that don't have a huge budget. It's designed for new drivers coming into the sport, or for people that just want to go and have a play. That's what it's designed for. At Townsville, you had plenty of those people, but you also had Brody Kostecki, Will Brown, Brock Feeney, and it just sort of
supercar drivers.
It just changed the dynamic, and they were smashing cars to pieces in the wall and all sorts of stuff, and it became a carve up.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. They had 3 supercar drivers, and they're just trying to get they're trying to get race miles.
I understand.
Bathurst,
yep, I get it.
But it was must have been a little bit demoralising for the everyday guys. A lot of them left work, spent all the money, got into Queensland, went into the big televised event, only to be hosed by supercar drivers with $40,000 XLs.
I mean, it's probably good for some of the young guys that are trying to make their way, and they may well get the opportunity to pick the brains of the the Kosteckis and the Will Browns of the world. I actually rate Will Brown. I reckon he's a real talent, that kid. And I know like young Ian Simpson's young bloke, his grandson actually, young James. He was in the race. You can learn a lot from people that are really good.
This is true.
So long as you don't get overawed by it all.
We can learn a lot if you're running with them, but a lot of them are running midfield and down the back and
True.
whatever. But yeah, it was. I don't know. I can see they're just trying to get race miles and whatever. This is why, Paul Morris ran so many, because including his own boy, just trying to get miles for them.
Well, he's young bloke's learning, isn't he? And he's had a run had a run in the supercar this weekend.
Yeah, he had a run at in the Super 3 car, in Brock's car, old car, at Queensland Raceway a little while ago. Did a few laps and did very well.
Apparently, I think he's racing it this weekend.
Yes, he was racing in the Tin Tops. He's racing the Super 3 car in the Tin Tops at the Bend.
Yep.
And that's the car that he did laps in at Queensland Raceway. He did half a dozen laps and got within a second of.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's good that Paul Morris seems to have a new lease of life and wants to give back to the sport and bring people on, and he has. He's taken the likes of Brock Feeney and Di Pasquale and a whole bunch of other young drivers under his wing, and he's helping them along, and that's great. It's fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it is. Just there's a few people have been disgruntled because he's building Excels, and Triple Eight are building Excel as well, and
that's probably not cool. But
yeah, but at the end of the day, though, you still got to build them within the regulations.
You do, and I'm a little puzzled by some of the prices they're getting for them when they resell them. But anyway, if they can get it, well, good luck to them.
What they were $13,500 brand new. And
with warranty.
And some of them are selling for 35 and 40 grand.
So Josh Webster was going to be on pole for this one. Jeremy Bennett on the outside of him, the number 46 mobile entry. We go back to grid at number 3. It's Callum Mitchell in the 14. Next to him, the 101 of Peter Kingston. Then back to the 164 of Adrian Jones. Jamie Keeling alongside him. It's the green flag waves. Almost ready to go. The 10-second board goes up. The red light will go on. And then mayhem will commence.
Well, we hope so. We'll see. We'll hope so, though. So, even start to begin with, and for some reason, we find second gear, and Josh Webster just drives away. And coming out of turn 1, he's already got 2 car lengths on Jeremy Bennett. So, I don't know how that works, but it does. So, and you know, we've seen over the last couple of years that the Webster Racing just prepared this car beautifully. They just got better and better and better in the car preparation as young Josh's skills have improved as well. He started as a 14-year-old in this category, and it's into, must be year 3 or 4 now. Did
I mention I'm dirty on his dad?
Yeah, that was hilarious. It was poor old Andrew was squirming.
It's all right, let him squirm.
It was brilliant. It was brilliant. Yeah. So anyway, so there's Josh out there, and possibly his last year in Excel. It's like he's done, I think, year 4. He's won the championship. So perhaps looking around now that Andrew's got some folding in his pocket, they might be looking for, as he said, to an IP car or something or other. But anyway, their short-term goal is to hang in this championship, do the next and final round of the championship, hope to get 2 number 1s in a row. That's 2 championships in a row. That's their short-term goal now that they can't do any mainland racing, and they'll consider their options for the future. But that's then. It's all about now, and they're one full lap in, and Josh Webster just driving away ever so slightly. 0.85 was the official distance. But we can see with our own 2 peeps that gap is just widening ever so slightly. Still pretty much line astern through the rest of the field. So it's still Bennett in second place and still ahead of Callum Mitchell in the orange machine. He in turn is probably quite comfortably ahead of Peter Kingston in the Castrol liveried or look-alike car at least. Yes, there's definitely a gap there now. So Josh is doing a bit of a runner. Still a competition, if you like, for second and third as they sweep down through the Calvin's corner onto the straight. And then it looks like it's Kingston and Jones having a bit of a private dice. Yes, it certainly is. And Jones looking a bit racy, actually. The 164 machine side by side. Kingston and Jones going down to the braking area into the back straight. Jones gets through, in fact, on Kingston. Nice there. Set it up at the Calvin's corner. Can he hang in there? It looks like he might be able to. So they'll cross the straight this time around with those positions reversed. It'll be Jones ahead of Kingston for the 4th and 5th positions. And then Keeling a pretty lonely run in the 6th position. And the rest of the field coming along behind, pretty much line astern.
They had a great meeting at Simmons Plains, the 164 team of Adrian Jones. Second for the weekend up there. A breakthrough for him, former Speedway driver, and now into the Excels. And starting to excel.
See what you did there, Andrew. And he's very handy on the curves as well. I noticed coming down through the S's, the left-hander, the second part of the S's, he's poked it right up quite high on 2 wheels as he used the curve there. So it worked for him. He's still managing to hold on to his 4th position at the moment. Back to the front, we'll pick up our leader. There he is. Sweeps into view from our commentary position as we see them cresting the hump on the back straight. And he's just doing it so easy. He'd prefer to have someone to play with, there's no doubt about that. Oh, and Josh, in fact, someone to play with. He managed to raise dust all by himself. Let's look at his lap time then. So 105.5 was on second one. That's 106. Yeah, it wasn't particularly over the top. He's already done a 105 in his second lap, 105.6. He's backed off about 7/10. So he's just holding what he considers to be, I'd guess, a steady pace in the early 106 bracket. But he did raise dust coming out of the left-hander at the end of the straight. And have we got front-end damage or dramas or whatever? But anyway, certainly looks like the Castrol machine of is it Kingston? Yes, he's parking it. It's come off the track between the S's, and it's all over Red Rover for them. So mechanical, perhaps because he's managed to drive it right off the track and right out of harm's way, which is bad news for his run, but good news for the rest of the field in terms of not interrupting the race flow. Race leader coming around about 200 metres shy of completing one more lap, and just doing it at a canter really as Josh. So he's well on his way to picking up some points, valuable points in this race, and if we can keep this up for the rest of the races today, and of course right to the end of the year, he's looking half all right.
Well, he's the only person across all the categories that's got a perfect score. So in other words, he's qualified on pole and won every race at the first 2 rounds, and he started the same way here. Qualified on pole, leading the way. He leads by 4.2 seconds back to Bennett, who's got Mitchell right with him. Then it's Jones, and we look back behind Jones, and you've got Keeling. Charlie Parker, now young kid, has his 16th birthday on Tuesday coming up. So
nice.
Greg Crick's grandson, and of course getting tutorage from Greg himself, who is threatening to get into one of these cars also, which is a scary thought, because I said to him, I said, Greggy, what are you going to do when the kid's faster than you? He said, pull him out of the car. Simple.
Yeah. That'd be good to see the old boy back in a race car again. It's been a while. It's his last serious race would have been probably 3 years ago, I guess, in the Charger, the black Charger. I think his last race was probably at
Bathurst?
I think he Queensland race over. He had that he got hit quite badly again and turned around there. That might have been his last race.
Webster coming around to complete lap number 5. And the challenge is really on for second place. They might have been playing bumper tag on the run onto the front straight there. The 46 of Bennett with Mitchell pushing him along as they head up into turn number 1 under the Tilford Auto Group bridge. And that's a terrific little scrap for second and third.
It sure is. I don't know where the old man is today, but anyway, Callum's here flying the Mitchell flag and doing a grand job. And certainly giving Jeremy Bennett plenty to think about. Jeremy Bennett, not normally, but for a while there when he started racing probably 3 years ago, the young fella, he was racing in his late uncle, Kid Ellis's Mini, and he did with some aplomb as well. I think his first one was here at the Historics meeting, but deciding to concentrate on Hyundais this year.
You need to keep an eye on the battle for 5th and 6th here. Keeling in the 27 car and Charlie Parker. Now, Charlie was 8/10 quicker than Keeling on that last lap, so he's right with him now, as is the battle for second and third. That's still raging. We've known about that for a little while. When you look back, we see Jones, and then here it is, Keeling in the 27, and Charlie Parker, deep under brakes, starting to get into the game.
He certainly is. He picked up 2 car lengths, did Charlie Parker, under brakes at the end of the back straight with 1 lap to go. So 3/4 of a lap and a little bit more for our race leader, Josh Webster, doing it easily. Streets in front, no competition, cantering down through the S's at the moment, about to head up the hill for the final time, and still this, I wouldn't say battle raging, but still close quarters between Bennett and Mitchell in second place. Lonely run now in fourth for Jones, well clear of the dice behind it, but that's the main dice, the main interest for us anyway, is between Keeling and Parker. Parker's there or thereabouts, so he's got 3/4 of a lap or maybe half a lap to do something about it. We'll watch that one with great interest as they come on the run home. All the field have got the last lap sign. We'll feast our eyes back on our race leader. There he is on the back straight, about to make it a perfect score so far, and in fact a perfect score for his season so far, if you look at it that way, as Stridey says, with his poles and wins, so he's keeping his averages up beautifully. And here's the dice, and Charlie Parker, how brave is he going to be under brakes? Has he got enough brakes? That's the thing. He's very brave. He's doing a Cricky there. Cricky's always good under brakes. Sweep around the outside, is Keeling going to give him racing room? He does. He's got a good run. He's got momentum as Charlie Parker. I think he's going to do it. He's going to pick up on the line. He does indeed. And Greg Crick could be very happy about that, I'd suggest. So, yes, a nice tutelage there. So Charlie Parker showing great racecraft. Sorry about Josh and the other guys, but fair to say, folks here at the track and folks at home, that was certainly the main interest in the race on the run home.
Got the job done by 6/100ths of a second, did young Charlie Parker.
But took the big brave pill, went late on the outside. Keeling, to his credit, gave him a racing room. But we often see that, don't we? There's not a camber there per se, but if people can get good drive out of there and hang in there seems to be a bit of a sort of a slingshot thing. So that was side by side all the way from the end of the straight through what we call the chute, the left-hand sweeper onto the pit straight, and Charlie just got it by a bees thingy, and that's all you got to do. So, but nice racecraft, nice hanging in there, and wasn't intimidated by it. So the 16-year-old, was he turned 16?
He's turning 16 this
so
Tuesday.
He's 15 now.
Yes.
Not bad.
No.
That's good going.
He's going all right, isn't he?
It reminds me of young Josh Webster starting out.
Yeah, exactly right.
Same deal.
And of course, I mean, that's the ex-Grant SEMA car, so it's a quick car. Grant was quite successful in it. It was always in the top 3 or 4. And young Charlie, he had a good run at Simmons Plains. Came to grief in the last race and tore the front off it and the back off it. And
well, it's part of the learning thing, isn't it?
Sounds like that boat. The front fell off.
Yeah, that's right. I had one of those where the wheels fell off, yeah. Yeah.
But look, he's obviously Greg's a great help for a young kid. His wealth of knowledge. He's a very grumpy old man, but...
oh, yes, a shocking bloke. But, you know, so bloke is, Bathurst top 10s and Sports Sudan champion, Australian GT champion.
Yeah, one of the very few people that have
won
national championships in more than one category.
That's right. Well, he's had 2 Targa wins and 2 national championship wins.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
And plus top 10 Bathurst finishes. So he's done a bit.
And that drive in the Bathurst 12er, I think that's probably got to be one of the shining lights of his career, I'd suggest, because that phenomenal. And I know it did no good for his health,
basically finish his career, as we know, in the long run.
But what a drive!
What a drive against Formula 1 International, ex-Formula 1 Internationals and things in GT car. Yeah, third in the Iberic Clemenco Mercedes GT3 at Bathurst. Yeah, I was there, luckily, to see that, and it was good to be there at the end and see the great Cricky. And of course, it was knowing what we know now, because of the way that incident affected his health dramatically. I was also very fortunate to be at Bathurst, and when he did the last round, he won the TCM race in the Charger at Bathurst, and then basically, the next year he had to retire. So, he's a shocking bloke still.
The upside of that, for me, is that my dear old dad was a big supporter of Greg's. He really enjoyed watching Greg race. He raced that race at Bathurst, and poor old dad died a couple of weeks later. But he was so thrilled that Cricky had won at Bathurst in the Charger. He just thought that was fantastic.
It was.
And Dad, that was probably the last race Dad saw.
It was pretty fairy tale though, like that, and it was a very emotional day, for Greg and his family. So it was just.
Does Greg have emotions, except for grumpiness?
Well, that's an emotion. So that's all right. He must have been particularly grumpy. So there goes Charlie off the way bridge at the moment.
Yes.
And there's the bloke that we were slagging off magnificently. He's walking ahead like a bloke with a red flag. Follow me. No, he's actually doing the tyre pressures. Just come over this way a bit straight, and you just look through the stairs to see, and so that's there he is. He's doing the warm down tyre pressures. Pretty serious. Just
would have been on the headset during the race.
Yeah. But what a mentor though. To have that sort of experience in your corner. So good stuff, but taking absolutely nothing away from young Josh Webster. Must be about, 17 now or something? 17, 18? No,
yeah, 17.
17. It was 14, 15, 16, 17. So it's 17. So yeah, not bad when you're 17 years old and you're into your 4th season. But that's all good fun. And of course, culminating in the championship win in 2019 and looking to get 2 on the trot. Now that domestic series, as in the Tasmania Circuit Racing Championship, is their primary goal. And Jeremy Bennett even getting plenty of curry from Callum Mitchell. He held on beautifully. He didn't flinch at the end, and then seemed to hold on just by the narrowest of margins. So that's all it takes though. 0.6 I think was the difference between that. That was Excel action.
That was Excel Lent.
It was excellent, it was indeed. Brought to us by the Snug Butchery, another long-time supporter of motor racing here at Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway. That completes the first round, if you like. We call a round as each category has a race. So we're 7 races in. We'll be taking a little break shortly for lunch delivery.
Yeah, well, there's nothing lined up, so I reckon that's
to
now.
Officials. It is now. It's scheduled to be now. So what we're going to do now, folks, is have about a 20-minute break. We'll play some music for you, but you can go and get your own lunch or do whatever you need to do if you're here at the track. And same deal if you're listening to us on the internet or if you're watching Tasmanian Sports TV. You can have a bit of a break. while we all take a pause. Take the pause that refreshes, in fact.
Yeah, so go and get yourself some lunch. We're going to get some lunch and we'll be back very, very soon with round 2 of racing of round 3 Tasmanian Circuit Racing Championship here at the Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway.
Before we go, Strider,
Yeah,
got an update.
An update?
Because we've had...
Wow.
Well, yeah. I'm sorry if you got that at home, folks. Sorry about that. That was one of those things that happens, but you should...
I'm happy to do it again.
No. It's like a lightning bolt through my headsets. Anyway, what I was going to say was I've just been informed by officials that just in an effort to catch up a little bit, we're going to, the next race will be at 1 o'clock. There'll be a 7-minute lunch break.
Right.
Yes, just so we can buy ourselves a little bit of wriggle room so we don't run into the dark or have any issues throughout the afternoon. So just a little short break here at Baskerville, and for those of you listening on various electronic means through the ether, we'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes.
Well, 7 minutes goes by very, very quickly when you're having fun. That is the end of the lunch break. And we are back into action. Regularity back on track, courtesy of our friends at SRT Logistics. We do thank them for their support of the race meeting. David House is the first one that goes across the line, the BMW 135. Daniel Spain behind him in the Datsun 120Y. And for those playing at home, it's not your average 120Y. It's a very quick little car. He nominated a 103.8 as his nominated time, so it's obviously a quick little car. And Matthew Bush in the RX-8 for the next one. He nominated a 104.5. Back to Ripper Cleaver, Ian Richardson, Mansfield, our series leader, who's in the next one. That's the yellow VL Commodore, just making his way up the hill now. And he's always very, very good at this form of the sport. Dave Carey goes by in the immaculate FJ Holden, car number 7. Was French behind him. As our first car on track goes by now to complete his first lap. Now, he's just done a 102.23. Spain goes by and he nominated a 103.8. His first qualifying or first time lap is a 105.2, so he loses 2 points for being too slow. Ian Richardson's next. He nominated a 108 flat, went through at a 108.89. So some of the drivers struggling to get to their times. As I said, it's SRT Logistics who bring us the Regularity cars. We're just playing with different things up in here to try and get rid of some of that hum that we've been having through our headsets. As we see the 120Y Spain go across the line to complete his second flying lap. And where is he on the leaderboard? He's well down there. He lost some more time there too. You've got to be within half a second of your nominated time. After the first set of laps, Wilcox, car number 134, was your leader. Nominated a 112 flat. Went through to 112.44, so no loss of points. In fact, we had 3 cars who lost no points. Wilcox, Rick Burt and Dave Carey. Now, Rick Burt just completes another lap. And where is Rick Burt? There he is. He lost a point. Nominated a 109 flat, a 109.68 was his lap time there, so he loses 1 point. Dave Carey is the only man still on 50 points, but he has not completed lap 2 yet. Richardson's our leader on 2 laps with Rick Burt on 49 points. Here comes Carey to complete his second lap. We'll get a bit of a read now what he's done. I'll tell you what, he's done a really nice job of that. No points lost for Dave Carey in the early model Holden. That's the black car heading up to turn 2. He's got Spain behind him in the 120Y. Spain's completed 3 laps. And he's still going slower than his nominated time. He nominated a 103.8. That last lap was a 105.71. So he's quite a way away from the time he nominated earlier on. Carey, though, is doing it beautifully. He nominated a 116 flat. His last lap was a 115.57. A huge range of different cars in Regularity. You saw the V8 Ute. There's a Mitsubishi Lancer and Mini. And you've got a Mitsubishi Mirage, another Mini, a BMW of House goes by. He's done a 101.17 on that lap. Nominated a 1 minute flat. He lost 2 points. He's got 37 points left. Spain goes by in the 77 car. He's completed his 4th lap. Also finishes on 37 points. So we need to keep an eye on... Richardson's completed 3 laps. He has 48. Burt's completed 3 laps. He has 48. Where's Dave Carey gone? Oh, He went, wow, cop this. He nominated a 1:16, his third lap. This is Dave Carey, the early model Holden, a 1:13.83. He dumped 20 points in one lap. That's how quickly and how brutal it can be if you go faster than your nominated time. So Rick Burt, has completed 4 laps, and he will win the session. He's lost 2 points across the whole session. So he will win the session. We're just waiting for other drivers to finish their 4 laps. Bruce Thomas, he was on 46 points, so 2 points behind Rick Burt. Then we got Richardson in the 12 machine. He has 46 also. Then Isaac, who's doing well in the championship. Phil Isaac hasn't been competing in motorsport for that long, but certainly coming to grips with this regularity quite quickly. He currently sits in equal third in the championship with Bruce Thomas, 7 points behind second, who is 5 points behind the leader. So I reckon our leader is Mansfield, and he's had a horror run by the look of it in that one, but we'll see, because he's not showing a nominated time, so there might be an issue there for Brett Mansfield. But Rick Burt, 48 points out of a possible 50 still remaining, so he's done a really good job there. Bruce Thomas and Ian Richardson tied on 46 points. Then back to Daniel Wilson in the 127 machine. He has 42. Then we have Wilcox in Spain on 40. Actually, there's a gaggle of cars on 40 points. But it's all down to Rick Burt at the moment, who currently sits, as I said a moment ago, second in the championship behind Brett Mansfield. We think that he might be making a bit of ground on Mansfield. Rick Burt, as I said, very experienced competitor, been around since the mid to late 80s. He was racing in street cars, I think it was then. Club 2E or whatever name it had at the time. And he did a good job. Loves his Mitsubishi Mirage. Been having a good run indeed. That was the second run for the SRT Logistics Regularity cars. Next out the gate, we go Formula V racing again. Trendy Cut Meets bringing us that. Good team down there at Sorrel. It'll be 7 laps. Now, as we said this morning, it's only 5 cars, but they've been putting on some pretty good racing. Very entertaining dice between eventual race winner Callum Bishop and Wade McLean. Swapped positions several times across the 6 laps of the race, and a good result there for Callum Bishop. Got the chocolates in the end, not without a fair bit of stress along the way from Wade McLean. Chris Neal was third in that last one, then Michael Vaughan and Adam Brewer rounded out your 5-car field. Looking forward to this next one though. Once again, folks, we do apologise for the hum through the PA system. We are trying to locate the problem there. And for the people who are at the venue, please just remember social distancing. Please make sure that you do that as per the COVID rules. It's not a big thing, but it's important at the moment. We're in a pretty good place here in Tasmania, and it's good to try and keep it that way. So Formula V's make their way out onto track, and Rosie's set up a computer next to me so I can see what's going on with the cameras, being directed by the great Don Potter. Currently a view of the Tilford Auto Group Bridge at just by turn 1. One one of our hard-working officials coming down out of the starters box. A big thank you to our officials who do a great job every time we go racing. Doesn't matter where we are, they do a terrific job. I'd say across all disciplines of motorsport too, because a lot of our officials are involved in circuit racing and drifting and rallying, targas, speedway. A lot of them are multitasking amongst different levels or genres of motorsport. So a huge thank you to our many officials. They're all volunteers, and it can be a big day out on a flag point or in a fire suit or whatever. Quite often the conditions are not great for them. It's cold and wet or windy or whatever. Well, Chris Neal coming back into the pits, the 12 car. It's a bit of a development there. The Mersey-Link machine. And he had a good run in the previous race, so that's not ideal for him. And Chris Neal, we'll have a look at the championship standings. He was in 4th place, only 8 points behind Michael Vaughan. He would have made up some ground on him this morning in race number 1, so that's really not a good thing for him.
Like the fire went out or something, because he got back to the pits and he got part way around and it stops. He's had to be pushed back into the rest of his pit area, so no motive power.
I just hope that there wasn't someone who was meant to put fuel in it and didn't, because sort of that'd be awkward.
You think? Yeah, it's just interesting that it's just run out of pump.
And as a rule, across the last 50 years, Formula V's don't generally give too much mechanical grief.
No. Very, very rare, isn't it? Yeah.
They're a very reliable race car. Some pretty good drivers have come out of Formula V too.
Well, start with one John Bow, for starters. Yeah.
Another one being Alfie Costanzo.
Yep.
Mark McLaughlin's another one.
Oh, there's a while
Paul
there,
Stokel.
Well, it'd be in Tasmania, but just if you go to national, like Craig Lowndes, Stephen Richards, Larry Perkins.
Gartander.
Yeah, yada. Yeah, away it goes.
So here we go. We're lining up. The Renshaw Stone machine of Callum Bishop sits on pole. Next to him, Wade McLean. In the 35 car. Grid 3 now empty. Grid 4, Michael Vaughan. Grid 5, Adam Pruitt in the 7 car. Learning every time he goes out on track. Away we go. Good start from McLean on the outside. He did this in the first race, and he had a nice little run up under the bridge, and he will lead the field up through turn 1. Now Bishop won't necessarily mind that, so long as he can stay in touch with him, of course, as they run through turn 2 and down through the S's. And it's currently McLean doing it nicely. Bishop, a little gap back then to Vaughan and Pruitt. The battle here, the interest is going to be between the lead car and the car in second place, I think, as it was in the previous race. And we've said many times, Rosie, it only takes 2 cars to put on a race. I think these 2 young blokes will do that.
Yeah, I think you're right, and luckily that's the case. But we've seen many years here at basketball and at Simmons as well. Just need one rip of dice and can capture your total attention. Away you go. Taking nothing away from the efforts, individual or collectively, of the others. But anyway, side by side, as you might expect, from these 2, and I don't think Wade McLean's going to be terribly fussed, even though he was bested in the last race by the young fella. It's early days to see what's going on, and he'll just sort of suss them out as well, making it the widest Formula V going around. Stealing a glance in his left-hand mirror was young Callum as they were heading into turn 1 that time around. He just drifted his little Formula V ever so slightly over to the left, just letting Wade know that, I wouldn't be going down there, mate, because I'm going to make it as wide as I possibly can, and he does. But we saw before that we had a similar situation to what we're looking at now, folks, which is about a 3-car length lead from first to second. That's Bishop to McLean as they crest the JMC Skyline Hill. But we saw that half a lap later, Wade McLean was all over him. So I've learned not to get dreadfully excited too early in these races. It's all about what's happening the last 200 or 300 metres, as we saw last time around.
What I was very excited about was the interview you did with him, where he was saying, and he's obviously thinking, I need to get a bit more corner speed, I'm braking late enough, it's all about momentum through the turns. So he's obviously thinking about his racing, and that's what you want from the young blokes. He leads the way as they complete lap number 2. Callum Bishop, Wade McLean, gap back then to Michael Vaughan, who's having a lonely dice here. They've completed 2, and this race is an extra lap. They only did 6 laps in the previous race. This one's 7 laps, and Plenty of time for Wade McLean if he's good enough, and I'm sure he is. He's a 3 times national champion in this category, so he's no lack of ability behind the wheel. But young Callum Bishop, he's on a bit of a flyer on this lap. He's opened up a couple of car lengths. That's quite a lot in Formula V talk. The big thing now will be to see if Wade McLean, who's particularly good in this next half of the lap, can bring that back to what it was at the start of the lap. McLean did the fastest lap of the race in the last lap, a 101.33. Mind you, Bishop was a 101.35, so it's only 2/100ths of a second between them as they work their way down into the braking area. And sure enough, McLean...
This is the one, Strider.
This is where he's really good, isn't it? This back half of the lap.
Yeah, tell you what, though. It's not as bad as... Not bad. Well, it's not as bad as it was. So what we're seeing, folks, out there in the listener land is that... right now we've got Bishop and McLean basically, almost as one. The line is turned all the way through turn 1, 2, dropping down into the S's now, and this is sort of seems what happened. Callum's quite fast down to here. He gets a good entry on to the Killick Hill, and he does again, and he actually gets away just ever so slightly. No problem with power. Seems to have plenty of grunt. Yep, they're pretty even going up the hill, but again, quite brave under brakes there. In fact, McLean's a bit closer this time around, but Callum is very strong there. I think he might be in a bit of danger now because McLean is much, much closer than he has been, and it's getting into the point of the track, or the portion of the track that Strider says that he's very strong on, and it's only a short straight, there's still enough slipstream there. Oh, and Callum went to go left, and McLean was already there, and he had to get out of it ever so slightly, and jinxed slightly left, did McLean. So I don't think Callum was expecting him to be there, but tell you what, Wade looked racy from JMC Skyline all the way down. It looked like he was going to have a crack this time around, Strider, and he did.
He certainly did, and he now has the lead of the race. They've completed 4 laps, still 3 to run. So in the world of Formula V racing, that could mean anything. It could be another 10 lead changes between now and then as they work down through the S's. Michael Vaughan, he's having the loneliest race in history, I think, at the moment, as is... Well, we still got... Yeah, he comes out in Peru now. He's also having a lonely race. The Easterbrook Automotive machine. But the battle at the front is absolutely on for Young and Young.
Well, that's true. It is Young, and it's a good call because that's exactly what's going on. But now, Callum, he's probably learning as well. He knows that Wade's very fast through the top end, through the JMC Skyline. He carries a lot of speed there. So does Callum. So he stayed with him. Now, the trick is now... I want to see if Callum can actually stay with him and more or less match his corner speed through the left-hander now. It's better. What we're looking at, folks, is the left-hander at the end of the main straight as they sweep up for the chute. That's where McLean was very, very strong. He pulled back 2 or even 3 car lengths in the last race. We had a chat with young Callum in the interval, and he said, yeah, I'm a bit weak there, need to carry more rolling speed through there. Well, he did that time. He managed to match Wade's speed, and that's enabled him to stay right on the back end. Now, staying with him is one thing, getting past is another, but he's still got a lap and a half to do it in.
That's exactly right, and there's a lot of people would say to you, in Formula V racing, you don't want to lead at the start of the last lap. They go over JMC Skyline, so a lap and a half to go in this one. It's a battle in 2, as it has been the whole journey, really, and McLean leading the way. Bishop, as you say, he's following one of the best in the business, so he'll be cataloguing everything that Wade McLean is doing in front of him and going, oh, that's a good idea, I'll try that next lap, and so on. And now you see him right with him, so they run down into the braking area. They don't brake a lot, I don't think, these cars. It's they carry a lot of corner speed, so they work their way around. The last lap board goes out, so here we go. Callum Bishop has 1 lap, 2 kilometres to make a difference and try and get past one of the very best in the business.
I think it's going to be a tall order. Wade's 2-time national champion. He's followed by young Callum. He's a single-time Tasmanian champion. Of course, for 2019, he's the reigning champion at the moment. And out following. He's loving it. He's just loving this competition and loving the pure competition, and also learning from a 2-time champion. How can you go wrong? He's there or thereabouts. He's right on his gearbox as they crest the JMC turn, the Suckers corner, and he stays with him, loses nothing. So he's right there or thereabouts. I wonder what he's plotting on. He's looking on the inside. Surely not. No, he's not. I thought he's going to try and go down the inside of Calvin.
You can't see that happen.
No, you don't. He stuck his nose in there just to annoy him, I think. But it's going to be something brave under brakes. He's going for the inside. No, that passage has been blocked quite properly by Wade. You talk about rolling speed. He goes around the outside. Can he get the old slingshot effect a la Charlie Parker?
This is close.
No, he's not going to do it, I don't think. Well, it's going to be close. No!
McLean gets the chocolates
Oh.
by 6/100ths of a second to Callum Bishop. That's a terrific race between those two youngsters.
That would be the best performance, the best turn he's ever done in that turn.
I reckon you're right.
He said it was his Achilles heel. He just sent it, didn't he?
He did
set it
indeed.
under brakes, hung on the outside. To his credit, Wade Gaping Racing Room. They came around the outside. I thought he wanted on a Charlie Parker and got a bit of a run. Don't know Charlie Parker, listen to me.
6/100ths of a second.
So he nearly did it, but kudos to him for having a crack. He didn't go, well, he's got me here.
Fantastic stuff.
He sent it and he almost got away with it. But good stuff there, ladies and gentlemen, here at the track and in Leicesterland. A good, strong performance, very entertaining race, again, from Wade McLean and young Callum Bishop. And as you say, the loneliest run for anybody. It was almost like a demonstration run for poor old Michael and Prue as well, and a non-starter by Mr. Neil.
Isn't it strange how a month ago at Simmons Plains, Michael Walker was
the man.
He was just on it.
Yep.
And today he's just battling. He's just, he ended up being 14, nearly 15 seconds back to the leader.
I think once he lost touch, he thought, well, I've got no one to play with. I'm not defending anybody. I might as well just stroke it home.
Drive around.
Yeah, pretty much.
So Bishop wins.
Look at that, 106, 4 seconds a lap faster. Well, slower. Well, he was just cruising.
Bishop takes the win in race 1. McLean takes the win in race 2. She's all up for grabs in the double points final a bit later.
It is. So all good fun. Thanks, young guys, all for entertaining us in Formula B racing. So the Trinity Cuts Meet Sorrel sponsored Formula B race over 7 laps. So coming up next, sports and racing cars. If you were listening a little earlier on, you heard us have a yarn to young Phil Sutton, back racing 30 years later.
I was going to say, I'm not convinced about the young bit.
Well, I'm just patronising him, like sort of 30 years later, and as he's told us, he brought that little rolled out of New Zealand, and he sounds like he's really enjoying it. I could see it in his eyes as well. He's really. What I was most happy about, though, was his news that he believes there's lots of sports racing cars. He knows they're in garages, but he believes there's a good chance they'll be coming out. They'll be coming back to a racetrack, and that is real good news.
Yeah, there's definitely a groundswell of interest in that type of motorsport. And it's good to see because they're good to watch, and as I think you made the point, purist motorsport.
Yep. I mean, I like all my motor racing, but at the end of the day, the old racing cars, and you look back at some of those wonderful photos that are put up on the Historic Racing Car Club of Tasmania Facebook page. They do some fabulous photos, wonderful old memories, and the days when we'd have full grid of sports racing cars. You just end up going all the way around into the chute. I thought, my God.
Yeah, no, fantastic stuff going.
Dave Cooper and him, and then Adrian Martin ran one, and there was Mick Cooper as well, had the Datsun engine thing, and
Jeff Sheriff was in one.
Yeah, that's right. Chris Long drove Terry Curtin's car for a while, and then Alan Simpson ran one for a while, and there were lots of cars. Yeah, it was great.
My dear old dad, he ran one.
He did, that's
Jeff
right.
Munya, Jeff Jacobs.
That's right. Yeah.
Peter Turnbull.
and so on, yeah. Yes, it was rather marvellous. So it'd be good we get that back.
Johnny Walker, Don Elliott's car, Don Elliott.
That's right, yep.
Machine. It's blues for sale
Jeff
again.
Jacobs and his old jigger. What's for sale? What, the ME5?
Yeah, pretty cool car to get.
Go your halves.
Which half do you want?
Front bit, because I can sit in it and pretend I'm
just watching the great angry man walking along on the other side of the track, a cup of coffee in hand.
That's unusual.
Recently awarded a national title for the Speedway Photographer of the Year.
He was.
I don't know what it cost him.
Me either. Well, GoFundMe, wasn't it? It was a positive page.
He does a very, very good job, does the angry man?
It was, and his portfolio was rather spectacular. So you want to have a look at his portfolio, go on his website, and he's got some race, rally and speedway photos, and they're just spectacular. He doesn't mind, he likes playing with the old light. Remember at Simmons Plains last time, CCRC 2, late in the day, when they were cleared up a bit and we had that really ethereal light, and I said to myself, here we go. I don't know where he is, but he'll be somewhere where there's good light. And some of those, if you want to go and look at some spectacular shots.
It was just perfect.
Are you angry? Can you hear us, mate? No.
He could a moment ago, but he can't now.
Yeah,
now we can talk about him.
I'm just wondering if it was on his, those shots, even watermarked on his page, like a couple of those hero shots that got into the CAMS report as well from that late afternoon shot where he had the the water sitting in the infield looked like a lake.
Yes.
And then you had the car on the racetrack, and then you had the trees behind of Simmons Plains. They
Bathed
were all
in
frozen.
sunshine. Yep.
Oh,
beautiful.
it's just magnificent. I hate pumping up his tyres because he's a shocking bloke, but he's
Absolutely.
but he's a great photographer. Look, he's back in PA range again, so we've got to be careful now.
Really?
Can't be saying nice
Never
things about
stopped
him.
us any other time.
They might even have their speakers shut off over there because there are nobody on the hill to talk to. Anyway, does he got a flask or does he go and buy a proper coffee in the pits?
No, he only drinks proper coffee.
Proper coffee,
Yep.
no, it's good. So he's going into the pits, the Cafe Central.
So it'll be good to see what happens here with Mal Lee and Phil Sutton. They went to war in the first run earlier on. It was good fun.
Am I allowed to do my really, really, really bad dad joke again about Mal Lee? I call him Scrub, remember? Remember we called him Scrub a couple of years ago? Mally? Mally?
Yeah, no.
Doesn't work?
No, you're not allowed to do that.
Doesn't work?
That's a really bad joke.
Oh,
I know it was Father's Day recently, but that's...
Well, that one's slide then. We'll give that one a miss, rightio.
That's a Barry Crocker, that one. Oh.
Well, okay, we had the focus group of one. It failed miserably, so we'll park that one, I think.
That's about as far as I've ever seen Angry Man walk. Have a look at him.
So I wonder you had one of those, needs one of those mobility scooter things. Imagine one of those. Four-wheel drive mobility scooter, yeah.
He'd roll it, he'd crash it.
Oh, for sure. Couldn't drive out of sight in a dark night. Lovely bloke. Well, he's not really, but you know.
But we love him.
We do like him. We don't know why, but we do. He's there are worse. There are worse blokes. But
affectionately known as Shrek.
I'm glad you said that. That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
Yeah, no. Well, there's a story behind it from another event we were at, where he was taking photographs at a swamp.
All right. Yeah,
and
okay.
I was at the start, and it was a running event, and all these people, I'm saying, when you go through and see our photographers, and when you get to the swamp, the photographer there say, "G'day, Shrek." He loves it. He loves it. He loves it. After about 2,000 people said, "G'day, Shrekky," he was not happy. We're talking about a bloke who's been practicing social distancing since 1985.
That's right.
He hates people.
Yes. Yeah. Likes cars though.
Yeah, and dogs.
That's true.
Loves
yes,
dogs.
And he likes it, and it shows. And it shows. Mind you, it's not just cars. I remember, I think a couple of years ago, Angry wandered along to a powerboat racing event at Devonport. I think it might have been on the Devonport River, and got some spectacular shots there. And some of the power blokes or blokettes owners were going, "What the?
Where's this bloke come
Where'd this bloke come from?" We've never seen photos like that ever. So.
Did the same thing. We were at one of those running events in New South Wales, and they had a major powerboat function on there, and we wandered over for half an hour. He just pulled the camera out, snap, snap, snap. Some of the best photographs taken of the day.
Yeah, oh yes, brilliant, yeah.
One of the King boys from down here was racing.
Oh yeah. Excellent. So there's the Angry Man set up. There's nobody there to harass him or call him Shrek up there because we've got no spectators. There's the river.
He likes it.
There's nobody within 300 metres of him.
He'd prefer 400.
Yes.
So Phil Sutton comes round and will take up pole position.
The rejuvenated Phil Sutton, the Golf Electric sponsored, the orange and black, should be Black & Decker sponsored.
Sherwood Silos, number 50 machine of Mal Lee pulls up alongside. Love that little car.
Yeah, it's a ripper. That's so well developed. It's beautifully built. Everything about it is just schmick.
Taylor Heath out of grid number 3. Rodney Creed out of 4.
Few missing behind.
Yeah, row 3.
Throw a whole row 3, but anyway, well, Craig Chellenham's there. Great to see Craig as well in the 97 machine, and wonderful to see these spots.
Look at Mal Lee, he has jumped away.
Sure has. That's a ripper start. Almost, that was like a semi-four-wheel drive start. He just got the right clutch bite, the right amount of traffic, and he just streeted Phil Sutton in the Rolt RD35, left him comfortably behind. Having said that, that leading duo still managed to stay ahead of Taylor Heath and Rodney Creed. Yes.
Well, you wouldn't expect Taylor Heath to be in the battle for the lead. She's taken a knife to a gunfight there because Formula Ford versus a very quick Formula 2 and an extremely quick clubman.
Yep.
PBR. So, Formula Ford should not be on level terms with them.
This is true. You know, yes, it is a Formula car and it is light, but so it doesn't have any aero. Neither does Mal Lee's Clubman, but it's very light and it is extremely well sorted and is a very, very quick engine, a very highly tuned engine. Whereas the Formula Ford of Taylor Heath, they're pretty much, you know, more or less standard little four-cylinder, not a Cortina engine, but a Ford four-cylinder engine. Which she's just getting quicker with every outing.
Yeah, I think she did 59.6 or something in the first run earlier on today. So it'll be interesting to see if she can go faster than that this time.
Importantly, though, she's loving it. Now, this is almost scene one, take two, isn't it? It took a couple of laps for Phil Sutton just sort of get heat into the tyre or something. Took a couple of laps for him just for all sort of to start happening properly for him last race. And here he goes again. He got comprehensively pantsed at the start. But he still managed to find his way back. But he's claiming when we spoke to him there's a lot more in the car, a lot more in him, a lot more in the whole combination. But he's loving being back and he's just taking his time.
Well, I know Mal Lee's very excited to be able to race too. He built that car and he raced it extensively interstate because they had a PBR class in Victoria, New South Wales, and had a group and there's 10 or 15 of them and they used to race a lot and had a great time. But that stopped. They didn't do it anymore, so he had nowhere to race it and just a very frustrated racer. 56.9 for Mal Lee, 56.5 for Phil Sutton. Taylor Heath, a 59.6. She's got onto the pace of her earlier run on her first flying lap, so good job there. A 61.6 for Rodney Creed.
Very interesting little cat and mouse going on between Lee and the Rolt of Phil Sutton. Phil had quite a comprehensive lock-up left front going into turn one. I thought he might have fired off. I saw him fire off in turn two in practice, having a lock-up as well. So still finding the limits of adhesion there. No ABS on this car. He managed to stay in touch. He actually had to get out of it, out of the throttle coming down through turn 2 and 3, down through the S's, because it looked like that Mel either had an issue or he backed off a bit and almost run out the back of him. But anyway, they've sorted that out. Mel Lee still leading, about to come pretty much, they get about to pass the little Formula V of
Clint Turnbull.
That's right. Of Turnbull, as they did last time. They passed him at about the same place coming through the chute, and that's the lapping situation. So there goes Taylor. She's just playing with no one, unfortunately.
She's just done her fastest lap of the day, though, a 59.14.
Well, that's probably, half a second or better than her, what we believe to be the fastest last time. Again, let's talk about strengths and weaknesses. Climbing all over the back of the Turnbull, beg your pardon, the Mal Lee machine was Phil Sutton going down through the S's, really quick down through 3 and 4, all over him as they ran through the concrete dust at the bottom of the hill.
Just reminds me of the Benetton and the Medex.
It does. Because it climbed all over him around.
Strengths and weaknesses.
And then, but he lost momentum. They had to get right out of the throttle. And that fell off the cam and all sorts of things, and that enabled Mal Lee to bolt away up the hill, and he's well clear now. He's 120 metres clear. It's checkered flag time. He's got to take the win, 2 in a row, but not a close finish. Quite understandably, Phil Sutton realised he's lost his opportunity. He basically just cruises across the line, still strong second. Taylor Heath comes in third, some 7 seconds behind, but actually 58.93. So well done, Taylor. Every time she goes out, goes faster. It's like it was a minute, then it was 59 high, then it was 59 low. So finished her last lap, her best lap of 58.93. Good going from a normally aspirated push rod 1600cc engine.
Well, it's an old car, isn't it? It's old technology and all those things. And Phil Sutton travelling very, very slowly up the hill. Got to wonder if there's a problem with the Rolt.
Still going though. I think I can. He's just got to get to the top. He'd almost roll it home. Yeah, that is a bit weird for a slow down lap, but
he did the fastest lap of the race, a 56.5. He was in the 55s in the previous session, so a touch slower in that particular session. Mal Lee's best time was a 56.92. Mind you, you would expect middle of the day, probably the hottest part of the day. There's a bit of track temp, and probably the track's probably not as good as it was earlier this morning.
No, true. It's true.
That makes Taylor's job even better.
That's true. That's right. Yeah, you'd have to think that Taylor's is probably just laps, just more time in the car. It's just she's going to get better regardless of tyre condition and track temp and set to set. She's just getting better and more comfortable and just feeling away as you do, not throwing any of the scenery. It's a bit pointless. Just getting more and more comfortable with the car. and the times are coming to her, which is rather marvellous. Again, fantastic to see so many sports and racing cars out here. So Mal Lee taking the win, had a Phil Sarton, Taylor Heath, Turnbull in fourth, and Craig Trenham in the 97 car. Love to see that back out there. Bradley Trenham was all in his little mini engine jigger, and then Grant Bingley, and then
that's weird. They got Rodney Creed as completing 3 laps, but he completed the whole distance. He was behind Taylor Heath, so he actually fills out 4th place.
I think maybe a few little when you say Dorian issues. Dorian is the manufacturer, the maker of the transponder that all the cars have fitted.
Now I stand to be corrected. I could be wrong.
Yep.
But car number 431, Alex Turnbull, I got a funny feeling that back in the day, that may have been a car that was driven by Trevor Fiddler.
Oh, that's going back a while. Going back quite a while.
Mid-70s.
I'm wondering why he's quite allowed to. I'm wondering why he's chosen to run in sports and racing and be really, the slowest, because you would be, because you're Formula V, and not running Formula V. Running in racing cars.
The Clint Turnbull in the Formula V. I was talking about the sports car, but...
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes.
Yeah. It's the Clint Turnbull car. It's a very old Formula V, and I just don't think they want to damage it. They just want to go and enjoy the car and turn some laps, and good spot for them to be.
True.
Next out the gate, though, we will go back to Wells Bodyworks, Historic Touring Cars, Improved Production and Sports GTC. Now, we got robbed of a couple of really cool laps because there was a great scrap going on in the last race with these guys, and if you remember, Rosie, that's where we had the issue with the oil over at turn 4 and mayhem that followed it with cars spinning left, right and centre in the oil, and we were very fortunate that we didn't have a nasty incident up there, and I was quite surprised when you spoke to Jared. Now, I know Jared relatively well, and he's a pretty laid-back sort of cat.
Yeah, but the first time I've met him, and yes, I'd agree with that.
I was surprised that he said that it hadn't crossed his mind that someone might run into the side of him, given that he was sideways across the middle of the track.
So was I.
First thing in my mind would have been, who's coming?
Same here. And he's gone, oh no, I was just trying to get it started.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted to do that too, but... it was a little surprising. But he's, as I said, pretty laid-back cat.
I've never met him, wouldn't know if I fell over until today. I mean, him and Callum should meet. Yeah.
Wouldn't be a very long conversation,
No, I'm just saying, I think we thought Callum had a good head of hair. Until I met Jared, between the two of them, be a Rapunzel, let down your hair.
Yeah, they're going all right, aren't they?
Yeah,
plenty of hair.
I'm just envious.
Yeah.
It's all G. Okay, so we look around and I think, are we looking at a...
I wonder if we can get a Mexican away from the crowd.
We could start. You started.
Angry Man's up there. He might start it.
Yeah, there you go. There's one. He did. There's one. Now, Scotty B, where is he? Oh, sorry, there he is. I can see him up on top near JMC. And there's no speakers up there, so he can't hear us. No. Otherwise, he could go next.
Unless he's listening to us online. And good afternoon to those that are.
It is still... while we're doing this, we're just having sort of wait, we're getting a... oh, look, it was the Phil Sutton car. He did run out of puff. He managed to just have enough... Geez, how well do these cars roll? They've started slowing down going up the hill. They had enough momentum to get up the hill. Just. And then he's rolled it all the way down to the start of the pit lane. Him being Phil Sutton, we're talking about the little orange rolled R35. Got second in the last race. He got about 3/4 of the way up the hill, and we thought that looks a bit slow. But he managed to get it up the hill, but obviously it was an issue because it's just the lovely rolling, or least rolling resistance to these little Formula cars. He's able to roll it all the way on the top of the hill, but it ran out of puff just at the entrance to the pit road.
We're just hoping there's nothing wrong with the car.
Yes.
And that we see him out for their final run a bit later on in the day. Car looks fantastic, it really does. I love the colour and everything else.
Done a great job.
Certainly have. The level of presentation is fantastic. So here we go, Jared House, first one out the gate, the black Tirana. As I've said a couple of times, pretty laid back cat.
I was very impressed. There's some very good driving talent out there. Look behind him. I know Jared's been around a while as well, but he doesn't race a real lot.
Yeah, Matthew Grace, Brad Chick, who's done a lot of racing.
And then Jared's, as I said to him when I was sort of blowing smoke a little bit, I suppose, but he was on it. Like he had 200 metres on the rest of the field, and I wasn't surprised because, like, the body language of the car was superb. He was using every millimetre of the track, so he's possibly going to do it again. Just hope that there's no minis dropping oil on tight turns. See how he goes. So it's quite a lovely sight, folks. We always like seeing these big fields. We've got our pole man going around the scene of the crime last time where had the big oil spill. He's about to head up the hill, and our last car, it looks like Lockie Thomas, which is unusual to him running last. But anyway, he's just coming through turn 1, so that's the field spread out. If you're watching Tasmanian Sports TV, you'll be able to see various views on that and give you an idea of some of the cars in the field and how they are spread out. But some really interesting cars here. The brutish horsepower of Jared House, the switch-like horsepower of Matthew Grace, our champion. We got the big green Commodore of Brad Chick, the relatively newish to this stage anyway, BMW of Jason House.
Isn't that an impressively quick car?
My word, that's really got my attention, I have to say. When you see that car hounding Brad Chick, which is a very successful production car, a very quick car on the mainland was brought here and was really well driven by Brad Chick. I mean, you can stay with that, going all right. Then you got the historic touring cars of Johnny Talbot and others, and I've got see a bit of rain on the windscreen. I haven't got a windscreen. But
your angry man just sent me a message saying that it seems there might be a bit of
precipitation.
Yeah.
It's just I think it's just having a bit of a spit in the pot though. There's nothing really ominous and dark and low, and I think it'll be.
You're sitting in a Tirana with nearly 600 horsepower. Any sign of rain on the window is not ideal.
I suppose it would get your attention, wouldn't it?
Not ideal at all. If you're in the BMW, just rolling up on a grid number 4, you'd be going, send it down, Huey.
Yeah, this is true. Any all-wheel drives out there? Not that I can see. No.
Oh yes, the back.
Oh yes, no, there it is. But no, Robert Vanderneet about to. No, Robert Vanderneet about to get in there and split everybody.
I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be great.
This is Black Beauty. It's the Stealth Bomber, the number 93 of Jared House. All black. Every bit of it's black. The wires, the wheels, the tyres, the bodywork, the whole thing. There's a tiny bit of chrome around the wheel, around the door arches. That's it. And the door handles. The rest of it, she's a Black Beauty.
She is.
Right.
Black Caviar.
That's the one.
Oh, good start from Grace that time. Look at the BMW though. Of Jason House. Jared House, just too much power on the run up into turn number 1. Took him a little while to get it down. There might have been contact there. I'm not sure between Chick and the 200 SX of Grace, who's gone back a whole bunch of places.
Fair chance, because he was there and then he wasn't, and then he speared off. And how he got across the track and off the track without being hit is a miracle, but it's good. Good for everybody, especially Matthew. And here he goes, trying to claw his way back. Got through a couple, got through 3, got through 4 as he had to look at the Mirage. But yeah, tell you what, he's got it all to do now. This would be a good one if he can get some heat into the tyres, keep it together. This would be rather specky watching Matthew Grace carve his way through the field.
Trouble is, by the time he gets through, Jared House and Brad Chick and Jason House, they'll have bolted. In fact, they already have. Look at them.
I still like it though. Look at him. Boom, there goes one. Boom, there goes 2. I don't think he's going to do it, but I love the way. Oh, he's locked up a brake, though. He's really trying hard.
He's pretty wound up, I think.
He is. Here he comes through now, Matthew Grace. He's definitely worth watching if you're here at the racetrack, because he's having his way through the field. Has a look on the inside of Phil Trippett. He squeezes him wide. Phil has to jink left to avoid being taken out by Matthew Grace. Matthew is wild. It seems to me, I reckon he's been hit, because he's all fired up. It looks like he's not just wanting to make his way back to the front. He wants to go way back and maybe square up with someone. I don't know. I don't think he does that, but anyway, he's all fired up, that is for sure. So we've got two distinct races at the moment. We've got the leading trio have bolted from the rest of the field. They're entering the main straight now as the next best. The 4th place getter at the moment, that would be Phil House in his little BMW. He's only halfway down the top straight. So there's plenty of mumbo from these 2 big cars at the front. So we've got 2 V8 engine machines. We've got the booming V8 Black Beauty, the Black Caviar of Jared House coming through the chute now, but much closer touch this time around is Brad Chick. He's staying in touch. and so is Jason House.
I was about to say, Rosie, they haven't dumped off that BMW. Yep. Justin Wade was the gentleman that drove that here last year, and rumour is he's actually bought the Ray Hislop Falcon, but that's yet to be confirmed. But he's currently, his ex-BMW is hounding the back of Brad Chicks for this part of the track. He's really quick, but frustration galore as they climb the hill, and the V8 just goes, nah, not here.
That's right. See you later.
Up over the top they go. It's a 7-lap race. They've completed 2. A 58.35 is the quickest lap time. That was Jared House. No surprise there. Brad Chick a 58.51. Jason House a 58.53. So not much between them in times. They're working lap number 3. As they work their way down into the braking area, probably braking at about 150 to 200 metres from a couple hundred kilometres an hour. Sounds easy. Certainly not. As our race leader, he'll come round to complete another lap. The gap was 0.62 across the line last time. We'll have a look at it now. 0.79. So another fastest lap of the race to Jared House, a 58.20. Pretty laid back cat, long hair. He looks like Cat Stevens actually, and certainly carrying plenty of pace in that little Tirana.
He's. I was really pleased about it. He was just such a cool dude. Cool as. We're talking seriously long here as well. He just looks like such a cool dude. But gee, the bloke can steer. He absolutely can steer. You know, it's fine to have 6 or 7 brake horsepower and rear-wheel drive, but you've got to be able to use it and not let it bite you. It can bite you very, very easily, especially on a racetrack like this. So Jared's doing good. Same. It's even Stevens at the front for that trio. We'll look up behind him. Matthew Grace, unsurprisingly, has now got past Phil House. He's got past Johnny Talbot and Mick Cross and all the others that he had to go flying past because he was stone motherless after that apparent little contretemps at the beginning of the race with somebody or other. Anyway, I think he might have found his match now, though, because the trio up front are still going very, very quickly. No change at the front. It's still House in Black Beauty. It's still Brad Chick in the green Commodore, and it's still Jason House in the amazingly quick little BMW 135. Now, next along, but a long way behind, is Matthew Grace. Had the first corner drama, running 59s. He can run 56, 57s in that car. So I think he's sort of rolled out of it a bit because he looked up the road and said, well, that's who he's got to catch. Is there you can't even see him. As Matthew goes to the start of the hill, he can't even see anybody ahead of him. He knows it's an impossible task. So he's probably going to go fast, but not stupid because it's pointless.
Got to suggest as the race goes on, it's going to play into the hands of Jason House and the BMW. Would have to be easier on his tyres and brakes than the V8s in front of them. Chick starting to challenge the back of House now as they go down into the braking area. He did his fastest lap of the race on the last lap, a 58.23. Talking about Brad Chick. Change for the lead. House made a very small mistake, and Brad Chick just went straight through. So we have a new leader, and a 58.54 on that lap. Passing cars at doing that is a pretty phenomenal effort. Jason House now has a look to the inside at turn 2. Is there a problem for Black Beauty, the 93 machine of Jared House?
I did wonder about brakes because it was just ridiculous. These heavy cars are braking 105 metres, maybe 110 metres down the back straight, and that's a big ask time after time. But anyway, whatever happened, I didn't see it, but you did. But it just took a momentary little drama, whether it's purposeful, accidental, or whatever, or a mistake, doesn't matter. It was enough for Brad Chick and the lean green mean machine, the green Commodore, to jump into the lead, and he's quite comfortably ahead of the moment under super late braking. Almost losing it. Jared House, he has lost it. He has lost it. A big spin, big smoky spin in the left hand out the turn at the end of the straight. I thought that might happen because he just was so late under the brakes. I thought this is going to be amazing. He can pull this off.
And now Gracie's with him.
And he got turned into the corner. And he wouldn't hit anybody, but he jumped on the loud pedal and just smoked him up and tried to drive his way out of it. That didn't work. So 0-0 in a short space of time, but I love the fact that he sent it. And he had a crack. He thought, well, I made a mistake last time, I'm going to have a go. Now he's doing a bit of a drifting exhibition. Here's Jared House and the Black Beauty going down through the S's. He's got Matthew Grace behind him, so this is going to be entertaining in itself.
It's always entertaining, isn't it? And that was lock, stock, stuff as well. We've seen a bit of that today. As our race leader, let's pick him up. Just on to the back straight now. It is Brad Chick, the green Commodore, over the rise, heading down towards the braking area. He's managed to break away from Jason House now. You've got to think that maybe Jason got out of the throttle when he saw Jared spinning the lap previous. And it will be checkered flag time, and Brad Chick will take out race 2 for improved production. Good job from him. Second will go to Jason House. I'm super impressed with that BMW. I really am.
Good drive.
Terrific little car. Jared House is going to hang on for third, is he? Yes, just. Oh, wow! What was that?
Now, people about there at home are saying, what are they frothing about? What's going on? Explain.
Well, I don't know. I'm just not sure how to explain it. It was almost like he decided he was going to graze the rear bar from the right to the left.
Another spinner. Phil Trippett, keep her off the fence, buddy. Keep her off the fence. Keep on the brakes. That's the good boy.
Good job.
We'll talk about the Phil Trippett one first in the orange Mazda. Was going to finish in quite a reasonable position, about 8th or 9th or somewhere, and certainly looking pretty good. Her historic touring cars, third of those, but had a big lose coming out of the left-hander in the middle of the chute, and coming backwards across the grass. I thought he might have been heading for the tyre wall, but he kept it off it.
Some pretty willing driving.
You'd think. But back to the Matthew Grace and Jared House situation. Jared was leading Matthew by the bees thingy coming through the chute. And he started to get a little bit loose. I think he might have run out of rubber. And Matthew was there or thereabouts, and it was a cigarette paper job. And so it looked like Matthew, I think he was starting to have either a push or oversteer, and he rolled out of it. And Matthew was about to nail him big time, so Matthew had to sort of more or less swerve left behind him.
It was almost like he wiped the back of the car as he went
across. Came across, he just steered left out of it.
Might have been a cigarette paper.
That's right. It could have been. I think that was been a push of being a very ugly incident.
Yeah.
that was extremely dodgy. It was very entertaining, but extremely worrying. But nice work, boy. Very entertaining drive. Pro Automotive black Tirana V8. That's you're quite right. Some very willing drives all the way through that, from Gracie to Jared to lots of people.
Yeah, good stuff.
Good stuff indeed.
Really enjoyed that.
Yep.
Hard to do that justice, and when you just trying to look at the front bar and see there doesn't look to be any marks on the front of Grace's car, but not through lack of trying. Wow, that was close.
That's a definite cigarette paper job.
So to round that out, in our improved production, Brad Chick takes a win, Jason House second, Jaron House third, Matthew Grace, and then Phil House. Historic touring cars, John Talbot, Mick Cross, and Steve Gangel. Our very, very good friend Phil Triffett had third locked up there. Well, he's actually showing us an IP car, Phil Triffett. I don't think that's right, but anyway, he's always run as a historic touring car. But showing Steve Gangel's not a historic touring car, he's improved production. I'm going with Phil Triffett for third, and good racing. DNS to Ed Richardson and Phil Shepherd in the EH. I did see Phil come in midway through that race. That's disappointing for him, but good stuff. Really enjoyed that race. Angry Man's got the shot. Don't know how many times I've said that, but said it a few. Good stuff.
I'm very happy for him, but he is a bit tinny. I wanted to say the word begins with A, and sounds like ask, but it's not. Being in the right place, right time. And that was just that was sort of the major incident of the road, apart from the spin to the bottom of the hill. That was a big smoky, and right in front of Angry Man. Gotta love that. Shrek. Oh dear. Andrew's waving to his mad mate. Andrew, my mad mate in the box, is waving to his mad mate down there in spectator land. Okay. So people out there in listener land, as I call it, so listen to us on the interwebs. Sorry about the buzzing and popping and what have you, but hopefully we're giving you a bit of a word picture as to some of the goings on out here, and also on Tasmanian Sports TV. Young Donnie Potter, General Manager of Motorsports Tasmania, is downstairs sort of like vision switching and moving the cameras around. And see the new rocket sign? That's about you. Rocket Man, that's what you are. They're the asphalters and bitumen specialists, the Rocket people. And another supporter of Basketball Raceway, the Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway. Lovely shot there on, if you're watching the YouTube channel at the moment, showing the Rocket sign of the Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway and
the Baskerville Hilton.
So we've got to look up that away. So, you want to do that? Do you want to do your... That's a bit pathetic, really, Andrew.
Yeah,
that's very juvenile.
It's what?
Juvenile, which is the same as juvenile, but worse.
You're an idiot.
I know. Me too.
Yeah. So HQ Holdens are rolling round, brought to us by Dom Towing, Andrew Bird and his team there. And so, good start to the day for the reigning champion, Otis Corbell. Very, very proud to be wearing the number 1. Phil Ashland next to him, the Howell Automotive machine. Andrew Toth started race 1 out of grid 5, managed to make his way up to 3rd in that first race, so he'll start out of 3. Andrew Bird next to him, then Joe Rattray. Zach Bennett to be the next one, Neville Rattray and Alex Bird. Away we go. Pretty even start from the front row. I think Otis Corbell is going to get gazumped here. He has. Good start from Phil Ashland. Managed to get some power down on the run-up through turn 1. He will lead the field up to the top of the S's for the first time. So it's Ashland, Corbell. Then we go back to to Andrew Toth. Behind him is Andrew Bird. Then a little gap back to Zach Bennett. He's got Joe Rattray behind him. So he's moved up on Joe Rattray. Good start from Zach Bennett. Joe Rattray's got a bit of work to do now as he looks to the inside for a run up the hill. And it gets really tight across the top when you try and go too wide in big cars, like HQs are, but he gets it done and picks up a spot. Our lead 4 head down into Calvin's, and Phil Ashton is our leader. He didn't get to the lead in the first race and was led from start to finish by Otis Corbell, but a good start this time from Phil Ashton. Corbell now looking for a run under brakes down into the chute, and on the inside, big lock up there. I think it was Corbell, and there's contact. And Otis he's stationary on the edge of the track, now starts to move. Phil Ashton rejoins the track. He'll be in last place.
No,
Otis Corbell still stationary up there.
It was almost like it busted a wheel or did something, maybe on the... No, he's moving now. He's moving now, but like it just got off the track after he had
not doing much.
After he had the contact with Phil and sent Phil off. But he had the lock up, and that probably would have, straight away, that would have made the car jink right. And it's probably what caused the contact. It would have lost steering for starters and caused the contact with Phil. Luckily he didn't bring anybody else undone, and it just sort of stopped. Maybe he stalled it. Maybe he didn't get on the gas. See if he comes in the pits. No, he doesn't.
Hero to 0 in a heartbeat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I was going to say it's going to be hard. I'll just interrupt myself to look on the front. Yeah, there's
front bar.
Front bar was quite ripped apart. So this is all a bit pointless in a way, although it is points. I just realised what I said. It's all a bit pointless, but it is points, not pointless. So it's all a bit of almost a waste of time going out there. But of course, with a smallish field, there's still a possibility of some points if something bad happens. So, but anyway, as far as taking the maximum points, not going to happen. So
it's played into the hands of the current series leader or championship leader in Andrew Toth, who now leads the way. So after a difficult start to the day, he now finds himself leading.
Yeah.
With Andrew Bird behind him, then back to Joe Rattray. Zach Bennett's the next one, then Neville Rattray, Phil Ashland and Alex Bird. And way out the back, and I'm talking a long way out the back, will be Otis Corbell after that lap 1 issue.
He'd be half a lap behind, so it's just a matter of, at least half a lap. So the best he can hope for is there any points down to...
Yes.
9th, well, maybe there's a point or two for him, which may not make the difference, or there's only 1 and a bit rounds to go, so don't know about that. But anyway, so he'll be ruining that, getting very anxious under brakes in lap 1 of the race, but unlike him, the reigning champion in HQs, but we saw what happened. Took out the very wily Phil Ashton. I was going to say, I think it's going to be a tall order anyway, because it's one thing to, a very hard man to pass Phil Ashton, not because he's... difficult, because he's a very good racer, very experienced race car driver, so he's always going to be hard. So he was spat off the track as a result of the contretemps. He's now running back in 6th at the minute, so I'll make that 5th now because he's managed to dispense of 1, and he's got Zach Bennett in the white car in his sights at the moment. So we've got, for those watching at home, we've got our leading duo, and they're quite comfortably clear of the rest of the field now. So leading duo on the Killick Hill at the minute. It's Toth and Bird, the old stages from way back, stalwarts, absolute stalwarts of the HQ division. Of course, Birdie running the original HQ racer from 40 odd years ago. So it's still it's oldie but a goodie. So he's running in second. There's a fair gap back to Joe Rattray running in third, and he's quite a comfortable. He's got quite a comfortable gap back to the rest, and that's Bennett, Ashland, Rattray. So we'll look down to dust raised by someone in the back end of the field, but no harm, no foul at the moment. And Ashland goes down the outside of Bennett. He's going to try and round him up. In fact, he pulls him up. He gets him under the brakes before they even get into the turn. Although, to his credit, Bennett's going, well, that's all very nice, but I'm just going to try a bit harder than that. So they're still side by side through the chute. Ashland and Zach Bennett in the 70 car, but of course Ashland on the inside run, if you like, the pole line for turn one, takes that, does it nicely. So puts another one behind him. That takes him up to 4th place. So he was originally first before the drama with Otis at the end of that one, but now up to 4th place. So we've got the leading duo well clear of the 3rd place man, Rattray, who's midway up the hill, and just at the bottom of the hill now is Phil Ashton leading Bennett, Rattray and Bird.
Zach's just been getting better and better. Zach Bennett, that is. I mean, he's only a young guy coming into the sport, and it's a tough category, HQ racing. It's so even, and the guys that are good at it, they're good at it, and they play hardball. And there's a pretty steep learning curve. He's doing a good job of it, is young Zach Bennett. The battle for the lead, though, that is on for young and old. They're side by side on the run into the chute. Andrew Toth and Andrew Bird. They're coming around to complete lap 5, so there's 2 to go. And Bird has closed it down. It was a bit over half a second last time. It's down to 0.2 of a second now. Probably less than that. There's nothing between them as they go under the bridge and head up towards turn 2. Toth is your leader. Second is Andrew Bird. Now, the same situation applies here. Andrew Toth, you might be able to catch him. Getting past him is a completely different set of circumstances and a different scenario. Turn 4, you need to get a good run over here and run up the hill. A 3-speed gearbox and the open diff, so you're prone to wheel spin. Car gets lifts up the inside wheel, and all these things can happen. So it's all about being smooth and precise and placing the car in exactly the right place on the track. Down towards Calvin, our leading pair go. We lose sight of them behind the Tilford Auto Group bridge briefly. Both get a good run out of Calvin's. I think Bird might have got a slightly better run. Rattray kicks up some dust down over the rise into the braking area. Bird will look to the outside because Todd's got the inside line well covered. Now he might look to try and crisscross if he can, but he can't, but he's carrying good momentum. The last lap board comes out now, so Todd's got to do it one more time.
Well, Kenny, this is the thing you mentioned in the earlier race, Stridey, that you thought that Toth was just a tiny bit off his game today with his qualifying and so on, and he was. He was back to a bit lower than what he expected, but when it comes to racecraft, he's doing well, although he's got the wily Andrew Bird, the very, very experienced Andrew Bird, right up his clacker, excuse the vernacular, but he certainly has. So this is a very solid dice between these two very experienced very wily competitors as well. Who's that running slow? Is that Zach Bennett running slow? He's had a drama. Yes, it is. And he's just crawling around down through the S's at the moment, so his day is done, it would seem. Some sort of drama. He's still rolling, but certainly not playing any meaningful part. Phil Ashland has bolted away from everybody. He's got clear of that drama a few laps ago. He's all out by himself at the moment on this last lap. Not going to make up any more places, I suggest, because the leading trio are streets ahead. There goes Otis Coldwell across the line now. Still is half a lap behind, but
Zach Bennett's not going to make the finish. He's stopped almost at the top of the hill.
Well, that's not good. He needs to sort of try and roll it back out of there into the grass.
Yeah, so checkered flag time. Toth hangs on, takes the win. That's good for his championship aspirations. Andrew Bird in for second. Joe Rattray comes home in third. So good haul of points there for him. Phil Ashland managed to recover and get up to fourth. Does his fastest lap of the race on that last lap, a 1:07.66. Then it's Neville Rattray, Alex Bird. Poor old Zach Bennett stationary up there on the hill, so he won't get any points at all. It'll help Otis Corbell a little bit because that's one car that he'll finish in front of, so he'll finish in 7th instead of 6th. He works his way down into the braking area at the end of the back straight for the final time. Checkered flag's waiting for him. Got to wonder what's happened to young Zach Bennett. The car seemed to be going really well in the early part of that one as Otis Corbell takes the checkered flag. Yeah, the Zach Bennett machine seemed to be going really well early. He had a nice little scrap there for a little while with Phil Ashland. And to duke it out with someone of the quality of Phil Ashland is a really good effort. So, Hopefully there's nothing too much wrong with the 70 machine of Zach Bennett. And we see him back for their final race a bit later on in the program. That was the HQs brought to us by the very, very good people at Don Towing down here in the south of the state. The team you want to have on your side. We look down there and we can see that the State Line Freight Sports GT A and B cars and the Sports Sedans are lined up down there. Another quality field of cars that we'll see out on track very, very soon. As Andrew Toth leads the field into the pits. A good win for him. The number 28 machine. Once again, for the people at the track, please be mindful of the social distancing rules. If you are moving around or waiting at the shop or anything like that, just please be mindful of the rules regarding social distancing. No, we're all pretty much sick of it, but it's here at the moment. It's what we've got, and we just need to maintain that. Hopefully very, very soon, and we'll have a different world. It'll be much more fun, or more funner. Lotus Corbel, just some damage to the right front corner and the front bar there. So the next round of the championship will be the final round, and that will be at Symmons Plains Raceway, Buckby Motors, Symmons Plains Raceway, and that's the middle of October. It's a 2-day meeting. It's the 60th anniversary of Symmons Plains, so it's a pretty special meeting. We were going to hold it early in the year, back in May, but obviously with the whole COVID world, things changed dramatically, so MG Car Club bringing us the 60th anniversary meeting in about a month's time, around about the 24th, I think it is, of October. And looking forward to that one, a 2-day meeting to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Symmons Plains. Hopefully we'll be able to we'll definitely be able to have more people. The government's already announced that as of next Friday, events can have 1,000 people instead of 500. It's been very, very difficult with the current restrictions. But anyway, it's what we're working with, and looking forward to the 60th anniversary event at Symmons Plains in October. Keep your eye on social media, etc., for dates, times, and any information with regards to that event. Alrighty, Sports GT A and B and Sports Sedans on track. Apologies for the golden silence you just had there. We were doing a Facebook Live update. Now, talking about updates, so I spoke very briefly to Adam Garwood between the first race and now. I said, how is things going, Adam? And he said, no good, not happy, have broken a shock absorber. Now, he did that at this meeting last year. I think it was a different shock absorber, but yeah, I'm getting the nod, different shock absorber. Isabel, who's the team owner, team principal, team manager, team boss, team everything, and her personal assistant.
She who must be obeyed.
Yeah, personal assistant walks in, that's Greg.
So can we surmise that young Adam is hard on the curbs here, in which he's busting shockers, or what? He's hitting too many curbs, I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Greg's very much in the mould. He's like us, mate. He's a little bit older. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Leave things alone.
Right.
Young kids, they like to play with things and touch things and move things, and if it's going okay, why play with it?
If it ain't broke, why fix it? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, well. Trying to go. Well, maybe he wants to do a 53 or something. I don't know.
Now, a friend of mine who's down in the pits over there drives a white TA2 car. One of his most famous lines of all time, I can't remember who he was talking to. They wanted to improve their lap times by 1 to 2 seconds a lap, and they're talking about how much money it was going to cost. And he said, I can do that for you, cost you $1,000. And they were looking like $100,000. And they said, $1,000? How would you do that? Just buy a seat that fits me.
Good answer. Good answer. Well, what can you say? It's true. Yeah.
Oh dear.
So
all
here
right,
we go.
So we've got to watch Van der Neet off the line here. We saw what he was like in the first race. He got a blinding start. Four-wheel drive, you expect it. The boys would be ready for it. But they were able to run him down, both Garwood and Steve Noble. Steve Noble, the defending champion. And he's pulling points back on our current leader, which is Liam Hooper, who had a mechanical failure with the car here Friday or Thursday, one of those days. Wouldn't happen in our world because everybody's at work, but anyway, they were out here and had a mechanical issue with the car, so that car's parked. They've borrowed or begged or stolen or leased this car for the day just to cruise around and score some very much needed points to what is a shortened championship. Normally 6 rounds, down to 4. You're right there, Isabel, we're keeping you up. Really? So Garwood was going to start on pole. Noble next to him. Rob Van der Neet out of 3. John Douglas, the first of the sports sedans. He'll start out of grid number 4 in the little Gemini. And we go to Roger White now. Be interesting to see if they've done any changes to the Roger White machine, because that was possessed by an evil spirit in the first race. He was on the lock stops most of the time. Next to him, out of grid number 6, will be the RX-7 sports sedan of Cameron Gibson. Out of grid number 8, Matt Carey, the STP lookalike Commodore. Alongside him, Steve Gangel, the VX Commodore. Out of grid number 9 will be Walker in the Datsun 1200 Ute. I love that car. It takes me back to Les Walkton.
The flying flea.
In the bush.
Yeah. He used to be my nemesis.
He wasn't scared, was he?
I know. He used to be quicker than me for a while, and I was not.
He's always quicker than you. Because he's better than you.
Yeah, it was very embarrassing when getting the hose by his Datsun 1200 Ute with a wing on the back.
He and Ron Coonan.
Yeah,
what
Ron
a team
Coonan,
they were.
Exactly right. So Taz Petroleum supporting the Garwood Motorsport team.
New sponsor?
This weekend. It's good. What's the other one? Is that Bodyography?
Bodyography, yes. That's.
You wouldn't have heard of that, I don't reckon.
No, I know about it. Isabel runs it. But anyway, away we go. Good start from Garwood. But look at Van der Neet. Wow, the four-wheel drive splits between Noble and Garwood. But Garwood manages to hang on. Van der Neet looks to the inside. Got all twitchy on the run through turn 1. Garwood, Van der Neet, Noble. Then you've got Roger White on the inside there of John Douglas. Gee, that was close. Gap back then to Matt Carey. Then we go back to Cameron Gibson. And Liam Hooper just trying to stay out of everybody's road. He doesn't want to put a mark on that car, that is for sure. Rodney Gates is the next one in the 48. That's the Silver Skyline as they climb the hill for the first time. Our leader is already down to Calvin's. I don't know if they fixed that shock absorber, but I think I heard Greg say they did. So the number 12 Capri works its way down the back straight. Van Den Eede is second. Roger White, gee, he's showing a turn of pace this time round, Rosie.
Certainly is, and I think you might have answered your own question, Strider, about how they fixed the thing, because it is a rocket. There it goes sideways, sideways, sideways. He gets out of it, and then when he gets out of it, out of the throttle, of course, it gets off boost.
That looked like it had a big pause, didn't it?
Because I think what it's doing, it's lighting up the rears, it's getting sideways, and it's just going to spin himself. So he has to get off throttle to get control back, then it gets off boost. And therefore, it has a big pause. So it's still a bit evil. It's still a bit evil. It's obviously very switch-like in the turbo. The handling looks better though. It looks a bit more pointy and just a tiny bit more controllable. But like he's just bolted to get to catch up to and actually drive away from young Steve Noble. You know, he's going all right. So they've got the thing fair percolating. They've done a lot of work to the Specialist Car Centre Nissan in the off-season with suspension and wheels and bodywork and aero and yada yada yada. Mostly that, haven't really done much to the mechanicals. They've just made better use of it, as it were. So Roger White's the one that has got half a chance, has he? Let's look at the times now. So big 56 by Adam Garwood.
He's pulled in half a second.
55.
Roger White's on the
Roger White.
55.73.
What did Adam do in qualifying though, I wonder?
56.
So he's sitting around his qualifying time. So here's a chance, and we've still got 5 laps to go. This could be interesting.
It could be, but as we know, it's one thing to catch, another thing to pass.
That's correct. And
you can use up too much of your car in a chase. He's got to find 2 seconds across the next few laps. That last lap he was, he did a 55.7, Adam did a 56.3, so that's half a second. So you'd suggest it's going to take him 3 or 4 laps to catch him.
That's true. Yeah, and we still don't know if Adam's just got a little bit more, and he has to find 3 or 4 tenths here and there just to draw away, or even to hold his lead. So
well,
yeah.
I do know. I was party to some of the team instructions. He's been told to look after the car, don't hurt it.
Well, he's for sale, so like there you go. And still, I got to say that Roger White's still got plenty of understeer coming through the left-hander at the end of the main straight.
So on that lap, Rosie, it was Garwood at 56.53, Roger White at 56.49, so nothing between them.
And Roger was but a second slower.
Keep an eye on Steve Noble. He's just done his fastest lap, 56.71, so he's not out of the game either yet in 3rd place. Then you've got Rob Van Den Eede. He's got Johnny Douglas, the first of the sports sedans, now putting a passing move. So come out of turn number 4, but Van Den Eede, plenty of horsepower in that Evo, up to the top. And the slick shot Gemini on the inside with the rotary power pack in under the bonnet there, just absolutely hounding the back of Van Den Eede's Evo. And behind them is Cameron Gibson in the sports sedan RX-7.
So looking very racy still and looking pretty much in control, you'd have to say, as Adam Garwood comes across the straight one more time, 3 to go. And still no change for 2nd and 3rd, so it's still White and Noble, and the gap 1.7 seconds officially back to Roger White, and another 3 tenths back to Steve Noble. So the racing was settled down a bit now, so Roger White maybe used up, as you said, Strider, maybe used up a fair bit of his car trying to get up to that point, because he was pretty racy and pretty aggressive there getting through those the cars in front of him to get into 2nd place, but it's still pushing really badly.
Noble did another fastest lap of his own, a 56.55, so he made up 4 tenths on Roger White in that last lap. So as this race unfolds, maybe Steve Noble can get to Roger White and have a good 3-way battle. Garwood was a 57.2, Roger White was a 56.9, so it's 3 tenths there.
What I'm surprised about is Roger White did a 55.7, he's more than a second off since, so maybe he just had an ideal window of brakes and tyres and what have that he capitalised on, and not since then, although it looks like he's definitely slow. Has Adam got a problem, or is...
No, he's looking, well, I don't think...
Well, the gap's diminished.
Oh, he's had a spin! Well, hasn't had a spin, but he's had a huge slide.
He got out on the concrete stuff. And Roger White on the inside.
He gave him some room. That's good racing between the two of them.
So just picking up the people at home, there was a big lose by... It looked like Roger White was gaining down through the S's. I wonder if Adam had a problem.
Tell you what, I reckon there might be another drama because I just saw Michael Elliott at the same spot. He had a big moment too on the lock stop, so I'm just wondering if maybe there's something on the track down there at turn 4. Dave Wrigley doesn't seem to have a problem.
I think Adam was wide. I think that's the problem was. He was out on the concrete. He got on the inside on the pole line. See, there's another one. It's a slidey one. Those that are wide seem to be hitting on the concrete.
Last lap.
And they're having a bit of a slide. But anyway, Roger White is in the lead. A bit of a half spin. Very, very well caught by Adam in the left-hander at the beginning of the hill. But enough to have to get out of the throttle and let Roger White range up alongside him and take the lead at the top of the hill. So Roger White leading at the moment ahead of Adam Garwood. This will break Adam Garwood's almost perfect score, I'd suggest, here at Basketball Raceway. So if Adam was having a problem, it's only temporary because he's certainly getting back into it again, but only 3/4 of a lap to go. There's a couple of slow cars in front, but I think the flags will be waving wildly up there at Calvin's corner. They are. Roger White manages to get past. I think he's... unless Adam Garwood can pull something miraculous out in this last half a lap, I think it's looking good for Roger White. So Roger very, very calm under brakes. So he's got 400 metres to go. He's still got 4 car lengths on Adam Garwood. Checker flag being readied, and they're coming around to take what I would believe would be his first ever outright win.
Yeah, not sure,
Not
but
sure about that.
it's certainly not many.
Yeah.
And takes the win. Final winning margin was 1 second back to Garwood. White did the fastest lap of the race, a 55.73. Garwood was second, Steve Noble in for third, then Rob Vanderneet. Johnny Douglas was fifth on the road, first in sports sedans in the Little Gemini. He's having a good day. Cameron Gibson was next in sports sedans. Let me go back to Michael Elliott. First of the B cars was Dave Wrigley in the Mighty Mustang. And then we look back to Walker in the Datsun 1200 Ute and Gangel in the VX Commodores, your top 3 in sports GTB. Wow, action-packed stuff yet again, mate. It's you just when you think everything's just sorted and settled, no.
Well, after the last race, I wouldn't have put money on Roger.
Well, I'm still not. I'm with you. I'm still not convinced that car's right.
Oh no, it's looked a bit evil. It pushes. It understeers everywhere, and then so he's got to get out, and then so he tries to drive through the understeer, and then it snaps into oversteer, and then he's got to get off it to stop spinning, and then it loses boost, and then it's just an evil-looking thing. But I tell you what, I'm just like sounding slightly patronising, but I definitely lead to him because he's a gentleman racer. He's a very good mechanic from Hobart.
Yep.
Who started racing about 5 years ago. He's not a young man, and he's just taking his time. Takes a lot of advice from people. He listens carefully to advice about mechanical, about racecraft, and yada yada yada. And yeah.
Do you want me to make you feel really, really old?
Yeah.
Adam Garwood's been racing for 7 years.
7 years, okay. We've got one of our...
Ben Lockley, I think.
One of our race cars and is getting a little bit hot and bothered down there in the pits.
Yeah, Ben Lockley's Tirana, fire cruiser down there very, very quickly. Didn't appear to be too much urgency down there around the car, so I'm assuming everything's okay down there. He did come in before the end of the race, did Ben Lockley. So Rosie's just going to shoot out and try and grab a couple of quick interviews just to speak to race winner Roger White and I think Adam Garwood, who probably won't be that thrilled. But anyway, that's racing. We've got the Hyundais down there on the dummy ready to go. They'll hold the race until they're sure that everything's under control up there with the so he's just turned that on. I can see Adam out of the car. He looks a little bit hot and bothered. Got the racing haircut this week. He does like his racing haircuts. Rosie likes a haircut too. Rosie, down to you. No?
Thanks, Tyler. Well, nothing like getting a driver straight out of his race car all hot and bothered. Well, I don't want to go into a negative, but that'd be the first time you've been beaten here in a while, Adam Garwood, yeah? In this car?
Yeah, for a while, so I guess that's what's going to happen when you're in an older car, but no, just still got a few things to change up and drive a bit better. So.
Did you have a drama going down for this, as you had quite a steady lead, and then we seemed to just come back in the clutches of Roger even before you found the slippery stuff down there?
Yeah, the car just went off a little bit, so I don't know if there was a bit of a tyre pressure issue there, but then there was a bit of oil or something on the track and nearly looped it, so luckily didn't loop it and only lost a spot, so we'll see.
Yeah, it was interesting, the cars behind you were wide, and they're on the concrete stuff are having dramas as well, so you just obviously got a bit forced wide there, found the slippery stuff, but you haven't been really challenged here for a bit, so Roger's thing was a bit of a weapon today.
Yeah, they're completely different cars, so still a little bit left and see what happens in this last race.
Well, mate, we've been talking about it. It's been a really weird year this year for pretty much every race driver in Australia because of COVID-19. So until today, when's the last time you had your backside in a race car?
Probably a Palatini Hill climb, the start of end of Feb, so been a while, but yeah, it's all good.
So all things being equal, fingers crossed that you'll be back in the TCM machine in November, Bathurst maybe?
Yeah, I'm still unsure if that's going to happen, but yeah, that'll probably be the next one, so yeah, see what happens.
I suppose, so when you get days like today, you just take them when you can get them just to get some seat time?
Yeah, definitely. Today was all about getting some seat time before Bathurst if it happens, so obviously the cars...
It'd be really cool to see Adam racing at a home track in a TCM car.
What TCM car?
It'd be very, very cool to see Adam racing in Tasmania at his home tracks in a TCM.
Oh, would do, yeah. So next January or February, Strider? January next year when we have the big TCM Formula 5000, yada yada. TCM cars due to come here for championship. So are you able to announce your plans next year in terms of TCM? Will you be still with as a TCM team?
Unsure at this point. That's probably only do this year and hopefully had a good season and try to win the championship. That's all been.
It would be cool though, wouldn't it, be running the TCM car here at a home state track?
Yeah, it definitely would be. So we'll try and lock in them first 2 rounds, but unsure about the rest of the year after that.
That would be pretty wild. After seeing Shorey's TA2 this morning, seeing a full field of TCM cars around here would be pretty awesome, eh?
Yeah, definitely, and they're bloody quick cars, so people underestimate them. That I reckon there'll be a good bunch in the 55s, maybe high 54s as well, so see what happens.
Well, okay, good fun, good luck. Sorry about the spin, or the last spin. Nice catch, nice save. Good one, thanks.
Richie Benno. Nice catch.
No, fine catch it. Back to the kitchen.
So just a delay as we get the Hyundais organised for their second race of the day. David Rose is roaming around the pits. We've let him loose, which is always dangerous. Probably should never be let loose. But he is loose. People have been saying he's loose for years. Don't forget, folks, if you get the opportunity, please support those that support the sport, our sponsors, and everybody else that helps make the meeting happen. And big thank you once again to our many officials, whether they be on a flag point or in the tower or down there on the grid or wherever they may be around the facility. A huge thank you to you guys and girls. You do a fantastic job at meeting after meeting after meeting. We can't go racing without you. So a massive thank you to all of you for donating your time.
Not sure if you're getting me, Strider?
Got you good.
Okay, well, up the end of the pits, and we mentioned during the call about the, what we call the racer. Not even sure if you're a gentleman, but certainly he's a racer. So, well done.
Right, I've won a race before.
Yeah, won a race, yeah, but in sports studio?
No.
So what was your first studio win?
Well, if I have got that far, yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go, so well done. Because I've watched you from afar. How long have you been sort of racing, can we call it, seriously, for, how long have you been campaigning this car? I know you started with our X7, decided that was much too pretty and too special to be damaged, potentially, or to be knocked around, so you went the XP Crude machine, you've developed it over the last few seasons, so what year or what season is this number?
This is the third or fourth one. So I had last year. I took a bit of time off to put the wide body and put a bit more width in the rear suspension. That's all. I haven't got any more power. I've just got more better handling. So and that was basically down to Clifton Campbell helped me a lot with that, and so the boys here, they helped me with that. So
just before we go to the Hyundai race, we need to come and talk to you. Well, it looked to us that it looked evil. Sorry to say, it looked like it was undersuited. It looked like you're having to, and then get out of the throttle, or try and drive through. It looked like then you went to snap into oversteer, so you'd have to get off it, and then you'd lose boost, and then you'd stop a little bit, and then it just looked like you were working.
And I just need to perhaps perfect left foot braking a bit better. I just need to get my head around that, and I think once I do that, then it'll be a bit nicer. The car's fine. It's me.
Just you've been saying that for years. I think you undersell yourself. You know, yes, it's a very well engineered car, but I think it's been well driven. What I've liked about you, and forgive my sounding patronising, is that over the journey you've had the last few seasons, you've always listened to advice, and you're happy to learn and listen. Who's happy to give you some good advice just to get faster?
Yeah, no, I'm new to motor racing really, so I take all the advice I can, and I try everything. Some of it works, some of it doesn't, and you know, if it doesn't work for me, it might have worked for someone else. But yeah.
Well, I congratulate you, mate, because that was a quality field. You've got Tasmanian champions in there, and you've got a very accomplished driver in Adam Gale with a very quick car. So it wasn't a Bradbury by any means. It was a good, solid win, and well done.
He drove really well too. I must congratulate him. He was a really clean driver. I appreciated him the way he drove. It was good. Actually, they're all good drivers.
They are all good drivers. There's some very stellar performances out there in Sports GTA. So a big win to you, and maybe some would say a long time coming, but congratulations to you and your crew for all your hard work, and may there be many more.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Good job, Rosie, and well done to Roger White on a race win. Certainly didn't come easily, and he managed to get the job done. We've got the Hyundais out on track for their second race of the day. This one brought to us by Snug Butchery. We thought thank them for their support. Josh Webster looking to keep that perfect score intact. 2 rounds so far. He's qualified on pole and won each of the races. Looking to do the same again today. He's made the perfect start, qualified on pole, won the first race. He'll start this race off pole. Next to him will be Jeremy Bennett, car number 46. Out of position number 3, Callum Mitchell in 14. Adrian Jones next to him in the car 164. And back to the young gun, young Charlie Parker in 17. Alongside him, Jamie Keeling in 27. They had a great battle on the last lap of the previous race. And good stuff. Row number 7 will be Jones and Bond. Good to see Shane Bond back. Haven't seen Bondy racing for a long time. Last time I saw him, he was in a lime green 240Z. Really quick car and a good operator as we go. Good start from Bennett. He's got the better of the start this time. Moves over, tries to squeeze the young Webster. Webster gets the better of it under the bridge and up through turns 1. And was not going to be denied. He just put the car there, now leads the way down through turn 2. Bennett's behind him, then it's Mitchell. Adrian Jones will be the next one, then Charlie Parker. Then back to Keeling. Bond will be the one following him. That's the 49 machine. As I said, good to have Bondy back. Been a long, long time. And good to see people come back to the sport after they wander away. So many people do wander away for a short time, but it's good when they come back. Webster down to Calvin's for the first time. Already starting to pull a bit of a gap on the field. He's a class operator, this kid. He's learnt very, very well and very thorough in their preparations for the racing. Lives for it, loves it, leads the way. Bennett is second. Then it's Callum Mitchell, Adrian Jones, Charlie Parker right with him now into the braking area, into the back straight. This is lap 1. It's a 7-lap journey. And good scraps going to develop as this race unfolds. Webster completes the lap. We'll check the gap back to second. And it is 1.9 seconds, so that's some kind of an opening lap. Second is Bennett, Mitchell, Jones. Bit of a gap back then to Charlie Parker. Keeling's the next one. Then Bond, Leighton in the 16 car. Behind him, we go back to Jones. Kingston, who's well back after a DNF in race number 1, so plenty of work for him to do. That's the Castrol coloured machine car 101, currently running back in 10th place. In Midgley and Axelson would be the last of them. Our leader though, already down to Calvin's on lap number 2. Doing a good job, has a handy little gap. Standing lap last time, a 110.91, so a pretty Pretty stellar effort on his first lap for our race leader. And that is young Josh Webster. No change in the positions behind him. It's still Bennett in second, Mitchell in third, then Jones, and then Parker in fifth place. Across the line goes our leader. 2 laps completed. Second is still the machine of Bennett. And it's 3.3 seconds now. A 1:05.09 was the lap time for our race leader. Now, I'm not sure. I reckon that's very close to lap record type pace, a 1:05.09. I'm not aware of anyone in the 1:04s in a Hyundai. Stand to be corrected, but I'll certainly check on that for you. So Webster, a 1:05.09, Bennett a 1:06.5. That's the difference between first and second on that last lap alone. Then Callum Mitchell a 1:06.7, Jones a 1:06.4, Parker a 1:07.1, Keeling a 1:07.5. But it's a class act, is young Webster, doing it beautifully out in front in the number 1 machine. Leading the way is Webster. And the battle for second and third starting to heat up. It's a really good scrap at the moment. Trying to jump by into it also is Jones in car 164. Not quite close enough at the moment. Then back to Parker, having a bit of a lonely race. Then it's Keeling. Bond starting to move up now in the 49, starting to get used to these cars now. They're a different car to what he's been used to racing previously. But this battle is starting to develop now for second, third and fourth between Bennett, Mitchell and Jones. They've completed 3 laps, so there's still about 3.5 to go. Our leader goes over the top of Skyline now. Leads by 4.8 seconds, and that's in 3 laps, so he is dominant at the moment in this category. Hard to see anyone getting to him without mistakes. Through Calvin's, nice tidy line, out onto the back straight. Now this battle, second, third and fourth, they all come through there. Gap back then to Charlie Parker. Young guy learning very quickly, learning on the run. In the 17 machine, Keeling behind him, then Bond. Then we go back to the 16 car of Leighton. Another 1:05.2 for Webster. Bennett now starting to feel the blowtorch. 4 laps down, 3 to go. Under the Tilford Auto Group bridge. Bennett, Mitchell, Jones, gap back to Parker, who's starting to fall back towards Keeling. Keeling does his fastest lap of the race on that one, a 1:07.13. So he's starting to close in on the back of the youngster in the 17 car, young Charlie Parker. He'll start to come under pressure. We saw in the last race the roles reversed. Parker caught the back of Keeling and managed to get the pass done around the outside on the last lap. We'll see how that develops over the next 2.5 laps. Our leader is still Webster, car number 1, across the rise and down towards the braking area at the end of the back straight. Handy brake last time past, it was 6.15 seconds. And Bennett, he's just managed to pull a couple of car lengths on Mitchell, who goes really deep under brakes, closes back up again, trying to apply as much pressure as he possibly can to the back of the mobile machine of Bennett. They cross the line. It was 0.35 of a second. It's now 0.45 of a second. Then it's Mitchell. Then it's Jones. Still Parker, who now does his fastest lap of the race, a 67.01. So he's almost in the 106 bracket. He's young Charlie Parker. Then Keeling. And then we go back. Bond's now got through on Kingston. Leighton back there. Jones, Axelson and Midgley round out your field. Working lap number 6. Our race leader over the rise and on his way down to the braking area at the end of the back straight. It is young Josh Webster doing a very, very tidy job in this number 1 machine. Does have the fastest lap of a 65.09. Crosses the line now. That lap was a 105.5, so he's operating pretty much the whole time in the 105 bracket. Last lap board comes out. Bennett still under enormous pressure from Mitchell. Mitchell getting very, very close now. Jones is with them, And Parker now starting to come under more and more pressure from Keeling as well. Bond's too far back unless there's mistakes up front. But look at this battle for second, third and fourth. Down through the S's. Bennett pulls a car length from Mitchell, who's got Jones all over the back of the number 14 machine. Round through turn 4, they climb the hill for the final time. Our race leader, he's already on his way down to Calvin's. But the battle is for second, third and fourth. It's still Bennett in second. He's been there for the whole race. Then it's Mitchell. Then it's Jones. Gap back then to Charlie Parker, who's got Keeling starting to close in on the back of the number 17 machine. Our race leader, he's at the end of the back straight now, about to get into the braking area for the final turn for the final time. It is Josh Webster. And the battle for second, it's going to need something miraculous under brakes from one of these guys. Webster takes the win, so he keeps that perfect streak going. Second, I think, is going to stay with Bennett. He's done a good job. He's fended off a number of challenges, and Bennett in the mobile machine does take second. Third will go to Mitchell. Jones will be fourth. Charlie Parker will hang on for fifth ahead of Keeling. Then we go back to Bond and Kingston side by side. Kingston got him in the end. Gee, that was close on the line. 3/100ths of a second between Kingston and Bond. Kingston making his way back through into 7th place. Then Bond, then Leighton, Jones, Axelson and Midgley will round out the field in race 2 for the Snug Butchery Hyundai. It's exciting stuff. And I need to check on that. I reckon that's very close to a lap record for Josh Webster of 105.09. I'm not sure, but I will check. I reckon that's a lap record. So if it is, well done to young Josh. Good job. That completes heat 2 of round 3 of the TCRC. One heat to go for the day. We'll have Regularity out on track in just a few moments' time for their final run. It's an extra lap for them this time. And then the double points finals for the rest of the categories. To round out the day, it's a big day, 21 races. We've got 100 entries today, which is fantastic as we see Josh Webster make his way back into the pits to conclude his race. And as I said, that streak he's on, he's doing a mighty fine job.
want to just fade it down a bit, Copper, and I'll get it back into it. Well, here we go on the final round of racing here at Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway today, ladies and gentlemen. And as we do, we start off each segment with regularity, like we did way back at about 10:30 this morning when we started off with SRT Logistics Regularity. Well, it's still SRT Logistics Regularity, but we're into our fourth round of action. We can't really call it racing when we're talking regularity because they're running against the clock. They're racing themselves, if you like. But it is double points and double penalties, though. We're getting into the double points rounds as a tradition of our formats at our Tasmania Circuit Racing Championship events, that we have double points rounds to finish off the end of the day. So even more importance to do well and to at least to finish, because if you take a dive or have an issue, it's a double points that you're sacrificing. So gets even more earnest than it ordinarily would be other parts of the day. But this is just a 5-lapper as against a 4-lapper for SRT Logistics and Regularity. And we've seen a number of different runners throughout the day. It's Spain in the 77 machine who's holding sway at the moment, sway being the operative word with some of these little regularity jiggers, but all having good fun out there, as we heard from Bruce Thomas a couple of hours ago. I had a chat with Bruce, who's the architect of the Basketball 1000 for these regularity style cars, and saying there's fantastic stats about 400 people involved, and about 40% of those were first timers to the sport. So job's done really, because that was the aim of that category. And we're down in Spain 77. He has now slipped off the standings, and we often see that. It can change lap by lap, it can change minute by minute, and he takes one little whoopsie or one little fast lap or slow lap than their nominated time, and then the points go all right. So normally we see 50 points up on our timing screen to lose, if you like. You wanted to keep your 50 points at the end. If you're intact, you're looking good, but the points are deducted for going faster or slower. So, but of course 100 points allocated to the drivers in this instance, because the double points round. So still on 100 points, so in fact lost none. They've been very circumspect and very close to their nominated times. It would be Mansfield in the Commodore. He's an absolute specialist. He's a gun at this regularity caper, does very strong, does very well all the time. That's in the number 17 Commodore. He's a feature, always a feature in this category. I don't know what it is. I must ask him one day to see what it is he does. So Brett Mansfield in his Liverpool Engineering Works yellow submarine, the yellow Commodore, he just does it well. Got a yellow flag down there still at the bottom of the hill. That would be because it's the John Routley machine. They certainly got an FJ that's off, it's forlorn. It's stopped going up the Killick Hill. It's off the racetrack, so it's not about danger, and the driver's out of the car and is behind the tyre wall, but still the yellow flag letting people know that that's a potential hazard there. It's not a big drama, it's not on the track, it's not really affecting lap times, but what I don't think it really means is that they're not allowed to overtake in that zone. There's a green flag waved at the top of the hill on the James E. Skyline corner. That's to tell drivers that that yellow flag zone is now ended, and they can resume normal action, resume action stations, as it were. So there's probably, so between where the yellow flag's being waved at the bottom of the hill, turn 4, and turn 5, top of the hill, that is a no passing zone while the yellow flag is out, which it still is. I thought they might have actually pulled it in by now, seeing it's been out for at least one, inverted commas, racing lap, but that's okay. They've all seen it. And we're still on the run home now. It is a 4-lapper today, or this one. We go up to 5-lapper this final rather than the normal 4 laps, so we've still got a lap and a half to go for most. And Bruce Thomas, the man we were just talking about, the architect of the Basketball 1000 series, zoomed up to the top of the leaderboard. Well, he's still there. He's now back in second, but he's equal first, if you like. And that sounds weird. He's both him and Brett Mansfield both lost 90 points, so they're equal first for this particular round. I don't know how that. I don't have the cumulative points for the previous sessions, but wouldn't surprise me that Brett Mansfield's still strong, because he's always strong in the regularity category, and Bruce Thomas is getting not too bad at it. He was he ran the green-eyed monster in the last regularity round at Simmons Plains a few weeks ago, and then got a bit excited. He got to playing with one of the other boys and broke his time and lost a swag of points, as you do. So Gill in the 47 car is also going strongly. 88 points lost for him as well, which is pretty good. Julian Gill in the Ford Capri V6, he was running closely with Bruce Thomas as well. James Wilson 68 Mini also on 84 points. And then we go right down to Ellis French, 0 points. That would be because he stopped. I would say that would be the reason why. That'll do it. And a few others like Dan Wilson was going really well. Now he's not. He's got 6 points left out of his 100 he started with. So there's obviously a drama for there as well. So they're on the last lap. The checker flag shown to all comers. It looks like it's a race finish. It's not. They're often running in close company, as we see them do in the Baskerville 1000 events, but they're really they're running in close company, but they're not actually racing any particular person. It's all about just maintaining the best you can. You're nominated all that time. So end of proceedings there, and the last event for regularity cars on the card today at Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway, part of the Pickles Auctions Tasmania Circuit Racing Championship for 2020, and that was the last event for those guys, with Brett Mansfield taking the honours with 90 points lost, and Gill in the 47 machine coming in second in the Ford Capri for that particular round. So they will have to tabulate the results for all 4 rounds today, and we'll announce the winner, as we will for all of the category winners at a special prize giving, not immediately after, but not long after the cessation of racing today, when we traditionally get down and have a bit of a barbie and a refreshment and tell some lies and have some fun, and then we go home. But certainly all the trophies from the action today from Tcrc 3 will be awarded after the event. Unfortunately, those of you listening on the internet, on the interwebs, won't be able to join us, and we won't be televising that, of course. So not televising, we won't be broadcasting that, but you can be sure that the respective winners and place getters will be looking forward to getting some more hardware to take home for the mantelpiece. So right into the final part of the afternoon, and SRT Logistics Regularity now done and dusted. Next up on the program, and we're running a fair bit ahead of schedule now, which is good. I think the organisers are just buying themselves some wriggle room, some insurance, if you like, in case we have any dramas in the next few races. Hopefully we don't, because we can't be running into the darkness, because it's just a no-no. Anyway, we're looking for the Formula V's to come out. We had a small field to begin with, and the field unfortunately has got smaller throughout the day, with the disappearance of a couple of key runners, including Chris Neal from the last race, which was a bit of a bummer, but we were lucky to have a very strong dice, as we saw in the first couple of rounds as well, between Callum Bishop and Wade McLean. So looking forward to seeing the resumption of that little battle, this time a 10 lapper. Then we're looking at the sports and racing, more historic touring cars, etc. Then more HQs, and then 10 lappers all the way home as well. And another GT race with double points and 10 laps, and finishing the end of the day with another Hyundai race, double points and 10 laps. And that'll be into the prize giving, and that's all she wrote before we start thinking about the 4th and final round of the Tasmania Circuit Racing Championship at Simmons Plains, as part of the big 2-day 60th anniversary celebrations happening up there in the final week of October. So we're very lucky with all the COVID situation of getting anything at all. Of course, it all looked very forlorn and ordinary going back to several months, but at the moment we're without spectators. It's an awful state of affairs. It's just weird, but it is what it is. But with the 1,000 spectators allowed at outdoor events as from next Friday, that, fingers crossed, won't change. There will be no dramas with our current situation in Tasmania, so that would allow a normal crowd, or a reasonable crowd at least, to attend Simmons Plains. It might be a bit of a drama in terms of having 1,000 people maximum, but at least allow some sort of spectator activity to occur in October at Simmons Plains. But watch your social media for the MG Car Club and certainly the Tasmania Circuit Racing page to keep you up to date on what will happen and how that might play out in terms of spectator availability for the fourth and final round of the Championship for 2020. It's good at least we can have one, which means that when our presentation rolls around next February, the CAMS presentation for all the various championships in Tasmania, that a championship categories will be awarded, which is something we're all looking forward to. Very tempted to say, to tell you what is going on at the Bend Motorsport Park, but I won't, because some of you might have set your VCR, set your set-top boxes or your Foxtel hard drives or something to record it. But yes, interesting pole position result for the two races, and interesting to see who can take home the chocolates at the Bend before they go for the first of two races at the South Australian track. And luckily that was available and accessible as part of these shenanigans and this dreadful scenario that we're all going through and trying to move around from state to state, but at least they're able to do that, and there's a bit of a respite, but except for the Victorian teams who have to go into quarantine, the poor buggers, for a fortnight ahead of Bathurst. And the Bathurst race this year looked for a while there was not going to happen for the first time in 60 odd years, but luckily it is able to go ahead, and with 4,000 spectators, which is about 56,000 short of what they normally have. So it's going to be, we think it's weird not having spectators here, just having, at least they'll have people in grandstands along Pitt Straight, and there'll be a bit of atmosphere and everything. But like the drivers rushing around the top of the mountain and Mount Panorama all day without a soul in hanging off the fence and doing what they do, it's just going to be surreal as well. But it is what it is. At least they can have a race. Someone said on social media, "Oh, they might as well have the E-race." I mean, you're kidding me. They might as well go around. So the E-races have no spectators either. So why wouldn't you have the real race with real speed, with real television and real spills and real things and like real competition? What a stupid thing to say. Yes, it's awful not having spectators, but like the fact that they can have a race, the drivers, and we can watch a normal race, it was brilliant.
Well, for the majority of Australia, you're not at the race anyway.
That's right.
Most people that are interested in motorsport on Bathurst Day, it's a bit of a ritual. You all stay at home by your TV, or you go to your mate's place, and some people have been doing the same routine for 30, 40, 50 years. You know, this year it's my place, next year it's your place, whatever, and they have the same rituals. They do breakfast, they do the whole 9 yards, and they do it at home.
I just on that, I saw a great story. It might have been on the Supercars page even. No, it was a Channel 7 New South Wales story. This is a fellow that is one of the diehards. He's been to Bathurst, I think, 40 odd years as a spectator up the top of the mountain. He's got a trailer. He's a Ford man, and it's got the double mag wheels and the whole thing, and it's a permanent Bathurst trailer. And it unravels and it comes out with the big marquees and the barbecues and the whole shebang, and it's quite a big deal. It's quite a big deal, and he takes it up there and does his thing and whatever. But he's not allowed to this year, so he's got quite a decent backyard. So he's recreating his Bathurst campsite in his backyard, inviting, and he can take his grandchildren there. He's happy about that.
Mate, I understand people's angst about not being able to go to Bathurst. Because, I mean, I've been there 3 times, you've been there 33 times or 40 times or however many times. We both know it's a very special place to go to. And some people, that's their annual holiday. But, I mean, there's lots of us who have not been able to have our annual holiday this year, me included. And there's lots of people who have missed far more important things than an annual holiday.
Well, I thought it was quite, magnanimous of this bloke. It was very, quite articulate, whatever, and he's never missed one. He loves it, but he was like, mate, it is what it is. Like, we can't do it. So he said, well, I'm turning into a positive. I'm going to set up my entire thing in my backyard, have my mates around anyway, with the big screen. And he said, I can have my grandchildren, my young grandchildren around that I'd never take to Bathurst, but I can be with them on the day. So it's a win-win.
I mean, at the end of the day, the reason, and lots of people are saying, they're going to let 40,000 people go to the Olympic Park, whatever it is, to watch rugby league. And they're only allowing 4,000 at Bathurst, which is 6.2 kilometres. Oh, how is that right? Well, when you think about it, you've got 40,000 people in the stadium, yes, for a couple of hours, and it's relatively well controlled and easy to control. Bathurst, I mean, you've been on top of the mountain, I've been on top of the mountain of an evening. It can be a lively place.
I love your turn of phrase. Yes.
So the
understatement of the year.
The authorities know that, and that would be why the authorities are saying no camping, because it can be a very lively place.
Yeah. Well, this is part of the reason, unfortunately, that they just can't get to zero in Victoria. There's a couple of families that just still see each other and won't play the game, what have you, and they're keeping this COVID thing going in Victoria. And you take somebody just for the wrong thing at a Bathurst camping ground, and they take it back to their communities.
Yep.
And then we're all over again.
And that's the other thing, isn't it? With Bathurst, an event like Bathurst, or the Formula 1 Grand Prix, or whatever, you haven't got people just from New South Wales going. They're coming from all corners of the country. All over the place. We have plenty of people from Tasmania go up there. Now, apparently they're creating a bubble for the officials. They'll be camping there, those that want to, obviously. And they've got a
They're all COVID tested before they go in, and they stay in the bubble.
Safe bubble, so they're there of an evening, and they won't be having the same level of excitement that's had on top of the hill. And anyone who's been to Bathurst knows exactly what I'm talking about on top of the mountain. It's cool, I love it, but at the moment it's
not safe in the current environment.
No, you can't do it right now.
No.
Maybe next year. But
I feel for them, because some people they live for it, genuinely, and it's just the highlight of their year, having a holiday there, and genuinely, and good on them.
What won't feel right is when they finish racing around for 6.5 hours, 161 laps,
and the crowds don't come to the podium,
and they're doing the presentations, and there's 4 people and a dog there.
I thought exactly the same thing yesterday. I saw that, and I was looking at some photos. I thought, even with the people in the grandstands, they're still not going to be allowed down there in close company, breathing on each other and spitting on each other and whatever they do, and
no, that's right,
yahooing under the podium. So that'd be sad as well. But it's just. But at least we can do it.
Yes.
You go back a couple of months, Bathurst wasn't going to happen. Like it was not going to happen, but it was not set in stone until this week.
Well, Formula 1 didn't happen.
That's true.
Effectively, they're the biggest show in town is Formula 1, and that didn't happen. And we could quite easily lose Bathurst, or we could quite easily lose the AFL Grand Final, or any of those events, because we've already seen that they are quite happy to cancel a Formula 1 Grand Prix. They've cancelled the Olympics.
That's true.
It didn't get any bigger than that.
The biggest thing in the world, yeah.
Well, they haven't cancelled it, but they put it through to next year, postponed it.
Well, that's a massive thing, though. It'd be like
huge.
I only think I'm very good friends with
you're not
a young lady called
Ariane
Titmus, and I'm good friends with her folks, and so I was privileged to watch her do her thing over the last several years and watch her build up. And she'd been building up since she was 14, mate.
Yep.
To get to this moment, and beat Katie Ledecky last year, got the world record.
Yep.
All set for the Olympics, and then I'll tell you what, it's one of the most heartbreaking things I've seen. How distraught she was the day they announced they weren't going to do Olympics, but she picked herself up and she's going to do it again. But it's going to be hard. It's got to wait a whole year to reset.
Same for everyone, though, isn't it?
That's exactly right.
But I feel sorry for the Olympians who this was going to be their last hurrah, and maybe another year is a step too far.
Yeah, that would be really gut wrenching. But it all comes down to it is what it is, and we just got to make the best of it. And we will. So there you go. We're back to enough pontificating and editorialising and navel gazing and all that sort of stuff. It's back to the racing, folks. And then we go, and a great start by Callum Bishop. Now, he did that before, though, and then Wade McLean holding back in by turn 1, which is exactly what has happened. Plus, Wade McLean being on the pole has got the short way around through the right-hander, so he leads Callum Bishop into that. Michael Vaughan's a bit, was it Brewer, I think, might have been, was Chris Neal back out there?
Yeah, Chris Neal is back out there, yep.
He's at the back, which is great, and Brewer got a better jump than Michael Vaughan. Michael Vaughan's now jumped him, so he's third at the moment. It looks like he might be consigned to that as well. Although Chris Neal's coming from the back, look, he's going to get rid of. He's going to dispense with True going through JMC. That takes him out of last position, takes him out of fifth and last into fourth, but there's still a fair way back. Back to the front though, disappear from our view temporarily behind the Tilford group and then behind the Tilford Bridge, then the hump. Then they'll come bursting back into view from our commentary position as they come down the main straight, and again out of the cloud, getting serious on first lap is Callum Bishop. And look at that, you got to love that strider. There he was, he not only braked late but he came rushing through the left-hander, which was his Achilles heel by his own admission, and he actually drove away from Callum McLean. So he's got that corner pretty much nailed. So he's learned on.
They learn quickly, young
people.
They
do indeed. So good. I'd say 10 out of 10 for that Callum. So thinking, well, that's my weak point. I'm going to work on that. Clearly he has, because he's shown with the last lap lunge in the last race and nearly taking the win as a result of getting that corner clean, and he's doing it well there. But getting good drive out of the bottom of the hill again, Callum McLean. He's strong there as well. So it's the old strengths and weaknesses thing. So this cat and mouse game, it's the fourth time you've seen the cat and mouse come out to play. The cat will get him eventually, or the mouse will get him, whatever. But it's good stuff. It's great wheel-to-wheel action between these two young fellas.
Here we go again.
Here we do. On the outside, Callum McLean, Wade McLean, you should say, still side by side. And Callum's not seating though. He's not giving it to him. He's going no. So he just brakes as late as he does, sweeps across in front of him. Got this good corner speed there through there. It swings to the right as it comes past the control tower, and takes the pole line and takes the apex cleanly through turn one, because he can.
Now, Rosie, this is the double points final too. So if you're going to win one, this is the one you want to win.
It's also the one you don't want to throw away.
Correct. Callum Bishop leads the day on 97 points. Wade McLean on 91. So only 6 points between them at the start of this race. And you know what the difference between first and second is in the double points final? 6 points.
And that's and what we're looking at the moment.
97 to 91.
6 points. Yeah.
So they would end up tied.
There's a lot to play for at the moment, and these two young guys have been going at it hammer and tongs every lap, every race today.
Well, and Wade McLean's almost an old bloke now compared to Callum Bishop.
True. Callum's what? How long's Callum? 19? Something like that?
I don't think he's that old, is he?
18,
Callum?
Yeah.
Bishop? I don't think he's that old.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
But he's doing a good job here holding up Wade McLean, or holding out Wade McLean. They complete lap 3, so still 7 laps to go. And it's pretty much been side-by-side action between these two. McLean's led for a bit, as has Bishop. But you've just got to think to yourself that Wade McLean's sitting there, and the whole time his computer is working out for him where Callum's strong, where he's a little bit weaker than he thinks he would like to be. Where can I pass him? How can I? And when should I pass him? The brain will be going 10 to the dozen in the 35 car. He closed right up over the top of JMC Skyline that time. He's right with him on the run down into Calvin's. Great racing between these two. I don't think they touched a wheel all day. Plenty of respect given to each other. Good racing. Down over the rise they come. Wade McLean alongside again. Now Bishop's chosen the inside the last 2 or 3 times. McLean goes really deep under brakes. And I reckon he'll get the job done this time, because he's side by side. He's doing it the long way here, but he'll have the inside run for turn number 1 as they complete lap number 4. They are side by side across the line.
Here's Bishop trying to go for the under and over. No, he doesn't. He decides he's going to go with him. So just on his left flank, as it were, he sort of followed him through turn 1, through the uphill right-hander, cambered corner, and just hung in there with him. I thought he might have gone for under and over, but this obviously doesn't work in Formula V, so he just stuck with him all the way through turns 3. They're now halfway up the hill, and McLean still leads, but closely followed. There's only just a matter of probably a metre between the gearbox and the nose of the McLean and Callum cars respectively, and still that gap remains constant as they sweep down through the left-hander. And in fact, pulling up a little bit more time. He's going to be in the toe, such that it's a very small straight, but he still can get a bit of a toe, and it works for him. Him being Callum Bishop, pulls out of the slipstream and the inside. Now that's all very nice, but unless he get the job done, he's not going to. And he does get the job done, or does he? Or does he? He does. He's going to make it real. Oh, it is great racing, but he's got to try and get over there, and he just does. When I say over there, I mean they're coming through the sweeper, folks. That means that unless he can get over to the right-hand side of the track, McLean could get back onto the pole line, as it were, into the inside line, and therefore first rights for the turn one corner. But Bishop just managed to get enough speed, enough rolling speed, as he called it himself this morning, through that turn and stayed ahead. A bit of sideways there, a little bit of a drift action there coming through the left-hander onto the hill that time around for Callum. So he's really got the bit between his teeth. He's determined, clearly, as if he wouldn't be, to stay in front of Wade McLean. This is as good as it gets.
Good scrap for third and fourth as well between Michael Vaughan and Chris Neal. This is why the category's been around for 55 years, Rosie, because of this sort of stuff. It's just cool. It's good racing.
It is.
And here comes McLean now to the outside. Bishop's made him go that way every time. And last time I was interested to see that McLean let him have the inside. Here we go again. Now, we did this 2 laps ago, and McLean was good enough, and he'll probably do it again too, because he manages to hang tough on the outside. Bishop gives him room. They're side by side across the line, separated by 2/100ths of a second at the line. Bishop staying on the outside.
Whoa.
Wow, that's a big move. It hangs on. Good racing.
Oh, I haven't seen that for a long time. Have not seen that for years and years and years and years. Honestly, I haven't, because it doesn't normally happen.
That's great stuff.
Bishop hung tough on the outside for turn one, folks, for those of you who know the circuit, and he stayed up high and he swept on down. And, you know, McLean could have hung him out to dry there, though. He was in a position he could have hung him out to dry, but he didn't.
It's just great racing between two young fellas who are just having a crack.
It's also very, very brave by Callum to swoop down into the apex, into the S's, into turn two. It was very trusting of Wade, because Wayne could have just spat him into the weeds. So
here we go again.
Again, he's on the outside. So what we're seeing is the side-by-side, folks, still down into the braking area, into the straights, as they do. But then again, but he does it again. He's with Callum. Mate, you've got to get over. You've got to get over. Will he? Yes, he does. What's been happening is he gets out of the corner first, but he's on the inside, and he's vulnerable to Callum McLean. Now, Callum McLean may be going to do the same thing, but he's not close enough. Same thing, what I meant by that, it was that Callum was following Wade was following Callum into turn one. Thought he might have done what Callum did last time around, but he just didn't have the momentum, didn't have the slingshot.
Look at this scrap for third and fourth too. Chris Neal on the inside of Michael Vaughan at turn two. Nice pass. That's not easy to do there, to pass someone on the run into the top of the S's. And got it done nicely. But they've swapped positions 3 or 4 times as well. They've got 2.5 laps to go as our leaders work their way into Calvin's again. Just 2 great little battles going on. It's hard to know which one to watch.
Oh, it is. We're lucky, aren't we? There's got 2 really solid dices happening.
Lucky we haven't got 35 cars out there. Here we go again, side by side. Bishop on the inside, McLean on the outside, end of the back straight. McLean goes deep. Bishop seems to break later and gets the spot again. Now, McLean will look for the outside run, coming onto the start-finish straight. Bishop's got it covered. Now McLean goes left and goes to the outside of what will be turn one under the Two-Foot Auto Group bridge. Bishop covers the line. McLean's sitting there. He's so patient. He just knows that there's a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, Bishop didn't just cover the line, though. You notice that at the end he just sort of dinked it ever so slightly left, and Wade's probably going, oh, hang on. So just a little bit of gamesmanship going on.
Just really good, clean, hard racing. I'm loving it. This is good.
Oh, it is good. Who's that? That's Prua. Is it? It's gone off out of 1. Yes, a bit of dust raised, always a telltale. We look up there and there's Prua getting back on the racetrack.
Last lap, Rosie. Bishop was a 101.544. McLean was a 101.540. 4 1,000ths of a second between them. Just cool.
Oh, it is brilliant. Side by side again. This is just one of the best races I've seen in years and years and years. And still side by side through the corner, through the left-hander at the end of the straight.
Here we go. This time. No. Yes. No. I tell you what.
Oh, he's getting him racing in room, ain't he, just? No, I think he's got him. He's got the inside. No, he hasn't. Who would have thought? They were side by side coming across the line with McLean on the inside. We said to myself, he's got the run for the corner, but he hasn't.
Last lap board is out, so this is the run to the flag.
I wondered that strategic strider. He had the inside run to 1 there, and then he seemed to roll out of it and tuck in behind him.
Look, Callum's got a couple of car lengths as they climb the hill. The battle for third and fourth is now Neal and Vaughan in that order.
I don't know. One thing that looked planned, it looked staged. The old last lap strategy.
Let's just wait for a massive late lunge under brakes. I don't reckon he's close enough. I think Bishop's got the job done here. He's been a terrific race between these two young blokes.
It's going to be awesome.
Here comes McLean, but I think he's coming from too far back.
I agree.
Under brakes. Bishop's shown several times that he's very strong under brakes, but so is McLean. Nothing between them now as they come out of the final turn. Checkered flag at the ready. And Callum Bishop will get it done just. Bishop takes the win from McLean. Final margin was 7/100ths of a second across the line at the end of 10 laps of racing. Good stuff between those two. And I think Neil might hang on, although Vaughan now making a charge. Won't get there. Neil will hang on for third. A good comeback from him after he did not start in the last race. And Michael Vaughan will come home in fourth. And Pruitt will round out your finishes as he crosses the line now in the Easterbrook Automotive machine.
I think hopefully we gave those listening online a bit of a word picture, a bit of an idea that what a ripper race it was. But I think the most telling feature is that what you said about 60 seconds ago, Strider, was .07 was the gap at the finish.
7/100ths of a second.
That might tell our listeners what was going on. That was a beauty.
A number of lead changes, good racing, well done to both those young men, and take nothing away from Chris Neal and Michael Vaughan too. They put on a ripper race for third and fourth, but you just got to love it when you've got two young guys who are going at it, but they're racing hard, but they're racing fair. A number of lead changes and just really good stuff.
Yeah, enjoyed that.
And I reckon when they get out of the car, they'll both have massive smiles and they'll both race over and bump elbows. I'm sure they will. They're quite a close-knit group, the Formula V mob. Yep.
And I'm impressed with Wade because how can you not be? He's a two-time national champion.
Three.
Yeah, three-time. Well, there you go. So, and then I'm impressed with Cullen because he's a young fella and he's always learning. And he did the interview for us this morning, and said that I need to work on turn whatever it's 7 or whatever, and then he has.
Yep.
I like you can watch him improve before your very eyes.
They learn so quickly.
Yeah.
And I mean we've spoken about it a number of times. Young guys, or girls, their reflexes are quick still because they're young. They have very limited fear because they haven't been there and had the big crash yet.
It's true.
And in most cases, not all, but in most cases, they're not paying the bills.
There's always that.
So that makes a difference.
There's always that, yeah.
And that's what happens. And it's cool to watch. Well, I reckon it's cool to watch. I love it.
Yeah, it's all good stuff. It's all good stuff. Very lucky to have witnessed that, and disappointed that
everyone else didn't get to see it as well.
The friends out in Spectator.
All our friends on the hill. Oh. Actually, that's about right. All our friends are on the hill.
I'm going to say you're not wrong. Well, the David Rose fan club mentioned the phone box every Thursday night. I invited all my friends around last Saturday night. They both had a good time.
Where the hell did you find a phone box? They still have them.
Yeah, they do. It's very rare, but they turn into internet thingies now. These are internet things. I don't know if the speakers are actually turned on the hill or they got that far.
No, they are.
Can the fireys hear us? Blokes in the fire truck.
Flash your lights.
Flash your lights if you can hear us. I don't think the speakers go up to that particular point of the hill.
I know that Donald's talking about taking speakers up and putting them on either side of the Taj Mahal up there.
Oh yeah, the Potter Palace.
Yes, that's the one.
Right, so about the
fire. If he lived there, it'd be Potter's house.
That's true. Harry Potter's?
What?
No, yeah. We'll have to start calling him Harry.
Is his first name Harry? It is now.
It can be. I think it is, yeah. The Potter Palace is the wizard. Don Potter and the Temple of Doom. No, that's a bit of a mixture of that and Indiana Jones.
I tell you what, there's a marketing chance there. Look, wouldn't that be just the best corporate facility on the planet?
Yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't done it. I'm surprised he hasn't sold tickets.
We have radio mics, don't we?
About 15 years ago, I actually went up there in hill about that position, roughly where the Taj Mahal is now, and sat there with some punters with a radio mic. It was back in the Barney Watson days when really big kick-ass area was on it, and called a race. Sitting on a deck chair with the punters.
For those that are at home that haven't been to Baskerville for a while, the office of Motorsports Tasmania is now located at Baskerville, and it's up on the Spectator Hill, and it has just the most magnificent view of this place.
It does, yeah. It was very strategically chosen, wasn't it? Where they plonked the office. Thanks to the good folks at Tilford's. That used to be a facility at their showroom in Hobart City. and they did a refurb of the lot, and it was a surplus to requirements, so they arranged to get it trucked out here and craned out here and put in position. So it's now the official headquarters of Motorsports Tasmania, and it's very nice.
I was talking to Donald on the phone the other day, and he was in his office, and he actually thought that he was going to find himself at Bridgewater. It was a little bit blowy.
All right, getting knocked around a bit, was he? Okay.
Won't hurt him.
That's true. It's just a big panoramic, a big deck out the front and a nice big glass house, and yes, very, very swish.
On a nice sunny morning, it'd be just beautiful sitting out there having a coffee.
Well, I'm thinking, we weren't working next January at this mega meeting we're having, but I'll be up on his deck with the Bundy mate. That's
going to be the coolest thing, the ARG stuff coming to Tasmania. I mean, obviously we're beholden to what goes on with COVID and all those types of things as to whether it'll actually get off the ground. We're all hoping it does. I mean, a Sunday, Tuesday show at Simmons Plains, and then 3 days later, we're here to do it all again with some of the best categories in the country. I just reckon it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's going to be mega. Going to be mega.
And what I've got to say there is that Gary Rogers and Barry Rogers, they are so excited about bringing this to Tasmania. I mean, you talk to Donald, and he says all the time, they are absolutely pumped for it.
Yeah.
And I want to say too, for Gary Rogers, congratulations on putting in a wild card for Bathurst and putting in 2 relatively unknown people. It'd be very easy to find a couple of drivers who aren't currently in cars
with budgets,
but no, he's picked 2 kids and gone, you're driving.
Yeah,
that's cool.
So we've got Taylor Everingham.
Yes.
Yeah, and is it Nick Ahern? The guy, the TI2 driver that's been brought in.
Now, Mount Lee's been really good off the line every time here. Red light goes on. We are seconds away. And away goes Mal Lee again. Gee, gets off the line well. Rodney Creed's got a good start this time too, in a similar car behind him. And the 431, he's gone nowhere.
Now this is different. Phil Sutton leads, first time today.
We've got a car stopped on the start line, the car 431, and that's Alex Turnbull. And that's the one I was talking about. I believe that might be the ex-Trevor Fiddler car from back in the mid-70s.
We'll have a red flag for this. We will. And we have. Yeah. We will and we have. So
I'm going to say it's that car until someone corrects me and says it's not.
The Trevor Fiddler.
Yep. Only pertinent people of a certain age will remember Trevor Fiddler, but he was a hell of an operator back in the day.
That's the same. You can see the frustration from as the gloves come off, the helmet comes off, the hands device comes off. It's sort of like so poor old Alex is not having a good day.
He didn't throw anything.
No, but he just everything's come off. He's instead of staying in the car, everything's discarded. Just from the. That's a shame.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So Clinton in the Formula V, and then
Alex, yeah,
in the Clubman. So perhaps a driveline failure, maybe just broken axle, busted diff, broken gearbox, something I don't know.
Tyre went out.
Yeah, but whatever. It's just didn't want to proceed. He knew straight away that it's not going to go anywhere. So
now, while I've got a moment, because it's going to take us a couple of minutes to get rid of that car. During the last Hyundai race, I was pondering whether Josh Webster had broken the lap record.
You were?
Yep, and he did.
Oh, well done.
His own lap record by 10.
Yeah. I sent a text to Andrew Reps and then didn't check the phone. He actually told me, previous was a 105.1.
Yeah.
So well done, Josh. So, gee, well, he's having a stellar year, isn't he? A stellar return. Poles and wins and lap records and things. So, how would...
so this will help Mal Lee, this...
Yeah, but how filthy would Phil Sutton be? He finally cracks a first corner lead for the first time all day, and it's red flagged. Oh, and the 12 car back into the pits. That's not good. Don't want to see that. But anyway.
No, we don't. Turnbull.
That's great. Bingley managed to get out there, but now the red flag's been thrown. He's brought it back into the pit area for reasons unknown. So that little insurance policy we were talking about before, having a bit of a time buffer, coming into play now. There's these sorts of those little time buffers you've got coming very handy in times like now.
This is where, and it was a push that was on about 18 months ago.
Know where you're going to go with this, I think.
With the whole transponder things or radios.
In-car radios.
In-car radios.
Yeah.
So one-way communicators, so that the clerk of course can talk to the drivers. When you in this situation, you call red flag and tell them to go to the grid, sit and wait. Now we're going to lose, time while the cars sit here and then do another lap to grid up, and away they'll go again. But that hasn't quite got off the ground yet. But to me, it just makes sense.
Yeah. I was talking to someone about it the other day. I'm not really sure why there's a pushback from Motorsports Australia and to do it. I just find it really odd. What the reason why it seems to make so much sense to me, and the reason they're not adopting it, they must have the reasons, but I don't know what they are. Anyway,
they made it. I do believe they made it advisory, but not compulsory. But I mean, for mine, if there's a car stalled on the line or there's a red flag stoppage or whatever, you've just got the opportunity for the clerk of course or his representative to jump on the radio and tell everybody what's happened, A, potentially averting further issues, but B, saving time, because your clerk of course can instruct all the drivers in one go what he wants them to do. I want you to come to pit lane, I want you to go back to the grid, or whatever it might be. To me, it just makes really good sense.
Well, maybe we'll see it in time. But yes, so a good start by Mal Lee last time.
And a good start by Phil Sutton too. First time he's had a really good start.
Yes, it is. Well, he did say this morning when we had a chat with him that, every time out there's a new adventure, new experience for him. So he gets better, car gets better.
Obviously, there wasn't much wrong with it. If you remember after the last one, he came into the pits on the plateau.
I wonder if he was running low fuel for maximum effect. I
wasn't going to say it, but that thought did cross my mind as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Just, yeah. We don't know, but yeah. Yeah, it's all about power to weight, isn't it? It's all about not having the cart so much weight around. I'm probably getting a bit ahead of myself because it's not an HQ race, but I did bump into young Otis, and yes, he has looked very trim. After his gym session, and he said he's having selector problems. He couldn't get second gear under brakes, so he had nothing but brakes to try and slow him down, and he was just like, so yes, it was a lock-up because he was just trying to hold the thing up, and the reason he took so long to get going because he's trying to find a gear.
Yeah, stuck in neutral.
So he's fixed it now, but he's not real sure if it's going to behave all the way through the last race.
Of course, the last race will be their double points final. So Phil Sutton pulls up on pole position, Mal Lee alongside. Taylor Heath has had a really good day in the new car, sits in position number 3. Rodney Creed next to her in his little Clubman, very tidy little car. And well used, he's raced it a lot, that car. A lot of racing. Craig Trenham back there in the 97 machine as we get set to go. Scene 2, take 2, and away we go. Mal Lee gets the better of the start. Taylor Heath makes a good start as well from grid number 3, and Mal Lee sweeps across from the outside and will lead the field up into turn number 2. Now, we've seen this several times today. Phil Sutton, as the session goes on, it's 5 laps this time, as the session goes on, he gets quicker and quicker. Now, Mal Lee had a problem there. Something went wrong because it looked like Phil Sutton was going to run into the back of him at one point. Just really weird. It just seemed to hesitate. I don't know.
Very busy down there in Ford, isn't it, at the base of the hill? But they sorted themselves out this time around. Phil would be spewing because in the first start he led into turn 1, and that may or may not have made a difference. But I tell you what, that little Clubman's got some mumbo.
It's so lively. I mean, I get the feeling that Phil's car's probably quicker, but he can't get past.
Yes. I think it's probably why he's ruining the fact that he and he'll be following in dirty air as well of the little Clubman. definitely strengths and weaknesses as well. I think the Rolt seems to be quite nimble down through the S's into 4. It's probably a little bit better than the Clubman because he seems to. What about now? He seems to be right in touch, especially through 4. And then, but it's certainly not lacking in grunt. Look at the Clubman go there. In fact, it's just slightly better. Even allowing for traction out of 4. And the little Clubman's got plenty of grunt. Mel was very proud of it last year, the fact that he spent a lot of time and probably a little bit of money as well on the engine, and it's probably about as quick as you can make that thing go. And I said when I was listening to it in practice this morning, it sounded like it's might happen to have a sequential in it because he had the shift cut.
I spoke to him a little while ago, and he just had the biggest smile on his face. He's just having a ripping day. So he does a 57.1, a 58.0, a 58.69 for Taylor Heath. So she's now gone quicker again. Her best previously was a 58.93. That one was a 58.69. Rodney Creed a 60.38. Craig Trenham a 113.5.
Spin in 4.
Oh, Phil Sutton.
Yeah. There's a bit of a fishtail on the what you'd expect to slicks on grass, but I was coming down through the S's. I thought, gee, he's lost a lot of time to Mal Lee. I said the commentator's cursor spoke too soon because he dropped a long way off the back of Mal Lee coming down through the S's and got into 4, and then away went the back. So it's still quite greasy down there on that concrete dust or whatever. So anyway, long story short is that the Rolt went around, so he's no real danger to Mal Lee. Mal Lee, our race leader, coming through the sweeping through the chute now across the finish line. Toward another lap down, 2 to go for everybody.
56.42, so
wow.
he's
motoring.
Having a crack. Taylor Heath, a 58.35, so that's her best for the day.
Well, she's a 58.9, wasn't she, last time?
58.9 and then a 58.6 on lap 1. Yeah. Now she's just done slowing.
That's 2 seconds faster than the start of the day for Taylor.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so that's not bad, is it? And the track would be a bit crappy, with rubber and oil and all sorts of rubbish. And yeah, so nice work, Taylor. So she's running second outright in the race.
Well, when I spoke to her at the start of the day, I said, "What are your expectations? What sort of lap time would you be happy with?" She said, "Stridey, I just want to go out and have fun and put it back in the trailer, not broken." That was her expectations for the day. She'll be thrilled with that.
Oh yeah, that's
as she should be too.
That's nearly 2 seconds faster than when she was running around this morning. 2 seconds, that's a lot. 2/10 would be an achievement. 2 seconds, that's fabulous. So it's started to drag out a little bit. And here's the old elderly Formula Ford, normally aspirated, doing the right thing. The young lady we're talking about, Taylor Heath, moves across in turn 1 to let the recovering Phil Sutton come cruising on by.
Mal Lee did it again. He did it last lap. The run from 2 through 3 to 4 really slow. In fact, his last lap was a 59.8. The lap previous was a 56.4.
Well, it's 3.5 seconds slower, and probably most of it lost in the S's. I wonder if he's lost a gear. I wonder if there's a gear gone. And there's one he needs, so he's just staying in 4th or something. Or something like that. Might have a listen.
That's just 2 laps in a row. He's been really slow in that section of the track.
Unless he decides now he's got a handy lead, that's just where he's going to go the slowest. Although here comes Phil Sutton again now, so you've got to be careful. So here we go. Check a flag time though, it really doesn't matter.
Well, that lap was a 1:02.
Yeah, so buttoned right out of it. No wonder Phil Sutton was coming at him because he buttoned right out of it. He was 6 seconds slower than his fastest time.
Yeah, he was.
2 laps prior. So yeah. So good day for Mal Lee. That was, of course, sports and racing cars and double points over the only a 5 lapper, but double points still. So very important. So did that quite easily in the end. So I don't know if the points have been applied or not, but anyway, so Mal Lee takes the win for the day. I don't know if that had been applied. Anyway, we know from just common mathematics that when you win every race, you're likely to win the round.
You're a chance, aren't you?
Yeah, you're yes, you are.
I'm gonna go first, second, third will be Mal Lee, Phil Sutton, and Taylor Heath.
Yes,
for
I'd say
the
that.
day.
Yeah. I think that's pretty safe to go with that. So a good strong run by Mal Lee. This brilliantly engineered car, and he drives the wheels off it as well. So some really nice performances today. Phil Sutton getting used to his new car, getting back in the swing of things. Mal Lee's obviously very comfortable with his car. It fits him like a glove. He knows it intimately. He drives it inch of its life as it should be. So, and he gets the rewards because of that. And Taylor Heath, just a very impressive run by this young lady.
Great comeback, wasn't it? Like first time back, hasn't been to Baskerville for over 2 years.
Yep.
Last time was in a Formula V.
Yep.
Never driven that car here before.
Very impressive.
Good stuff.
Yeah, and she did what she wanted to do, was to bring it home straight. And so she'll be a happy camper, and her dad will be happy as well.
She can't see. Rodney Creed, he's had a good day as well. Always clean, neat and tidy, Rodney Creed.
He's a very reliable and consistent driver, isn't he?
Just doesn't seem to make any mistakes, just drives around nicely. He'll come home in fourth.
How about Bradley Trenham's, Hobson Special? That's been around since Adam played halfback for the Israelites.
Well,
so
it has been around a while, hasn't
very
it?
old
When
car.
you think about it, it's done a few days, that is for sure. So here we go again, improved production on the grid with the historic touring cars, of course, and Sports GTC.
Poor old Phil's beached it.
He's running around.
Yeah, the very low rolled RT35. Lots of people in the pit area have gone pushing wheels, pushing wings and things. There's actually beached. There's a bit of an incline as you go up into the pit area. There's just a little bit of a hump as it straightens out again.
Yep.
And the old Rolt just runs that low that it beached as brew. So needed a bit of a helping hand from people to...
You idiot.
I know. Beached yes. So, yeah. Oh, everywhere look, there's always something going on. There's not a car steaming somewhere. There's a car beached in the pits, or it's one of those days. It's all good fun till someone loses a mind. No, it is good fun. It's just we just try not to look to the left and see that barren hill that just messes with your head, so you don't look there. But if you look to your right, as we did when we did that little panorama before on Facebook Live, you just see all the cars and the people on the... Not a huge amount of people, because there's a 2 pit crew per entry limit.
Yeah, driver and 2 pit crew. We had 100 entries, so that's 300 people.
Yeah, which is well short of the 500 we're allowed in
Yeah,
here.
but
But mind you, there are officials and timekeepers and commentators,
and
scrutineers and
you've got
coffee people and caterers.
Yep, all those things. And
Yeah. So it's very carefully managed by Hobart Sporting Car Club and Motorsports Tasmania, as they would. They run a tight ship and run it completely according to regulations. I saw the boys in blue come out this morning with a little briefcase on the thing, doing their COVID checks, and they went away with big smiles on their faces. I don't think they were happy to see no spectators. I was just happy that that it was being perfectly managed and adhered to by race organisers.
Well, at the end of the day, and I don't want to get political. I'm not going to get political.
They don't make the rules.
But I would say that the police, I'm sure, have been very frustrated by some people's lack of ability to follow what are fairly simple rules. Whether you like them or not, it's not the point. Fact is, at the moment, they're the rules. If you follow them...
Cops don't make the rules, they just got to enforce them.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if they go somewhere and the people are seen to be trying to follow the rules to the absolute best of their ability, well, that makes the job easy for the police, and no wonder they were smiling.
When they left, well, they didn't stay either. They just were happy to leave and leave it in the hands of the organisers, because they were happy that it was being, people were playing the game properly in the scheme of things.
I mean, the rules will change. We will get back to a more normal way of life. It will happen.
Well, it will happen sooner if more people do the right thing. And give the government and the police confidence that there won't be issues.
Yeah, is it nice? No, but it is what it is. We've got to deal with it. And like you said, the sooner we all take our medicine and, things will get back to more normal. Will they ever get back to what they used to be? I don't know. I think life's changed. Anyway, let's get back to the racing. Improved production, historic touring cars and Sports GTC on pole position. Bradley Check in the big Commodore. Alongside is Jason House in the BMW 135. Jared House, the Tirana, out of grid number 3. Matthew Grace in the Nissan out of grid number 4. We go back to Phil House, also in a BMW, out of 5. Next to him is John Talbot, first of the historic touring cars, the Mighty Mustang. Then it's Michael Cross in his orange XU1 Tirana. Alongside him is young Holdsworth in the Toyota 86. He's had a good day, actually, young Holdsworth. He's driven really well today. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. Now, what is Phil House doing here? Well, Phil House is driving really well today. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. Then back to Alan Rushworth, another young guy who's doing well. He's gone from his grid spot. He should be in grid 5, and he's just placed himself. I don't know what he's doing, but he's not on grid 5.
Finishing order of the last race.
Yeah, but the grid. I've got the grid order here. He's meant to be at a grid number 5.
Well, I think they've. I think we have to ignore our. Look, there's all sorts of carry on going on there now. Now, Jared House wants to readjust himself as well. I can sort of understand the first row because that was the finishing order of last race. In fact, that was finishing order of last race. So they've set the grid on the finishing order of last race rather. The grid we're getting on our timing screen I don't think is correct.
Well, it looks.
Oh, well,
they look to be lining up that way.
Well, it does now, yeah. Now we're right. See, now we're right. We've got Chicken House.
But that's how it was. But then he moved over here. I don't know why. Anyway, red light on. We're set to go. The BMW on the outside. Can it beat the Commodore to turn 1? Great start from the Bimmer. Look at that. He has absolutely blown them away up to turn number 1. I'll tell you what, he's not going to be easy to get past again as Grace goes to the inside for third place of the black Tirana of Jared House. They're side by side. If Grace can get in front, he'll be hard to get back past. We've seen him race before. He's a very hard man to pass. He currently sits in third. Jared House is next. Then it's John Talbot. Phil House back to Michael Cross trying to get past the Holsworth Toyota 86. They're side by side over the top of the hill, but our race leader is the BMW of Jason House. Wouldn't that be a turn up for the books?
Wouldn't it ever? And that's going to be kinder on its tyres and brakes over 10 laps as well. So, like the likes of Chicken Co. And the boys behind him might give him a bit of a razz, but this is going to be a good car over a distance. And gee, he's driving it well. For a new car, he's driving it so well.
It's just really smooth, isn't he? Brad Chick chasing him down. So it's Jason House, Bradley Chick, then back to Matthew Grace. Jared House in the Tirana sits in 4th. Then it's John Talbot in the Mustang. Phil House in the BMW. Michael Cross in the Tirana. Holdsworth is the next one in the Toyota 86, followed by Lockie Dalton, former Carter, and a very, very good Carter as well in the second of the 86 machines. Then it's Triffitt, Richardson. We go back to Rushworth. Lockie Thomas having a quiet day in the green machine, the little green Mark 1 Escort back there in position number whatever it is. He's not even showing. Oh, there he is. 13.
Lucky for some.
I'll run lucky for others.
He said he's missing the minis. He normally plays with minis.
I reckon he's pulling the gap. We'll have a look. Jason House, last time by, he led by 1.4 seconds to Chick. That looks like more than that to me, but we'll see.
It certainly does. No surprise, though, because he's got clear track. So 1.4 last time, and it is, half a second, more than.
And a 57.75 from Jason House, if you don't mind.
That's classy.
That's a ripping little car, isn't it?
Anything under a 60-second lap is getting quick. When you start getting down towards the mid-55s, you're getting seriously fast. So that is what a great little jigger. It's a great little purchase from the House family. From the House racing team, that's really played into the hands. There's no dirty air. There's no nobody to bother him, and it's just going to be better on his tyres and brakes over a long journey like today.
But mate, with a gap of 2 seconds, I'd suggest that Brad Chick's not getting any dirty air either. He's not close enough to the BMW to be copping any dirty air.
No,
he's got clear track as well, as does Matthew Grace.
This is a powerhouse performance. This is indeed. So we went from 1.4 to a bit over 2. What's the gap going to be? This time it's probably going to be 2.3 maybe? We'll see. Yeah, 2.3.
Hang on,
Yeah, so it's just 3 or 4 tenths time after time. The way he's going, he's still got... he could win this by 20 seconds. But anyway, we'll see. But we've also seen Jared House spun on someone's oil. So it ain't over till it's over. So we won't put the commentator's curse on anybody or count any chickens yet. But certainly Brad Chick not being able to do anything about the disappearing Jason House in the little BMW. He's half of the top straight ahead as they sweep into Calvin's corner for the run down the main straight, and looks like that Matthew Grace's charge has just backed off a fraction as well. His best lap was on the second lap, 59.02. He's only a 2 or 3 tenths slower than that last time around was Matthew Grace, so he hasn't backed out of it yet. But
he's normally a lot quicker than the 59.
That's true. He can do 56s. So
57s, 6. You'd be safe at 7s. So the gap's 2.6 now between first and second.
Well, he's come down a little bit. He's come down a second to a 58, but it doesn't look like he's going he's trying like super hard. I know that sounds pejorative, sounds like a bit naughty, but like I'm having a crack at it or not. But although it gets slightly sideways in the S's, he had to chase it. You got the back swung out coming down through turn 2 into 3, and he had to get right off it. So that's so maybe it's a bit oversteery on him. So he's just gonna. He doesn't want it to lose it. Doesn't want to throw it off the track. So he's maybe just hanging in there.
Both Brad Chick and Matthew Grace, so that's second and third, did their fastest lap on that last lap, a 58.30 for Chick, a 58.61 for Grace. So the order is Jason House in the BMW, Brad Chick in the Commodore, Matthew Grace in the 200SX. Then we go back to Jared House in the Tirana, John Talbot in the Mustang, first of the historic touring cars, Phil House in the BMW Alpina. Then we go back, Mick Cross in the Tirana, Holdsworth in the 86, Triffitt's next one in the RX2. See, that's a ripping little car, that RX2. Do like that car. And
Matthew Grace goes a lap slower, second slower again.
Yep, and the gap on that last lap, Jason House in the BMW, a 58.0, Brad Chick, a 59.1. Gaps out to 3.7. Jason House is just driving away from the field.
And I'd say it seems like the both Bradley, Chick in the Commodore and Matthew Grace in the Nissan have just, they're out probably 2 or 3 seconds off their best, and they're a second or more off their recent fast laps. Seems to me they've just eased it off, finding a bit of a rhythm in the middle of the race, and just going to try and bring it home at the moment and see what happens.
Yeah, 5 done, 5 to go, or less than that now, obviously, for our leader. He's just about to come around and complete lap number 6. He's catching the slower cars in the field. Completes lap number 6, a 58.10. Now the gap was 3.7 seconds last time by. Now it's 4.8. So out to a 59.2 for Chick. Grace a 59.6. So they're just getting slower, those two. But the little BMW is just hanging tough in the early 58s, high 57s. Talbot, he's got Jared House. He's got in front of Jared House, Talbot. So Jared House in the Tirana. He's had an issue there. Now Phil House is also with the Tirana. So Jared House in the black Tirana, I don't know whether maybe he's just burnt the tyres off it or what's gone on, but it's not going his way at the minute.
No, it's not when you've got a heavy old drum brake rear, historic touring car Mustang of Johnny Talbot getting past a Black Beauty, a bit of a weapon like the stealth bomber that is the Jared House Tirana. You know that, well, you not know, but you suspect there's something that isn't quite right.
Something's afoot.
Something's afoot. Something's not quite right with the Jared House machine, particularly after his powerhouse performance in the early part of the day today. So first, second, third, just the same deal, but the gaps were 5 seconds, and then was so that's going out as well. So the gaps between first to second, second to third increasing. Bit of traffic around as well, though, as Chicky goes past. Green on green. Big green B8 goes past and puts a lap on the lean green machine of Lockie Thomas. So, well, this is interesting for these guys as well. So it was getting a bit boring for some of the guys at the pointy end, but now they're lapping the tail enders, so that's giving them something to think about, something to concentrate with, and take a little bit of care with. And same deal for the guys being lapped.
Mick Cross starting to come under a little bit of pressure now. That's the orange XU1 at the top of the S's from Phil Triffitt in that little RX2 last time by. Triffitt took 4 tenths out of him, and it looks to be closing up. And they have got young James Holdsworth in the Toyota 86 closing in on them. You'd have to suggest that Toyota 86, as the race gets older, it's going to be a nicer car to drive than a Tirana or an RX2.
Yeah, you think so? Yeah, because it's very consistent right to the end, you'd imagine. But there you go. So with lap and a half to go, or lap and 3/4 there ago, our race leader is on the killing hill at the moment. As he gets to about nearly to the braking area, Brad Chick enters that particular stretch of racetrack to go and run up the hill. So there's length of the hill between those two, and there's about half the length of the hill between Brad and our third place man Matthew Grace. So there's no danger there of second catching first or third catching second while things continue as normal, unless there's a mistake made by someone.
It's an impressive performance from this BMW.
Oh, yeah.
I know I'm talking about it a lot, but it's just absolutely blown me away.
Well, I agree, because we said that early in the day. We said, well, what's he doing? One to go, last lap signed to him.
So he's done 9 laps, Rosie, and that lap there, lap 9 was a 58.38. So consistently in that early 53-second bracket.
Doesn't make a lot of noise either. It doesn't howl or scream, what have you. It just gets on with it. And when you look into turn 1, it doesn't sort of get all leany and weird in the back. He just turns in nicely, doesn't get understeery. It's a really well-sorted chassis, clearly.
And he's put 6.8 seconds on Brad Chick
Well, there
in
you
9
go.
laps.
It's just a good-looking car. It's just a very... It looks planted. It doesn't look understeery, it doesn't look oversteery. It looks really planted and balanced. So it's a very well-sorted car, clearly. So it was an excellent buy by the boys. But anyway... Fast lap time for these chaps coming through, still having their little private dives. Is that what we like about having these various classes and classes?
So Crossy on that lap in the orange Tirana, a 62.08, his quickest lap of the race. As we see, our race leader, now race winner, crosses the line to take the win. His final lap was a 58.32.
That had to be a first for him in motor racing, I would say.
Well, in circuit racing.
Yeah. Circuit, yeah.
Final winning margin was 8.3 seconds to Brad Chick. Third was Matthew Grace, and he was a further 3.5 seconds back behind Brad Chick. John Talbot's going to be the next. Oh no, Jared House has got back by him. So Jared House finishes 4th on the road and 4th in improved production. John Talbot takes out the historic touring cars. Good drive from him. Phil House will be next across the line in the BMW Alpina.
He wouldn't be unhappy with that. When you look at there's 0.3 of a second difference between the best laps of John House of John Talbot and Jared House.
Yeah.
Now Jared out, that's 4 seconds off.
Yeah.
3/4 of his best, but still. JT would be happy with that because he said in his interview, like he's done a lot of lonely laps around here by himself. So he's had lots of people to play with today. I reckon he'll be enjoying that.
I have no doubt. And good racing right through there. So just to recap that, improved production, Jason House in the BMW, that's right, not Jared. Jason House in the BMW, Bradley Chick, Matthew Grace, and then Jared House.
Too many houses.
It's a suburb, told you that.
It's like Monopoly.
Yep. Historic touring cars. John Talbot takes the win. Matthew Grace second. Phil Triffett in the Mazda third. And there was 2 tenths between them at the end of the race. So good stuff there from the improved production cars and the historic touring cars. They've had a ripping day and really enjoyable to watch. And that BMW, that's only the second time they've run that car. They ran it at Symonds Plains a month ago, Rosie. They've run it here today. Now, we both know that they'd still be coming to terms with the car and trying to understand what it likes, what makes it work, what makes it tick. But to do a 57.75, that's a really quick lap time around this place.
Well, inspired decision to buy the car. I mean, I was away for the IP Nationals last year, but from what you're telling me, it was an impressive bit of kit, and obviously the House family recognised that, jumped on it, and wow, second race meeting in locally, and takes the chocolates ahead of some very fancy cars. No, I wasn't here for the IP Nationals. I was supposed to be calling the World Rally Championship at Coffs Harbour, and it was...
They didn't have it.
Well, they didn't have it because it was burned out. Coffs Harbour was surrounded by smoke, so they pulled the pin in the end. So.
What a year. What's happened in the last year?
Oh, no, I don't want to think about it. Just get depressed. Yeah.
You had that, and then we went to Targa High Country, which was just snowbound, and then COVID's hit, and just the world's turned upside down.
It hasn't been a wonderful 12 months, has it? No. No. So we're on the run home, as we say, folks. If you're listening in internet land, we're into the HQE Holdens again now. We had that little bit of a drama last time with young Otis getting down and dirty with Phil Ashland in under brakes at the end of the straight when he lost his gear shift ability.
Down and dirty.
Down and dirty, yeah. Let's get down and get up again.
No.
So no. All right, you know, fun. And so yeah, Otis will be having to redeem himself. Although, if we look at the how they finished thing, they're not going to do it. By the look of thing, like he might have got away with it. The last lap, Sports UT, was results of the previous race. But I looked.
That's always the way. You grid up according to how you finish the last race.
Well, why is Otis down on the front row of the grid in the dummy grid?
Well, I don't know the answer to that,
That's
but
what-
if
that's
you
what
look
I-
at the grid on the computer here,
Yeah, that's right.
shows
That's-
Andrew Toth on pole, Andrew Bird.
That's what I thought, but I looked in the dummy grid, which is where they usually, line them up.
Yep.
And there's Otis on the front row, you see, so I thought, what's going on there?
Not sure about that.
Maybe he's being hopeful.
Well,
Maybe he's got to see if anybody notices.
according to this grid order, he should be starting from grid number 7.
So I got a mouthful of Magnum Mill thanks to Luana Garwood.
Yes.
Hmm.
Mama Lulu. Been looking after us with wagon wheels.
Catering manager.
She was the media manager for the media. Once again, folks, apologies for that hum that keeps coming through the through your whatever you're listening to. Trust me, though, when I tell you, it's worse in a headset.
Yes, indeed.
As I said before, the next event, which will be round 4 and the final round of the championship for 2020, will be on October 24 and 25 at Symonds Plains, 2-day meeting, and it will be the 60th anniversary of Symonds Plains. So it's nearly as old as you, Rosie.
Well, it's seriously old then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a bit of fun. I think isn't it a joint affair between Light Car Club and MG Car Club?
I believe that's what's
Yeah.
happening, yes. I believe there's a coming together of the two clubs to put that one on. Of course, the Light Car Club heavily involved, particularly in the early days of Symonds Plains at open racing level. Not so much in the last while, but certainly in the early days, the Light Car Club were very prominent in the promotion of racing at Symonds Plains. And again, you touched on the historic racing club. Some of the photos of the very early days at Symonds, and indeed the very early photos of racing here. It's hard to believe that racing actually took place, and no fences. And
Yeah, wooden fences and people standing right on. The big tree was there, and blokes standing on the edge of the track in white overalls waving flags with no barriers, no nothing, just standing there. Very different.
Just a different world, isn't it? Now to then. But 60 years, there's not too many tracks around Australia can say they've had a lifespan of that. Some of them have disappeared completely, the likes of Amaroo Park and Oran Park, Catalina, Hume Weir. Help me out here, Rosie. What else have we lost over the years?
Surfers Paradise International Raceway.
Yeah, that's gone. Yep.
Yeah. Lakeside went for a while, but now it's back at sort of a club level.
Adelaide International, that's not usable anymore.
Yeah. Your Malala's still going, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. There's a few. Yes, you'd have to say that if you're listening on a device, you've got your speakers turned up, that buzz must be driving you crazy. You've just got it sitting in your lounge room or on your kitchen table or whatever. But yeah, so we just don't know what it is. We don't have any techies here that can jump on it and fix it.
We've tried to isolate it, haven't been able to do so.
Because trust me, we could have done because it's been driving us crazy in our headsets all day. So
yeah, I'll recall. I reckon I'm going to require medicating tonight.
yes, yeah.
I require medicating every night.
It's you heard of? It's not hydroxychloroquine, whatever it's called. It's Corona, isn't it? Corona, not coronavirus. I mean Corona, as in. Is that what you drink? What beer do you
No,
drink?
hell no.
You don't drink Coronas?
No, they give you disease.
Surely not 4X.
No, Carlton Dry.
Carlton Dry, okay.
Alrighty, Andrew Toth sits on pole in the 28 car. Here's our current championship leader. Next to him is Andrew Bird, the oldest racing HQ in the universe. You think I'm joking? I'm not.
No.
Joe Rattray out of 3. Out of 4 is Phil Ashland, then back to Neville Rattray, Alex Bird, Otis Corbell and Zach Bennett. We are green away. We go. Good start from Phil Ashland from the second row. And he dives to the inside of Andrew Bird, who's made a really tardy start. He's gone from the outside of the front row back to third, and he almost got cleaned up by Phil Ashland on the way by.
That was weird, wasn't it?
It was.
Almost like he missed the shift into second. Maybe he did, or I don't know. It was just he just seemed to. He didn't stop, but he just didn't actually get acceleration. So he's lucky he wasn't banged in the rear.
Can tell you, folks, that 10 laps around this place at an HQ. By the end of 10 laps, they're not much fun to drive anymore.
No. Why is that? Because you lose brakes, you lose grip, you lose everything, or what?
Yep.
All of that.
If you're an athlete like me, you lose stamina and you become tired.
Yes, all of that.
Weary.
Yes, and the brake pedal gets longer and the grip gets lesser. You get understeer gets worse and
Worserer,
all that. Yeah, all of that.
Phil Ashland had a big dive there to the outside, couldn't get it done. Toth had it covered. And Andrew Birch recovered from what was a pretty average start. He's right with the back of Phil Ashland now. It's a complete lap run. Joe Rattray is in fourth. And Otis Corbell, he's making good progress from the back of the grid. It's a 10-lap race. And if he keeps up this progress, he's going to be a big, big chance to be in the game with our lead cars. He's back a little bit. We've got a 4-car train leading the way down through the S's. A little gap, then Otis Corbell, then Neville Rattray, Zach Bennett and Alex Bird. Joe Rattray now having a look, trying to get by Andrew Bird, who made a mistake in turn 4, the bottom of the hill, lost a bit of ground to Phil Ashland as they climb the hill. So it's Toth, Ashland, Bird, Joe Rattray, then it's Otis Corbell. We'll keep an eye on the gap between those two. Last time by it was 1.3 seconds. I reckon it's less than that now, but we'll soon see. So out of Calvin's corner, someone kicking up some dust, didn't quite pick who it was, working the back straight down into the braking area. And Phil Ashland eventually decides to put his foot on the brake pedal, but he waited a long time. And he leads Andrew Bird, who's in third. Then Otis Corbell is almost with Joe Rattray now, so that's been a mega lap from Otis.
Yeah, that's what we talked about this morning. I think that when the guys are dicing, you just often see their lap time just back off a fraction, a couple of tenths, half a second even, because they're so busy like now. Like Andrew Top, is that a bit of a love tap there from Phil Ashland at the top of the S's? Possibly it was. All fair in love and war, though. He's just giving him a reminder, hello, I'm still here, Tothy, and I need to get past, so don't be slack, don't be a tardy old thing. And there he is trying to get a bit of a side draft. Well, not really, but sort of. As he goes left and goes right. And good
on you, Scafey.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks very much. Oh, right out sideways. Yeah. It says Bill Ashland on... no, he wasn't right out sideways, but if his escape was here, he would be. But gets a great run out of Calvin's corner, and Toffler's in the middle of the racetrack. That's probably not the wisest part to be, because it opens the door, as it were, for Phil Ashland to get at least alongside him, and he does. A braking duel down there, both of them braking to the absolute limits of their cars, still side by side, Toth hanging in there, but of course Phil Ashland on the inside, he's on the outside at the moment, puts him in the best position to get the run into, but he's not ahead enough though. So if Tothy wants to, he can swing right, but he doesn't. Well, he sort of does.
Phil Ashland pinched a brake
well,
there.
He had to, because Tothy swept across in front of him.
Andrew Bird was hanging around like a seagull after a chip. He was right in there, just watching him, waiting and pushing and trying to force his way through.
What a view though. What a view of the action. That was all going on around him, wasn't it? Like, basically Ashland got the inside run on the pit straight, folks, put him in the great position for the right hand. He didn't get quite enough overlap though, so Tothy could have swung to the right. He did at the last minute. I don't think Phil Ashland was expecting it, so he had to really jump on the anchors mid-corner, mid-apex if you like, to avoid a cruncher, and they did avoid a cruncher, and Tothy was there, as you say, like a seagull at the tip, waiting for the crumbs or outside the fish shop. Anyway, this is great stuff from HQs, and it's not even halfway through the motor race yet. We've still got 7 laps to go, and they're carving it up as though it's a 4-lapper. And again, side by side, as they did before, but I think Ashland's just a bit ahead this time around. He's placed himself in the best position to be best into the right-hander. But again,
Tothy's good there.
Tothy's very good. So what happens, folks? We expect Phil Ashland to go around the outside. He doesn't. Toth's very good hanging on the inside through the chute. So into turn 1 again on their 4th fifth lap, I should say. Tothie's hanging in there. We thought he had a bit of an ordinary qualifying. He did. We thought he had a solid but not spectacular.
Look at this, mate. Otis Corbell, that last lap, a 106.5. Andrew Toth, a 107.9. Otis Corbell is absolutely on it now. That's getting down towards lap record pace, 3 or 4 tenths off lap record pace.
And he's come off the back of the field, so what an impressive run by this young bloke. We're looking at him now. He's on the... Oh, he's picking up plenty of dust coming out of the skyline. The old commentator's curse, I hope not.
The mad ranger. Look at him go.
Well, he can see now, he can smell it now. He's come off the back, and he can see he's in front of him, and he's right there whereabouts. He's on the train.
He's involved, isn't he?
He is involved. He's come off the back. What a drive by the young bloke, young Otis. He's, what do you reckon, 10 kilos lighter?
Yeah,
well, 10 kilos.
He told me he's lost 10 kilos.
10 kilos, he's not carting in the race car. No, very seriously, it's 10 kilograms. He's not carrying his ballast, so that would make a hell of a difference in this.
And he's gone quicker again, a 106.45. Now he'll be slower because he's right on the back of this train. But on that lap, Toth was 107.4, Ashland 107.4, Bird 107.7. Corbell 106.4.
Ashland banging doors with Tothie. He gave him one on the back, one on the side as he came down through the S's. He's desperate to get past this time, so he had to do a bit of Rubbins race and to get by. And I think Josh has Birdie's got the same idea, and certainly Otis Corbell has the same idea. He's a very clean driver, but he's on a mission. He's absolutely on a mission. What he'd be hoping for is he's not going to lose his gear shift, because he was very worried about that carrying on like I did in the earlier race. And what a drive in this control category to come from the back. Just a yellow flag up there? No, I didn't. Anyway, for Otis Corbell. So it's all going on, and we're only halfway through. We've still got 5 laps to go, and you'd think this is the last lap. Look, Otis on the inside of Andrew Bird, I should say, side by side, but an inside run there for Otis. He's got to hang in there, though, and Bird can hang in there as well, although he's being escorted slightly wide, as Mark Scape might say as well. Ooh. And then sweeps across in front of Birdie just to say, well, mate, I'm taking position, I'm not giving you any racing room. See you later, alligator. And he does exactly that. Sweeps out of turn 1, now in 3rd place, and setting out after the 2 in front. What's going on with the young bloke?
Oh, look, it's the mad ranger, mate. That's what it is. The red mist has descended on the red head, and he's up and about.
He is up and about. My word. Okay, so let's see how he goes now. So Phil Ashland, we thought is out. Well, he did get past Tothie, but Tothie's a bit stung by that. He was beaten up a bit, got a bit of a short back and sides in the S's 2 laps ago. Probably a bit stung by that, thinking that's a bit cheeky. So he's giving close attention to Phil Ashland. And that's all very nice. So Phil Ashland, but perhaps watching his mirrors, perhaps not. Well, of course he'd be watching him, but perhaps driving on the mirrors. I'd say he's too experienced for that. But in fact, he gets away ever so slightly there. But now the lean green mean machine of Andrew Toth, he's got the youngster, the relative youngster, certainly young in terms of experience, and Otis. But Otis getting great drive out of the left-hander into the straight. He gets on it beautifully there and picks up half a car length in that corner alone. So he's definitely got some fabulous car speed as the mad ranger. Is he looking for up and over here and under and over? Not quite enough speed difference to do that. But he's certainly filling Andrew Toth's mirrors full of the black and orange HQ Holden.
Would you say they're operating at a very high level?
I would. And they'll be right out sideways any moment.
That's a good race out in front. Phil Ash and Andrew Toth. Otis Corbell, the only driver who's been into the 106. He did it again on the last lap at 106.89. Currently sitting in 3rd, but certainly wanting to improve on that. Andrew Bird kicks up some dust on the outside of the run, down the hill to Calvin's. So they're coming around to complete lap 8. So
Otis picks up dust that time round out of Calvin's.
Couple of goes around to go. Otis Corbell's a chance.
He's certainly got his race face on, has he ever? He's all fired up as the young fella. The new trim,
well, he's got into cage fighting and all that sort of stuff.
And he goes to the gym all the time, and he said he's as fit as you like. He watches his diet and does all sorts of stuff.
I watch me diet disappear into my guts. That's another story.
What did you tell me years ago? It was a great line, and I'm starting to use it now. It's like you're in shape.
Yeah, round as a shape.
That's right.
So 8 laps completed. They're working lap 9. Phil Ashland leads. Andrew Toth now coming under plenty of pressure from the mad ranger.
This is a good recovery, though. Like he had just won 9th place points last race, which is dreadful in your title response. But here he goes from the back of the grid. He's looking at a minimum 3rd place points and a double points race. better than nothing.
Absolutely.
So he just has to hang in there. I don't think he's going to be a party. He is a party player. I don't think he's going to be a winner proposition here. He's not as close as he was last time around. You'd have to think with all his vast experience that Fiat Arsenal has probably got it in the bag with about 600 metres to go.
There's another lap to go. There's another lap to go. They're only working lap 8, 9. Working lap 9.
I still say he's got it in the bag, but anyway.
Well, maybe he has.
Okay. Well, but Otis will be happy about that. So will Tothy. I think Tothy's shot his bolt, though, as it were. He's had a couple of cracks back, and he's not been able to crack that nut, as it were. But Otis is looking very race, looking over and under. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's going to give him room. Is he going to give him room? Is he? Are they going to crash? No, they're not. I'm talking they. I know it must be frustrating for those folks at home, but going in to the top of the S as Toth gave Otis racing room, and then he's not giving him racing room, coming into 4, and Otis going to get spat off the track. But it's all fair, though. It's all quite fair. It's all just a bit of hip and shoulder and a bit of manoeuvring going on there, but lost a fair bit of momentum for Otis. In fact, he's almost fallen back into the clutches of Andrew Bird in 4th at the moment. So that little carry on behind him for Toth and Otis and Co. All having it squabble down through turns 2 and 3 down into 4, the bottom of the hill. That's played right into the hands of Phil Ashland, and I'll say what I said prematurely a lap ago, but I think Phil Ashland has got it in the bag this time round, though, because of all the squabbling behind him. But
you were just warming up last time, weren't you?
I was into, and Otis looking for a run. I don't think he's going to do it, but the chicken flag is waved. No, he's not tucking him behind, but a podium is better than nothing. Comes out of the slipstream, as it were, at the last minute, but has to be content with 3rd. So, the very experienced Phil Ashland, he's been working his way back into the championship, fair to say, this year, and did it beautifully then, just got into the lead and held it nicely. Tothy held on brilliantly as well, but probably the drive of the day, fair to say, as far as HQs. From the back of the grid, great steer by, what do you call him, the Mad Ranger?
Mad Ranger.
Mad Ranger, Otis Caldwell, the number 1 plate holder.
Yep.
And doing a great job this year.
Now, during that race, I got a text message from another grumpy old bugger, ex-Tasmanian, one of his old cars that he raced himself out there, the white car, which is the Zach Bennett machine. Used to be green with a 13 on the side.
Bazzo.
Barry Cassidy, yeah, he's up in the rum capital with Harold Burgess and all sorts of other...
Yeah, he's always on social media boasting about his hot weather.
Likely lads that he's with, and the Andrew Bird car, which first raced here at the very first meeting in the hands of Kerry Lark. Barry actually had that car for a short time, and he gave it away in the Tcrc driver search.
Oh yeah, remember that
when he was doing those, and Clark, I think, was the bloke that won it. Could be wrong. He'll probably tell me I'm wrong, but it doesn't matter. He gave that car away at one point, but yeah, that's. I keep saying it's the oldest HQ racer in the universe because it raced at the very first meeting, and it's been racing pretty consistently from the very first meeting to today, and it's still very quick.
It's a grandpa's axe, though. There's that 47 engines and 3 new discs and 3 sets of suspension on 5 gearboxes, but it's the same car.
But there's a lot. There's very few of those original cars that still exist because they've been beaten up badly.
That's true.
They've been beaten into some submission.
That's true. That's true.
It's done a good job to survive.
So it's still the rolling chassis is still the same deal.
And the green car at the back, that also raced at the very first meeting.
Really?
That was That was Dave Wrigley's car.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Andrew Bird has owned that for a long, long time, and now obviously got his son Alex driving it now. But he owns 2 of the very original cars, and of course the number 1 car, the very first car that came off the production line, so to speak, lives in a shed in Longford, owned by John Talbot. It was originally campaigned by Spider Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah, Talbot won a national championship in it. Still owns it.
Well, there you go.
There you go. That's your history lesson in HQ racing.
I enjoy that. That's good to know. So yes, so does this mean that Baz is listening on the interweb?
Yes, it does. It does. He's up there in the rum capital, and I'm going to suggest he is so. But when I talk about crabby old man, he's high on the list.
He's a shocker.
He's high on the list.
He's been banned from Facebook 400 times. He's a fearless old soul. He just gets out there and he stirs like the pot. As you know, something severe. He's a shocker.
I love having a little bit of bite back at him every now and then because it just winds him up.
I saw that a couple of days ago.
It just winds him up and he comes back twice as hard.
I know, it's good.
It's fun.
On your Baz, I know you're listening up there in FNQ.
Well, the rum capital. I mean, I don't even think he drinks rum.
No, I think he goes to the Dag pub. He's local to the Dag pub, which I think is somewhere near Noosa, where he lives at the minute.
It's quite fitting.
I've said that actually. The Dag pub is his name now. I only call it that when he goes there. Yes. Yeah, a bit of a ledge, the old Baz. Number 13. That was the Gene Cook number as well, wasn't it? 13.
Yes.
For many years.
Yes.
Anyway, on your Baz. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're having a good day here. And it's actually not bad. It's about 24 degrees, Baz. Just thought I'd mention that. Because I know you're always boasting about your weather in FNQ or even SNQ. Well, good. So, 2 warm-up laps as we've come to know today, because we have sports sedans in the field, and because they run.
Mate, it's getting late in the day. It's dropped down to 20 now.
Well, it's only 20. Oh, well, don't say that, because Baz will be sending us screenshots of these, palm trees and all this stuff that he does.
So long as that's all he's sending screenshots of, I'm okay with that.
Well, yeah, don't encourage him. Do not encourage him.
I love winding him up. It's just fun.
Yeah, just type Donald Trump on his page and let him and watch him go. It's just quite entertainment. You can sit back for hours and just watch it unfold. Yeah, he's a good fellow, the old Baz. He's one of the characters of a Tasmanian motorsport, now living in Queensland, and spent a lot of time on the road though.
Yep.
Awful lot of time on the road, karting various machines, rare and not so rare, all over the country.
Fiercely patriotic to his claim of being Tasmanian. Loves the fact that he's Tasmanian, but just doesn't want to live here anymore.
No.
Just doesn't like the cold, and I don't blame him.
I don't mind. I do like the fact that he's very patriotic Tasmanian, very proud of his state and defend it to the death, as it were. Oh, I might even join him when I get retired. Wouldn't mind a bit of warm weather myself. But for the moment, very happy living here. And so here we go on the warm-up lap. A very circumspect and quiet, as he normally is. Roger White, he's just a pretty laid-back sort of dude, pretty humble. And would you say he was very appreciative of the way that Adam drove in the last race? So it was very good to race against. So, yeah, we'll see how they go.
Roger Wright will start from pole in the Nissan Skyline. Next to him will be Adam Garwood in the Capri. It's for sale, Barry, if you'd like to buy that. Steve Noble out of grid number 3, our current champion in Sports GT in the Nissan 350Z. Next to him, out of grid 4, the
fast starting
Evo 2 of Rob Vanderneet, then out of position 5. The first of the sports sedans, Johnny Douglas, who's been racing for longer than a lot of these people have been alive that he's racing against. And his little Gemini, as I said. Next to him, Cameron Gibson in the RX-7 sports sedan. And we go back to row number 4. It's Dave Wrigley in the Mustang. Alongside him is Rodney Gates in the Skyline. The next row is Walker. It's Dave Walker in the Datsun 1200 Ute. Next to him, Steve Gangel, the VX Commodore. Then back to Liam Hooper in the Subaru, the standard version of the Subaru. Alongside him, Troy Wood in the Falcon. We go back to Michael Elliott, Ben Lockley, and if he's actually out there, I'm not sure if he's out there, Matt Carey in the Commodore is well back.
Now, on paper, well, technically speaking, Adam should pants to start him. Like it's an easy car to get off the line from the highly strung turbocharged thing of Roger.
Looks like he's got new floaties on the front of it. Apparently it's been fine-tuned by Papa Greg. Anything can happen.
You should try some of that bodyography cosmetics. Not even that would work, I don't think. No. There is a limit, isn't there? Yeah. Anyway, the revs rising here, the popping and banging, and a ripper start by Adam, as we rather suspected a pretty ordinary one by Roger, and a few behind him, like the Steve Noble car's not renowned for getting off the line either. The big surprise there was Vanderneet.
I was about to say he didn't get away that time.
No.
The other times he's jumped off the line. And Garwood's got the headlights on, but not for anybody. He's on his own. Trouble back in the pack was Rodney Gates. He had arms going left, right, lock stops both ways, but he gets it all gathered up in the Skyline, but he's lost a lot of ground to the cars ahead of him.
And he's what he's also done is he's backed up a lot of the field as well. A lot of the field almost came to a stop in the middle of the S's. Then it was all these shenanigans were happening in front of them. Anyway, they've sorted themselves out. No harm, no foul, and they live to fight on. So, and fight on they do. Coming down the back straight at the moment, I see somebody rushing through. It was the orange RX-7 of Cameron Gibson that was having a good old dice there with the Johnny Douglas, the two rotary engine cars having a bit of a little contretemps there. Here we are, one into this 10 lapper, and Adam Garwood leads lap one already. This leading duo, they've got probably 50, 60 metres clear of the Nissan of Steve Noble and the Short Performance car already. Steve having a lonely run there. He's probably got 60 metres back to Van der Neat ahead of Douglas and Gibson in the little rotary engine Gemini and RX-7 respectively. So our race leader still, there's no doubt about it. It's all about Garwood v White at the moment. They've lit well clear of Steve Noble. He's got nobody to play with at all. He's well not in contention for the leading duo, and he's well clear of the guys behind him. So we'll have a look at the leading duo again. Again, fairly even, you'd have to say, just looking at it visually, as if you wouldn't do it any other way. But with your own two peoples, but a bit, did you have a problem? Was it just a bit tardy there, or was it a gearing thing? But whatever, the Roger White right on the back of the Garwood machine down at the end of the straight is right on the back of it. Oh, jeez. Oh, that had to be a bit of a helping hand there, or surely. So dramas there in turn one. Adam Garwood spun off the track. There had to be contact, you'd think. It looked to be like Roger White jumped on the brakes very, very late and just couldn't pull it up. It looked like contact with the back of Adam Garwood, and he spat Adam Garwood off, went into the boon. Luckily it's all grass and nothing to hit. And White went off as well, but luckily he got back on the track. So did Adam Garwood, but he's at the bottom of the hill. Meantime, White and the rest of the field are halfway down the top straight. So we didn't expect that one a stride.
No, well, I just had a look through the binoculars at the back of the Capri. I can't see any damage on it, so I'm not sure what's happened there. I wasn't actually looking at that part of the track at the time, but I turned around and there's just dust everywhere.
Well, definitely Roger White was right, a cigarette paper between them, and they're both braking, but I'd say that either Roger braked too late or didn't expect that Adam was going to brake as hard as he did. Long story short, they both went off the track. And that's what happens with fast racing. But that's a real shame, because it's that was shaping up to be a ripper dice, and I think Roger's probably backed out of it a little bit by now. Yes, he did. He was back to a 60-second lap last time around. There's no need to stretch the thing when you don't need to.
Oh, that'll be partly because he was off the track for the first.
Oh, that's true on that last lap. Correct story. Yeah. So Stephen Noble. Well, he's still, that's amazing, how much of a lead that duo had over the rest of the field. Was able to have a drama and go out on the grass and get back on the track and still jump back into the lead. So where's Adam? He's having a lonely run at the moment. He's just cresting the James C. Skyline in the Taz Petroleum Blue Capri.
Currently sitting in position 6 on the road.
And just coming through Calvin's corner now. So he's come through Calvin's, and our race leader, Roger White, at the end of the straight. So there's about the straight difference between our race leader and Adam Garwood, who would be probably the first or second fastest car on the track.
Looks there might be some damage on the left front of that Skyline, the bar.
Yeah, and I saw some smoke as he braked for the right-hander as well. So yes, definitely contact there, I would have thought, between the two, which is not ideal. At least they're both going again. That's something. Again, as the light gets a bit low in this afternoon, here at Basketball Raceway, some of the flames licking from the cars are getting very spectacular. Just in my peripheral vision, I saw a lick of flame, and it was out. Surprise, it was from a rotary. It was from the Michael Elliott RX-7 as they come honking past us. A bit of lick of flame as between the gear change coming along the pit straight. So we've got cars spread out basically between the back straight and the S's. So this quite large field, probably strung out like Brown's cows at the moment. Here comes Roger White again in his lap time. Did a 56 last time, 56.9, about 2 or 3 tenths different. Still pretty much onto it. The 56.9 is still having a crack. Steve Noble 57.8, so Roger White besting Steve Noble by about a second a lap. That's as a matter of interest as far as sports sedans are concerned. Johnny Douglas now 57.37. That's good to see. He was not that quick before last time here. So just gradually improving this car with every outing.
Just followed that Adam Garwood car for the last lap with the binoculars. It looks like it's a really hard car to drive at the moment. Does not look at all settled, that car.
Well, he's not making any inroads, is he, really, anymore? He was, but...
well, the last lap was a 57.4. Roger White was a 56.9. Noble was a 57.8.
He should be catching Gibson and Van der Neat, you would
Well,
he
is. The last lap he's taken a second and a half. And we've got car stopping on the back straight. Troy Wood, the Falcon. Now, Luter's completed lap 6, so 4 to go. Garwood starting to catch Rob Vanderneet and Cameron Gibson. So the Evo 2 and the RX-7 Sport Sedan. Still plenty of time for him to pick up those spots. And as it sits at the moment, he would be 4th in GTA, but he'd probably get to Vanderneet if he keeps going at this rate. That last lap, he was a 57.5. Vanderneet was a 58.6, so carrying plenty more pace. But I was just watching him drive the car. Now, whether it's just him trying very, very hard or whether there's an issue with the Capri, I'm not sure. It just didn't look as though it was a nicely balanced car. Tyres, no. Greg's just looked at me and gone, tyres.
There's another little hazard, of course, on the back straight because the yellow flag on the back straight, so there's been no passing. Technically speaking, well, the next green flag opportunity, this is going to be very tricky now. The next green flag opportunity is not right to the very end.
Yep.
Right to the end of the back straight, so between basically the hump where the yellow flag is and right deep into the braking area, there's no brake passing under the brakes anymore because there's a yellow flag out there. So with a bit of luck though, as they often do, they're hanging the flag out for one lap till the whole field's gone past and seen it and acknowledged it, and they often pull it in if there's not a major hazard. So they've seen that, and the car's quite a long way off the road and the driver's staying in the car, so I think it's a reasonably safe situation. So
well, once everybody's seen it, they know it's there. It's no longer an issue.
So hopefully, but they've just got to pull the yellow flag in, and they have it. So as long as the flag stays out there,
Cameron Gibson moving very slowly on the hill in the Sports Sedan RX-7.
Yes.
So the order on the road is Roger White in the Skyline, Steve Noble in the 350Z. John Douglas sits third on the road in the Sports Sedan Gemini, doing a really good job. In fact, he's closing in on Steve Noble. It's a really good drive. Then you got Rob Vanderneet in the Evo, and Garwood's almost with him as they complete lap number 8. So 2 to go. Garwood's in this game. He'll catch and be a big chance to get by Vanderneet. Put himself back up into third in GTA, which is a good recovery after being facing the wrong way at turn 1.
Certainly was facing the wrong way. It was sort of kind of a long way off the road as well, and you got to love the basketball layout in times like this where they can have a big whoopsie and spin off the road and not hit anything and not get bogged.
But getting bogged's no fun.
No, but often happens at racetracks in kitty litter or whatever. But hitting nothing and being able to rejoin the track, that's one of the beauties of this track, that you can have some dramas if you have to and get away with a lot of the time, which is what we want to see. So a race leader coming around to get 1 to go. The last lap design, he'll get it, and so will the rest of the field behind. And no doubt about it, there is some problem with the loose bar. There's been some sort of drama with the front left-hand corner of the Roger White car. Doubtless, I would prepare to say doubtless, in a result of that contact with Adam Garwood in turn 1, which is a bit of a shame. A lot of a shame. But anyway, all on the last lap now, just about. People come around sort of get the last lap signed, but we'll look back to our race leader. There he is going up the Killick Hill to the James C Skyline turn. So about a half a lap to go from that point on to make it 2 wins. Is it in a row? Yes, it would be for him. This one was a little bit different though. And we got some retirees as well, not quite making it to the end.
Yeah, Ben Lockley coming into the pits.
As he did before.
Yep. So Cameron Gibson's still circulating, but very, very slowly.
Yeah, keeping out of the way though, doing the right thing, and letting people know.
He's our race winner.
There he is. So Roger White, 2 on the trot. So we're having a stellar day after developing this car over the last couple of seasons. Won the last race out, won that on merit.
Tell you what, mate, really good drive there from John Douglas. Got the second on the road.
Adam only just snuck across the line, rolled out of it. Don't think he expected Vanderneet to come quite that hard. He only just snuck it in by 1/10.
Yeah.
If he wouldn't have rolled out of it any earlier, he would have been in a bit of strife there for that to pick up that 4th position. But a good recovery, not ideal. We don't want to see cars crashing. Don't want to see them going off the road. But like when they're racing that hard, that fast, I suppose from time to time you're going to get the old racing incidents.
I've had a good look through the glasses. I can't see any damage on the Garwood car. If they did contact, it was light.
I think Roger was right on his back, like it was cigarette paper stuff. And he was braking. He didn't sort of drive up and crash into it, and they were both braking together, but I suspect that
it might have been a rub.
Yeah, I just think that maybe Adam braked harder than Roger thought, because I think Adam just suddenly went off the road. and then Roger went with him, which was even weirder. But
So just to recap the order there, at the conclusion of that one, Roger White will take the win in the Skyline in GTA. John Douglas, terrific drive from JD in the Gemini, rotary-powered Gemini Sports Sedan in second on the road. Steve Noble is third in the Nissan 350Z. Adam Garwood in fourth in the Capri. Then back to Rob Vanderneet in the Mitsubishi Evo 2. Michael Elliott comes home in sixth. Good drive from Michael Elliott there in the RX-7. Then back to Dave Wrigley, first of the GTB cars. Then Rodney Gates. Dave Walker in the Datsun 1200 Ute is second in GTB. Liam Hooper, who's just been driving around today looking for points in what is pretty much a standard Subaru WRX, but it's a Targa car, if you know what I mean. And then we go back to the rest of the B cars.
yeah, got to love the enthusiasm of Johnny Douglas, who, you know, he's still got his old FJ or FX regularity type thingy. He's still got his XU1 historic touring car. He's still got his ex Bill O'Brien VL touring car, and now this little rotary engine sports, and he's slowly developing. The bloke's in his mid-60s. He's just celebrating his 50th year of motorsport.
I spoke to him yesterday in the pits. We had a pretty good chat actually, and he said, "I'm really enjoying it, Stridey. I'm really enjoying driving the car. It's fun. It's light. It's nimble. It's just a fun car." He said, "I'm driving around and I can feel myself smiling." And he said that's what motorsport should be about.
Well, this would probably be the quickest car he's driven in recent times, because what the VL was doing 58s or 59s or something around here.
No, it was around that number.
Yeah, so
around that number, around the 56.
And his the XU1 was probably doing 60, 61s or something like that. I think the touring cars. So yeah, and it's nice to see that it's going a bit quicker each time. But that's not a bad effort, eh? 50 years of motorsport.
Yeah, it's huge, isn't it?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
That's a mega performance. It really is.
So he's a child prodigy. He started when he's 9. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Roundabout then.
Yeah. So we're rolling into the final race. So those of you looking on your still looking on your YouTube vision, you can see to the right of your current shot there's an errant falcon. That's the one that was had an issue in the last race and recovered, maybe run out of fuel, whatever, but anyway, no harm, no foul in terms of damage, so it's been removed. So we'll be heading back very shortly to call the last race today, which is the 10 lappers for Hyundais. They're all lined up there on a dummy grid, and they'll do their 10 laps, and the interest for some would be to see if Josh Webster can do his perfect score, not just today, but this season, with pole positions and wins and so on and so forth.
That would be impressive, wouldn't it?
It would.
Don't often see that.
You get a pole, you get a clean sweep and a lap record. Yeah, it's a good day at the office.
Just needs to top it off now with the double points final. Will be all good.
Not expecting to have any grass fires or any issues in the last race today. I think it's all going to be good.
They'll go back and punch the time clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff.
So, it's that buzz in my ears is right. I'm going to go to sleep tonight and there'll be a buzz in my ears. But anyway, there you go. So we're just obviously in recovery mode. It's this on the back straight. On the hill straight, we've got one of our recovery vehicles that's having a bit of a squeeze over there. I'm just looking around the circuit to see why.
Pulling Dave Wrigley back onto the track.
Is it? Okay.
Mustang?
Oh, there it is, yep. There we go. It's hidden behind the hoarding. Hey, but look at the hoarding that it's just appearing out of. You can't see, but weekend there's a big advertising hoarding going down to turns 3 and 4, and it's for Mustang. I could see the recovery vehicle going, and then all of a sudden it emerges out behind the hoarding, a Mustang. It's a bit unfortunate, isn't it? Yeah, no reflection on Mustangs though. That was obviously some sort of drama for Dave Wrigley's race car. Nothing to do with that at all. So that's the hold up there, I would say. So lots of race cars being, settled, fettled, fixed up, tidied up, dismantled when necessary, ready to be put back in trailers. Can't quite do the trailer thing quite yet because under the COVID regulations, pretty much all of the trailers are on the infield. Just to make more space and enable better social distancing in the pit area. So we'll have to wait to the end of the race meeting and there'll be a mad rush for the trailers to be brought back in, although some of the sedan cars, are just as easy to drive them out there and put them on the trailer in the paddock, which is quite often something they do as well. But
yeah, but if you've already got all your spares here, you might need to bring...
That's true.
Anyway.
There's many various ways of doing it.
They'll work it out.
What has been so impressive over the last couple of days is that under, strict regulations of two pit crew and yada yada yada, and can't keep your trailer in here and so on and so forth, the way the people of all competitors have done the hard yards, done the extra processes with good humour and resignation, if you like. They've done the right thing. I understand that nobody wants to make these hard calls, make life difficult for anybody. It's been fantastic that we've been able to get out and have a race meeting under COVID regulations, even with no spectators. So well done, ladies and gentlemen of the motorsport set here at Basketball in the pit area today. Well done for your efforts and your social distancing and your sanitising and all that sort of stuff, and being as responsible as you can and helping out the Hobart Sporting Car Club and Motorsports Tasmania.
I've been responsible as I can. Done my best, mate. Done my best.
Yeah. Well,
all you can do is your best.
Well, I suppose that's all we can ask. There's a rig.
Yeah, that's Mal Lee.
That's a very...
So he did that.
You put it on there, you fit your little sports car on the back of your car. That is very cool.
But he's done that because it gets on the boat as a car.
Oh, right. Okay.
No trailer.
Oh,
so
right.
it goes on the boat for the price of a car.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Because that boat's expensive.
True.
I've just been watching... the people file up to have a look at the back of the Capri, the Garwood Capri, and they're all looking for marks and scratching their head. And I couldn't see any marks with the binoculars. Mind you, it was a moving target, hard to get a good gauge. But
I wonder how the bar was dislodged on Roger White's car then.
I did see Adam go over and talk to Roger, and no one was swinging jackhandles or anything, so I think it was all pretty civil.
Roger, if it happened, it was an error. Like, Roger's just not the sort of bloke that just serves up people. He just doesn't.
Well, mate, to be honest, and if you think about it logically, when you're racing sports GTA, or any category, but particularly GTA, where you're doing 56, 57 second laps, you can't afford to be running into each other because it's got the potential to be a very big accident very quickly. So you can't be serving people up or rubbing panels at those lap times. It's just not cool.
No. So, look, if it was
it's going to happen.
If it was an error, it was an error, and probably if it was that, Roger would probably prefer it didn't happen. But that's you get that in motor racing, and no huge damage and nobody got hurt. So, like, you can live to fight another day.
Look, they do happen from time to time, and that's just racing, and not much you can do about it. But certainly, I don't think anyone that's racing at those lap times goes looking for it.
No, certainly not. No. Anyway.
So 1 to go. We're just retrieving that forlorn Mustang of Dane Wrigley. He's just...
Well, I think he's been caught up the hill and the recovery vehicle.
He needs another toe down.
He does, because that recovery vehicle got him up the hill and rolled him down, but he's not going to make it home unless they can either let him come in this way, but still, where's he going to go from there? Because the Excels are in the way.
He's coming in that gate anyway.
But it doesn't have any motive power, so what's going to happen now? They're going to have to move an Excel. Can he sneak to the right there? Yes, he can. How about that? Well done, gentlemen, for managing that little situation.
Perfect.
So it's still rolling. That's good. I think at least can get it to there. They can probably push it back to...
Doesn't look to have any damage, so it's almost some sort of a mechanical...
I think it's still got motive power. It wouldn't roll it. It's rolled all over the... No, it's still going. It must be just something busted, I reckon, and they just bring it home slow. Because it wouldn't roll that far. It wouldn't be rolling through the pitch like it is now.
No.
It's still on its own.
So as I said, the next round, which will be the final round for 2020, only a 4-round championship this year, will be at Buckby Motors Simmons Plains Raceway, 24th, 25th of October. 2-day meeting.
24th is the grand final as well, you realise?
Yeah, but...
That's at night.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, this is the night grand final, 6 o'clock. So you come out to Buckley Motors during the day, to the Buckley Motors, to Simmons Plains, do your thing, go home, watch the grand final, get hammered, out in the morning, have a Barocca, and then come out to Simmons on the Sunday. Rotary ho. Now we've retrieved the Mustang briefly. I'm looking around the track and can't see any other hazards, any other issues. So I would imagine that any time soon we'll be looking for a start for the last one. Yeah. Not sure what the hold up is, folks, but it'll be what it'll be. I think we're still going well within our time limits as far as running the race meeting. There's no danger of running out of daylight anytime soon, so it's been quite well managed. And a very big thank you also to the competitors for being ready to rock and roll and ready to proceed when the program has been brought forward a little bit for the rest of the afternoon, just to make it easy to manage and have no danger running into the dark. So well done, ladies and gentlemen, as we roll into our final race for the day. I don't want to be a negative Nelly, but I'm not necessarily expecting a nail biter with the form that Josh Webster's been displaying all day with absolutely dominant performance. He's basically been running away and hiding all day.
I know what his goal is now.
Yeah.
He didn't actually say it, but just listening to him talking when I was down there before, he's gone, no one's ever done a 104 round here in one of these cars. So that he's done a 105.09. So his goal is the first person to be into the 104s. Well, it's his last chance to do it for a while in a race, which the only time we can do it because the next one's at Simmons. So I suppose the next opportunity after that might be the big meeting in January with all the superstars of TCR and TA2 and TCM and all other acronyms. It's going to be rather huge. So watch the socials particularly for that, ladies and gentlemen, for that magnificent meeting that's being promoted by all manner of people, Motorsports Taz and various others, and a massive support and organisation from the Gary Rogers Motorsport organisation to bring down TCR cars. That's a little front-wheel drive jiggers that have not done much for the last several months because of COVID, but when they do, they're fast and furious. And of course the TCM cars need no introduction. Those wonderful old machines driven by the likes of John Bow and Adam Garwood and other superstars. Ryan Hansford.
That's right, that's true. Yes, indeed, in the Tirana. And demonstrations by the brand new kids on the block, the S5000s, which is the modern incarnation of the Formula 5000, which we saw here many years ago.
I have heard there are some plans to do a couple of novelty type events as well. When I say novelty, I'm not talking ha-ha, I'm talking it'll be pretty cool if it comes off. I'm sworn to secrecy at this stage, but if it happens, it'll be as cool as. It'll be really good.
So we might have missed out on the historics, which were due to be held today, yesterday and today, but all being well, if we can just keep Tasmania relatively COVID-free and we can start moving the states, the borders open and getting some movement between states again. We're really looking for particularly Victoria. Well,
I do know from talking to Donald and other people that the government are very keen to be as proactive as they possibly can be to make that last event happen. That big event in January at both Simmons Plains and here, make that happen.
Well, because we missed out with Simmons this year, which is our biggie. So it would be great to start off 2021 with a bang, with a high-profile event. Rightio, the field's set up as they did. It's when you look at it, it's probably not a whole bunch different from the qualifying grid this morning. Not a lot of movement. There's still Webster and Bennett on the front row. There's still Mitchell and Jones on the second, and of course Charlie Parker on the third row alongside Keeling, but Keeling gets a better run off the line in that particular instance. So did Josh Webster. There's all even cars, but something that the Webster team do, they do very well, just like he's done the last couple of race starts. Josh Webster just gets like a second stage start, if you like, in the second part of that. He just gets, when he pulls second gear, he just drives away, and that's what he's done. Look at that, we're only 4 corners into the race, and we've already got a 10 or 11 car lead from Josh Webster back to Jeremy Bennett already. That must be quite demoralising for the likes of Jeremy Bennett and others when they qualify in the front run. They got a good start, and they see this thing just disappearing into the difference.
Just get spanked, don't they? But that's, I mean, he's earned that. Gee, they've done some work on that car and spent a lot of time with it, and they worked really hard on that car. Absolutely legal, absolutely kosher, whatever. Just it's been developed beautifully. It's developed within an inch of its life in terms of the rules and regulations. You can't outspend anybody because there are regulations. You can. Ask Paul Morris. He spent plenty on it. They still don't go much faster than other ones, though. So it's just been with this car for several years. They just know it intimately. And Josh is just a good talent. He's a young fella who's just knows what he's doing. He knows his car very well. He knows his track very well. So I don't want to sort of ignore him, but I just might have to just keep him in the corner of my eye for the moment because there's more action going on behind. Jeremy Bennett being closely followed by Callum Mitchell and Jonesy, as they have done all day. So there they go, that second, third and fourth dice. So we've seen this every round of the racing so far. Charlie Parker having some he's getting great drive out of the bottom turn. In fact, he's ranging alongside Keeling. He's got past him. He actually drove alongside him and passed him on power. That's impressive. Yeah, that's impressive. So it's all about the run, the mid corner speed, that's right, and the exit speed. Correct. He got turn 4 right, and he got good drive. He got on the power early, and that just played into his hands. Can he hang in there? He certainly can. And not only did he get past Keeling, he's already 5 car lengths ahead of him. Is 15-year-old Charlie Parker. Next time I talk about him, he'll be 16-year-old Charlie Parker. But for the moment, he's just a teenager. And there he is. He'll still be a teenager. Well, that's true. That's true. You're right, actually. Idiot. Very good point. He'd be a 15-year-old teenager. Well, 16 years. I suppose you're still a teenager. But it's not. Yeah, that's because it's called 16. Age of consent or something like that. Anyway, I'm getting lost in that. It's quite irrelevant, but I'm good at that. So no change in the order pretty much. It's a bit of a conga line of Excels. They're excelling themselves. That's excellent. That's excellent. As they go up the Killy Kill again, and Josh Webster is just bolting. Let's have a look. There goes Jeremy Bennett now as he goes through the James T. Skyline turn, just coming down to the braking area as Josh Webster. And we're only a couple of laps into the motor race, 2.5 laps in. So a bit of a masterclass in Excel racing by 17-year-old Josh Webster at the minute. So boring, but that's all laps, and I suppose he's having fun. And his thing is 105.17. Gee, that's getting down there. Yeah, what did you do before? 109? 105.09. So his own record set in the last race at 105.09. Telling Strider before that it would be kind of cool to tell you what, the conditions aren't bad. No, he's cooling down in the afternoon, bit of rubber down, but no oil, whatever. So Charlie Parker's jumped into the 106. His first time he's been there in the number 17 car. Well in as well. He's well in. He's 6.5. Yep. So, gee, that's good. That reminds me of Taylor Heath in terms of the continuous improvement thing. Just every time you go out there, you get a bit better. So Charlie Parker's well clear now. In fact, Keeling's been eclipsed also. Kingston's got him. By Kingston, yes. So that's a bit unusual, falling back into the clutches there. But anyway, so there goes Josh, but he's doing what he does best. Jeremy Bennett actually has got away now from Callum Mitchell. That's sort of the first time he's been able to do that all day. There's nothing to do about Josh, but he's being harassed, severely harassed or harassed, or whatever, however you want to say it, being monstered by Callum in particular, and Jonesy a lot of today. Certainly Callum, but he's just got a bit of a brake lock up there from Callum Mitchell, so he shows how hard he's trying not just to catch Jeremy Bennett, but looking anxiously in his mirrors and seeing that blue and day-glow orange of Jonesy behind him.
You're thinking, oh, can you go away? Don't come close.
They just don't want to take their eyes off young Charlie Parker either. He's almost in that game with those 3 cars.
He is.
And he's another one of these young kids following people that are doing a good job. He'll learn very quickly different things, and it'll just improve him as a driver. And every lap he goes out there, he's learning more and more and more and more.
That's exactly right.
And obviously, his old granddad, old Captain Grumpy, he'd be up there on the radio to him, telling him what to do.
He would, yep. There's old stories, and there's no substitute for laps. Laps are more laps. Every time you go out there, you just learn a little more. But, he's going well. He's really going well on this particular race. I don't know whether they tweaked the car at all. I know we talk about regulations, but Joel had to muck around with tyre pressures and camber and car, and you can, do all that sort of stuff, and you think it's going to give you an advantage. They had to play around with the minor stuff. You just can't play with engines and gearboxes and diff ratios and stuff like that.
Yep.
But you can tweak it. Same with Formula Bs and QEs and all those stuff. You can just do your own little tweaks that might give you an advantage or not. But whatever, I don't know whether it's car tweaks. Remember we saw Cricky adjusting the tyre pressures or checking the tyre pressures when they came in after the last race, taking it all very seriously. But they might have started off with low pressures or the other way around. Who knows? But certainly the Charlie Parker car is quite racy. So there he is on the back of this train, and he's getting closer and closer. You'd have to say pretty much now he's there. He's in that 4-car train, which is now on the Killick Hill at the moment, and there they are. So he's out chasing Jones here. So Jones is clearly getting into mirror racing.
Yes.
Jones has jumped off the back of Callum Mitchell as he's anxiously looking in his mirrors thinking, what's his young buck coming? What do you think he's doing?
Yeah.
What he's doing is monstering me like so. What's that old story? Eyes forward.
Yes.
So the engineers jump on the radio to the drivers and go, don't look in your mirror. Eyes forward. Just concentrate on your own race.
It is hard to do too.
Oh yeah. Of course it is. And Charlie again under brakes. Very, very bright. Has a look on the inside, but all of a sudden Jonesy made the world's widest Hyundai Excel, as you're allowed to do. So he just planted the little car in the middle of the road, the 164 blue and a Dago orange and a bit of white there as well in that little Hyundai, and he just put it in the middle of the road, and that gave Charlie nowhere to go.
Tell you who is showing a really great pace the last couple laps is Kingston, car 101, the Castrol car. He's closing in on the back of Charlie Parker now. At the last lap he did a 106.12 and showing some pretty good speed.
So 3.5 laps to go for our race leader, and by the way, he's still in the race, and in fact, he's matched his time more or less. Yeah, so
yeah.
105.
Look, it may even be another new lap record, but it's going to be within hundredths of a second.
Yeah.
A 105.0919 on that one.
I mean, I don't know heaps about Hyundais, but you'd have to think that halfway through, 6 laps into the race, the tyres are just not going to be
all day, every day.
Going to be better. They're not going to get better, so you wouldn't think that his opportunities to go quicker again are going to be diminished. His brakes will be not as good. The tyres will be not as good. They're getting hotter and squishier. So I'm not sure if it's going to be easy for. His last lap went back to a 3/10 slower. So I think he shot his bolt, as it were, on the 6th lap. He did that 105.9. That was probably his attempt to do it, and that was probably his best for today. But still, not too bad. He may have even broken his own lap record, but you've got to do something to amuse yourself when you're out in front by 12.2 seconds.
So Charlie's dropped off this train now. They've got a bit over 2.5 laps to go. They've completed 7 laps. Jonesy now putting plenty of pressure on the back of Mitchell as they climb the hill. And young Charlie dropped back a little bit. He's going to fall into the clutches of Kingston the way that Kingston's going, because he's been moving really nicely. He was another 4/10 quicker than Charlie on that last lap, which was lap 7. So he's getting into position to mount a challenge as well. Our race leader, he is coming around to complete lap number 8. So there'll be 2 to go for our race leader. Josh Webster, car number 1, crosses the line now. And I'll have a look at the time. And it was a 105.30. So very consistent in that early 105 bracket. And that's not easy to do, to have that consistency. That's very, very cool.
The last one was the 105.3 as well. So that's very nice.
So then it's Jeremy Bennett, Callum Mitchell, Adrian Jones, Charlie Parker, Peter Kingston. Keeling's the next one. He's having a bit of a lonely race now on his own in no man's land. Then back to the 18 car of Jones. Leighton's the next one. Then Bond, Shane Bond. A 107.79 for Shane Bond on that lap. But this battle, it's a 5-car battle now. Or Charlie's got off the track on the exit of turn 4 and coughs up a spot. The youngster, he just went in too hot. and found the outside and lost a spot and a heap of ground.
He did. But anyway, all part of the learning curve, but, he didn't crash it. He's going to bring it home. He's lost a spot, but, there you go. It's all no harm, no foul in the sense that, it didn't damage the thing, and he'll learn for next time that you can't carry that much speed into that section of the racetrack. On his final lap, on his run home, a tenth slower on that last lap from all side by side here from Jones has given Mitchell a bit of a hurry up. So in the 164 car side by side, but they're looking for the over and under. Is he going to do it? No, he'd like to do it, but he hasn't got enough power. Jones is looking to come down the inside, step on the inside of Callum Mitchell through turn 3. That's the run down into the S's, but wasn't quite close enough. But a very entertaining dice through the chute and on the pit straight there for a while. And still with this 3/4 of a lap to go for this particular duo. Will there be a change of position for that, for the third place? We'll have to wait and see, won't we? There's our race leader passing, in fact, lapping one of the cars on the back straight. He's got 400 metres to go. He being Josh, coming for the perfect score today. So not going to break his own lap record, but here he comes, 100 metres to go. Well done, Josh Webster. Checkered flag time in the signature helmets. Webster Motorsport Hyundai Excel. Pole position. 4 race wins and a lap record. Not a bad day at the office. Anyway, we'll park that one, go back to see who's going to get the minors across the line into second place again, as he's done all day. Comes Jeremy Bennett. A close finish there for Callum Mitchell, but he held out Jonesy at the end, so Jonesy had to be content with 4th place. And a solid finish by Phil Kingston came in there, and 6th after his little off-track excursion on the hill was 15-year-old Charlie Parker. 6th, 7th was Keeling, 8th Jones, 9th was Leighton in the 16 car, then Bond, Midgley and Axelson. That was the field. That was Hyundai's.
Very consistent. Lap 10, Josh Webster, 105.30.
For the third lap in a row.
Yep.
105.3, 105.3, 105.3.
To still be doing those after 10 laps.
That's true.
It's good consistency in the car, isn't it?
That's true. That is true. And of course, and he did a 105.0.
Yes.
I think it was lap 6.
Yep.
Yeah, just to see if he could see if he could crack into the 4s. It wasn't possible, but so what an impressive day for the young fella.
And the run continues. Qualifying pole, win all the races on the day.
Right.
He's done that again. That's 3 rounds in a row that he's done that. It's just very, very, very impressive.
The last 30 years, about this time of day when we get to that, as we finish the last race, and I do this slowdown lap, I generally look up on the hill and see the cars starting to pour out of the track.
Yep.
And I look up on the hill,
and they're not.
And they're not. There's not a. The only thing I can see is the trees blowing the wind blowing the tree branches around. It's like tumbleweed up there in Spectator Land. It's the weirdest feeling I've had in a long time at a race meeting.
Well,
anyway.
Well, look, I sincerely hope that we never have this again. Like, I know there were so many people who were disappointed they couldn't be here today, that wanted to come and be involved or come and watch or whatever they wanted to do. And obviously there's a lot of people, nearly every car would have, every car's been allowed to have 2 crew members. Every car, almost without exception, would have had more than 2 people that would normally come to the race meeting with them, whether it be your parents, your brother, your sister, your wife, whoever. Normally there's more than 2. So there's a lot of people that would normally have been here that are not here today.
Yep.
It's just what it is at the moment. Hopefully this is the last time we ever have it. Obviously the rules change as of next Friday in Tasmania, and we can have 1,000 people at a racetrack, and obviously that could change again very quickly in Tasmania, and depending on what happens, it could go either way.
We hope that it doesn't, but it could.
Well, when I say it could change, it could go to 2,000.
Yes, true. Or it could go the other way. When he opens the borders and some poxy people come in.
Yeah, well, it depends. If you listen to some people, mate, there is no virus. It's just a scam. But anyway, it's...
You still there, Baz?
Yeah, he is. He just messaged me a moment ago. Look, folks, to the organising committee, a massive thank you to you guys and girls. It's been really difficult, I know. There's been lots and lots of hurdles to jump over and hoops to jump through to make this happen. And I know you've got plenty of heat from people that wanted to be here and couldn't. So to the organising committee, the Hobart Sporting Car Club, a massive thank you to you guys and girls. To our officials that have worked tirelessly all day, as they always do at every race meeting. They're very, very important people in what we do. We can't race without them. A massive thank you to all the guys and girls who have volunteered their time to help us, to all the competitors and their crews that have put the racing on for us. We've seen some pretty damn good racing today.
Yes, excellent racing. I've really enjoyed it. I mean, I liked. I thought just in random order, I loved Taylor Heath's 2-second improvement. I loved Otis's sudden raciness. I loved his drive back from the back of the field to a podium. I liked Roger White's first win and his wrangling of a difficult car. I love the Formula V race.
Yep.
You know, and so on. Every category had something. You might say, excuse me, what about the Hyundais? Well, that last race was fantastic. There was some good dices. We saw a 15-year-old starting to really emerge as well, and we saw a masterclass by Josh Webster. So every category had something.
You were pretty excited with the improved production cars too, with Jared House, particularly early in the day.
I mean, that was a phenomenal, as a gutsy drive.
It was indeed.
He's big underpants, if you know what I mean. Like
Yes.
He grabbed her by the scruff. It's a powerful car with rear-wheel drive, and he just grabbed it and drove it like it was a little mini.
Sports and racing cars. I mean, we saw a great scrap going on between Mal Lee and Sutton. Good stuff.
Yep.
Look, just really enjoyable day, and there's really no one going home with a badly broken car, which for me is really important because there's so much time, effort, and money goes into bringing the cars to the track. You don't want anyone to take their car home broken.
No.
Look, once again, a massive thank you to all the competitors and their crews that have done that. As I said a couple of times during the course of the day, our next event is at Buckby Motors Symmons Plains Raceway on the 24th and 25th of October. It is the 60th anniversary of Symmons Plains Raceway, and it will be the last round of the championship for 2020. So please be there with us. Keep an eye on the social media sites for rules and regulations regarding things like social distancing or COVID rules or whatever we have in play then. That's obviously a month away, so a lot can change between now and then. So folks, it's time to sign off. To all of you, please drive home very, very carefully. The racing's done here at the racetrack, not on the highways at home. And the boys with the party lights on the roof, they'll be only too happy to relieve you of a few dollars if you want to play the wrong games out on our roads. So drive carefully on the way home. Stay safe. And on behalf of the organising committee, I look forward to seeing you all at the final round of the championship, Symmons Plains, in October. Good night.